everyone on the planet, so that we would be able to have a transformative impact in the world, and that we would gain knowledge and skills and be able to help connect people that had the generation, that had these things, to be able to make a difference in economic development globally. So in the beginning, 25 years ago, it was just
third-party owned generation and demand side resources. We specialize in renewable technology, specifically wind, solar, battery, and demand side dispatching. One of the most unique things about CES MOC is we really are a one-stop shop for anybody in the energy industry. We originally started off as really much more market heavy, so the MOC desk was really the starting point for us here. We were a smaller operation center then, around 1,000 megawatts, between 10 to 20 units. We have since grown to 350 units and 15 gigawatts through all the ISOs. CES has highly trained and certified operators that are able to understand the complex operating of our facilities. They also have market knowledge background to make an impact to our clients. That leaves people in the field able to do what they need to do and prioritize, where we're able to take a lot of the burden off of that, and we also supply a lot more information. So a typical day in the life of our operators is task-driven as well as real-time operations-driven, but they're also dealing with real-time operating conditions. They are monitoring real-time LMPs, they're monitoring different grid conditions and constraints, they are receiving operating instructions from other operators or getting operational updates from sites, they are making availability updates as they go in, so it's very busy on the phones in there on any given day. Something that's really unique about CES as well is our training that we do internally from a regulatory and business perspective. All of our operators are updated daily, weekly, and monthly as to all of the policy changes that would impact our units from not only an operating standpoint, but from a business standpoint. We provide a lot of value for our clients in, one, remotely operating our sites. We have different telemetry feeds to our sites and can respond to different faults, drive availability and uptime, and maximize the site's participation. We can consult our clients on the best operational knowledge, the best energy knowledge, as well as bid optimization, and help maximize revenues. I see the MOC growing in two different main aspects. One being from an energy bid optimization standpoint, advising our clients in how they participate in the market to maximize revenue, as well as operational needs. There's going to be a large amount of capacity that is shifting from conventional fossil fuels and shifting to more renewable resources. So an increase in wind, solar, battery storage technologies. There's going to be a lot of operational needs that come along with that, and we're there to help our clients grow and be more efficient at their sites. We CES are playing a role in making more renewable technologies affordable and more prevalent in the US. I think it's good for our planet and our environment, our communities as a whole, that we are transitioning to more renewable resources. The CES 24-hour Market Operations Center is a third-party generation asset controller. We service all third-party owned generation and demand side resources. We specialize in renewable technology, specifically wind, solar, battery, and demand side dispatching. One of the most unique things about CES MOC is we really are a one-stop shop for anybody in the energy industry. We originally started off as really much more market heavy, so the MOC desk was really the starting point for us here. We were a smaller operation center then, around 1,000 megawatts, between 10 to 20 units. We have since grown to 350 units and 15 gigawatts through all the ISOs. CES has highly trained and certified operators that are able to understand the complex operating of our facilities. They also have market knowledge background to make an impact to our clients. That leaves people in the field able to do what they need to do and prioritize, where we're able to take a lot of the burden off of that, and we also supply a lot more information. So a typical day in the life of our operators is task-driven as well as real-time operations-driven, but they're also dealing with real-time operating conditions. They are monitoring real-time LMPs, they're monitoring different grid conditions and constraints, they are receiving operating instructions from other operators or getting operational updates from sites, they are making availability updates as they go in, so it's very busy on the phones in there on any given day. Something that's really unique about CES as well is our training that we do internally from a regulatory and business perspective. All of our operators are updated daily, weekly, and monthly as to all of the policy changes that would impact our units from not only an operating standpoint, but from a business standpoint. We provide a lot of value for our clients in, one, remotely operating our sites. We have different telemetry feeds to our sites and can respond to different faults, drive availability and uptime, and maximize the site's participation. We can consult our clients on the best operational knowledge, the best energy knowledge, as well as bid optimization, and help maximize revenues. I see the MOC growing in two different main aspects. One being from an energy bid optimization standpoint, advising our clients in how they participate in the market to maximize revenue, as well as operational needs. There's going to be a large amount of capacity that is shifting from conventional fossil fuels and shifting to more renewable resources. So an increase in wind, solar, battery storage technologies. There's going to be a lot of operational needs that come along with that, and we're there to help our clients grow and be more efficient at their sites. We CES are playing a role in making more renewable technologies affordable and more prevalent in the US. I think it's good for our planet and our environment, our communities as a whole, that we are transitioning to more renewable.
Hello. Hi all. I hope you had a very good lunch. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, to this very, very special day. My name is Vishal, and I'll be a host for today's celebration. We are here to celebrate the past, to enjoy the present, and to look forward for the future. We are here to celebrate the continuous and dedicated efforts put in by each and every one of you to make CS what it is today. We stand here at an illustrious occasion of celebrating 25 whole years of our presence, and this wouldn't have been possible without each one of you. So just before we start, I want all of you to have a big smile on your face and put your hands together, because you are all the real champions and you are the reason we stand here today and celebrate this function. So big round of applause for yourself. Thank you. Thank you. To kickstart the celebration, I want to put up a short audio visual that introduces us and kind of sums up our purpose and vision. So can I have the audio visual, please?
My energy journey started really when I was an outreach director in Chicago and worked with families that were struggling to pay their energy bills, working with housing, working as running a single-room occupancy mission home. When I came to Philadelphia, I was looking for an area where I could make an impact, whether that was in housing, energy, availability, and I was fortunate enough to get an opportunity to work as originally a temp at Pico Energy. Through that time, I saw what was starting to happen within the energy deregulation, allowing people to choose what energy company they wanted, and also what type of energy they wanted. And I said, this is a great area to be in. And I was always fairly entrepreneurial, and I thought this could make a big difference in a lot of people's lives. Fortunately, I had some great people that I met along the way there and helped me in launching my business. The goal was to provide electricity for everyone on the planet so that we would be able to have a transformative impact in the world, and that we would gain knowledge and skills and be able to help connect people that had the generation, that had these things, to be able to make a difference in economic development globally. So in the beginning, 25 years ago, it was just me. The amount you can do as a one person is so much smaller. And so as we started adding people, our vision kept expanding. Our team has grown from that early stages, one person, to now having over 340 people. So we are able to do just so much more now. We set up our own R&D laboratory to test different new technologies. We have a 24-hour operation center, so we know how the market is operating all the time. We have experts in different technologies, so people who are expert in electric vehicles, people who are experts in hydrogen, people who are experts in distributed generation and battery storage. Bringing together all that expertise really helps us to teach ourselves and teach our clients. We're at a great time in the industry. I believe that we're well positioned to be able to bring together technology providers with different applications and needs that are in the market, and to be able to bring them together in a way that couldn't have been done 25 years ago. We're just now getting started in being able to have a global impact. Our vision kept expanding of, okay, how can we go to India, which we entered about 12 years ago, and make a difference in the Indian energy market? How can we go to Japan and help them with some of their energy challenges after Fukushima? How can we make a difference in Africa, as we've done various consulting projects to try to help Africa with electricity? The most exciting thing is when you can see individual lives that have been impacted. So visiting some of the rural applications and interacting with people who benefit from those things, that's a special thing.
That was such an amazing movie, isn't it? So, on this very special occasion, we have with us Mr. Steven Fernandes, President, CES. So I would like to invite Steven on stage and share the journey that has led us here. So thank you.
Oh, thank you, Vishal. Wow. When you sort of see yourself, you're like, wow, how did we get here? And when Vishal started out just saying, really, it is all you. It's the team of Customized Energy Solutions that just brought what we've done here to life. And so I'm just so honored and so glad to be here with you. Here are some of the people that I want to just recognize. Thank you, Dr. Pramod Deo. He was the first person we met when we were on our evaluation. So Rahul and I came here in 2009 as part of US-India Business Council, and looking at renewable energy projects at that time. And we met with different regulators and different folks. And one of the things that I came away with was just how supportive people were. Like that they just wanted you to succeed, and they wanted to try to help. And I saw that from the beginning as his role in CRC, and trying to have the regulations, but then have people that can implement them. Also, Dr. Rahul Tongia, who is from the very beginning. So I met him not long after I met Rahul Walwalkar, and we were on Rahul's PhD dissertation committee. And I was the only guy with a non-PhD, allowed. Somehow they allowed me on. And I think Rahul vouched that I knew something about energy. And so I was able to be on there, and it cured me of wanting a PhD. So, but I learned a lot through that process about how to bring academics to solve real-world problems. And one of the things that I really liked about Carnegie Mellon's program was that it was not some ivory tower type program, but it was one that how do we bring this to life? And then after Rahul graduated, he had the opportunity to join pretty much any company he wanted in the world. And I wouldn't have been upset if he had chosen a different path. But one of the things he said is, I think that here we can actually not just write reports, but we can actually help people to implement. We can actually make a bigger difference at Customized Energy Solutions. And so, so I appreciate, Rahul, your faith in our company from your joining in 2004. So we were a 6-year-old baby company at that point. We had 7 or 8 people. We were just figuring out sort of what some of our business models were going to be. Rahul started out managing our demand-side response programs, and quickly, started talking about energy storage and some of the ideas. And we got a project up in New York on compressed energy storage, and saying, "Hey, how could this work?" And so we went from there to where we are today, with energy storage being a critical part of the energy industry. And then I also wanted to welcome Dr. Satish Agnihotri, and I apologize if I mispronounce names. Just being able to be here to help build this industry, and people who are passionate about this industry moving forward in a positive direction for all, and I really appreciate that. And I appreciate all of you who have joined us on that path. One of the things that we quickly found is we started to look at how do we solve some of the rural electrification challenges here in India, was that academics and writing papers, and even some of the stuff that we did with monitoring facilities, of putting out things of saying, okay, let's find data, what's working, what's not working, that was all well and good, but we needed a Mr. Sen. You need a Mr. Sen in your life who can say, okay, but let's go out and actually test these batteries. Let's see if this actually works in the field. And he made us roll up our sleeves and from my understanding, sometimes wade through some rivers to serve some of the customers in those early days where we're trying to figure out what works for microgrids, what doesn't work for microgrids, what can we learn better. And he was the originator of some of our ideas on setting up an R&D center to test some of these things, saying, okay, how can we see if this works? Then as we move forward in time, we look to say, okay, this is great. We think we know some of the answers, but how do we get an ecosystem? How do we develop that? And that's really where IESA came from, was Rahul's vision to say, I've seen us develop coalitions in the United States of people that are like-minded to come together to try to solve complex problems. Can we do that here in India with energy storage? Can we start up a group? And the biggest coalitions in the United States are like 20 or 30. We're well over 100. How many people are in IESA? I lose track. 180 companies. They're part of it. Just give a round of applause for that achievement. I mean, 108 people to agree on anything is hard. To agree, though, we need to work together to try to move this industry forward. And it's looking different here than it does in other parts of the world. India has leapfrog in 2- and 3-wheelers. So instead of energy storage and electric vehicles, we're in a lot of countries benefiting the top 1% or top 10% of the economic population. Here in India, the initial investment, the initial beneficiaries of electrification have happened at the ground level, at the level of the rickshaw driver, at the level of the community that now has more available telecom because they have electric backup for the telecom towers. So again, I'm like you, I'm a student learning from this. That's one of the things I love about our team is the humility to say, like, we know just a small fraction of what's out there to know, and we're learning all the time. And staying humble, staying inquisitive, curious about our company. So I thank all of you for joining us on that journey of being searchers of truth. I praise God that led me to this industry, and first of all led me to my wonderful wife Rochelle, who is somewhere here, right there. For a round of applause for Rochelle. So Rochelle and I met at grad school, and we both focused on the not-for-profit sector. So that was what happened after we graduated. And I was working as outreach director. She was working with children's advocacy. And so our heart was to serve. And when we came to Philadelphia, that was still what we were looking to do. How can we serve? And she ended up getting a job at Pico Energy, thinking she'd go back to school. And Pico Energy was the local Philadelphia electric company. And so she was the first one in our family to go into energy. And she was like, there's interesting stuff happening with deregulation. So at the same time, in 1998, that the regulatory reforms were happening here in India 25 years ago. In the US, we were also having those regulatory reforms. And Philadelphia had some of the highest rates in the country. So we had everyone come there wanting to help compete and to win over customers. And I followed in Rochelle's footsteps at Pico Energy as a contractor, and then through learning there, saw that opportunity to start Customized Energy Solutions. So I thank you, very much for this opportunity to learn with you all, and so thank you so much. Have a wonderful time today, and for those of you who are sticking around for tomorrow as well, and I really again appreciate all of you. Thank you. Now, I'm not sure if you have questions, if there was, so Rahul, am I allowed to ask, so any questions you guys have of me, of this journey? None. Either I did that. Oh, that's true. There's going to be a fireside chat. So Rahul's going to ask me really difficult questions, so I'm ready for it. But I started out in load forecasting, so trying to forecast what the future is, and I realized that even the next hour is difficult. 25 years is immensely hard. But I think together we will be able to both figure out those challenges and overcome whatever is ahead. So again, thank you so much. Bye.
Well, thank you, Stephen, for walking us through your journey and setting the tone. So let's progress on to the first panel discussion that we have today. So the topic of discussion would be India's electricity sector transition. So I would like to first call the moderator for this session, that is Dr. Rahul Tongia, Senior Fellow at CSEP. So big round of applause, please. Then I would like to invite Dr. Satish Agnihotri, Professor, IITB. I would like to invite Dr. Rahul Valavalkar, MD and President, CES India. And I would like to invite Mr. Pramod Dev, former Chairman, CERC. Dr. Pramod Dev, former Chairman, CERC. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. This is the post-lunch period, and so we hopefully will keep the energy high. But it's interesting that I have not only a very distinguished set of colleagues, friends, or mentors in this space here, but we have 4 PhDs, doctors, all of us. So you were cured of having a PhD. Sorry? Well, yes, how many PhDs does it take to change a light bulb? But my sort of phrase for this is, a PhD plus 10 rupees will get you chai. PhDs are a tool for certain needs. They're a learning experience. But there's absolutely a need, maybe a stronger need, for people who convert that. So you can have a PhD and do it, like Dr. Valavalkar does, or through government, which both of you have done through your leadership and your work. But I remain an academic at heart and an advisor or scholar or tinkerer in practice. And so it's my pleasure to be here to help celebrate, of course, CES's 25 years, but also reconnect and connect with new experts. I mean, 180 people was not a number I knew. I knew of the slightly older number. And so that itself is remarkable. And I think that speaks about a change in the power sector, which has become less monolithic, less centralized, less we know the answer and it's just a question of go implement it. And so I think the biggest change in the power sector is we're still struggling to figure out what the future can look like and should look like, and more importantly, how do we get there? And so that is the journey CES is involved with, that is the journey many of us scholars are involved with, and the government is also grappling with it, because traditionally the electricity sector has been about supply, quality supply, 24/7, inclusive. These were the guiding principles. Then over the last maybe decade or two, environmental aspects grew as a concern, and climate change is just one of them. From an Indian perspective, local air pollution, for example, which comes from fossil fuel use, not entirely just from electricity, but disproportionately in aggregate for some aspects, is a very strong factor. So 1998 is the start of the journey, and that was the year of one of the landmark changes in the power sector. Of course, Dr. Deo was there, Dr. Agnihotri, and many of you will know the history. But without attempting to summarize it, our reforms in some ways really started in 1991, as you're aware, when it was a supply-side push bringing in foreign investment and focusing on generation. It was only in the late 90s, even slightly before 98, where distribution and unbundling or restructuring was the mantra. And that journey has had fits and starts. Today, only 2 states are privatized. Delhi, which was the second. Orissa, which privatized, then unprivatized, reprivatized, and so forth, is now in the hands of Tata Power. But most states have not privatized in India for a range of reasons. And so that is one arc. So if I look at the transitions that are unfolding in the power sector, they talk about the 3 Ds: decarbonization, well known; decentralization, less well understood; and digitalization, which is not just smart grids, but much more. And so a lot of these converge through how do we think about markets? How do we think about consumers? I mean, that magic word, your early work focused a lot on consumers in the US, and consumers worldwide are what the power sector is about. And we have to ask ourselves, when any policy is there, including, let's say in India, the famous bogeyman, free power for farming. A lot of the distortions in the sector are placed on the feet of farming, but who actually benefits from these? So as one of our studies pointed out, 55% of farmers are laborers. They don't have land. Another fraction, 12-ish%, then this is older census data, so clearly it would have shifted now, are canal-based. Then you've got a small fraction on diesel irrigation. And then you've got a fraction in the order of 15, 18% that have no irrigation. And so you're left with only a subset enjoying the subsidized or free power. So these are the sorts of tricky and vexing policy questions, because the one phrase I would sort of throw out and would welcome reactions is the energy transition is not just about a path forward, but about winners and losers and trade-offs. So with this, I will close my introductory thoughts and now request all of our esteemed panelists. I will not attempt to give the bios of Dr. Deo, Dr. Agnihotri, or Dr. Walawalkar. Stephen had mentioned a little bit about them. Of course, you've been a regulator and you've been heading MNRE and many other departments, but now you're more interested in education and innovation, I would think. So maybe we can hear a little bit about that. And Dr. Walawalkar, you are, of course, the glue that has been putting a lot of this together in the Indian energy, especially energy storage landscape. So I would like to now request Dr. Deo to share some opening thoughts, and then there are a few guided questions, including, just as a maybe simplified view of the world, what has happened or what have we done? And the flip side of that is, what have we not done? Over to you, Dr. Deo. It may be on. No lights, no indicator.
No indicator. Yes. I think that represents the state of power sector today. Because Rahul has said many good things about the power sector. And I've not been only a regulator. I've been also promoting renewable energy to begin with. In 2000, we are in 2009, 10. Now we are looking at, but I'm going back to 2000. See, I'm again going to 2000. It is not. It is 1986 that we set up Maharashtra Energy Development Agency. That was to promote renewable energy, and simultaneously, Orissa obviously that was one of the much better organized, well-resourced. He had started. Of course, there also, that first cyclone destroyed all the wind farms they had set up. But anyway, what I remember in '86 when we started, it was a great thing. Maharashtra government had obviously decided that there has to be zero-based budgeting. That means there should be no staff. You will be sanctioned staff only after cabinet considers it. So the result was I was left with no staff. I was alone. Now, obviously, you cannot do your work alone. So I had to find a way out. Only way out was that I found that I had some money in my MEDA account. So using that MEDA account, I said, let us now start by using contracting approach, which was again very alien to government culture. Everybody said, what is this wrong? First important thing is, I said, I need a good chartered accountant, because that is the main first thing that I will face criticism and tomorrow audit. So that is one thing taken care of, that how we spend the money. Because I still remember, I had come back from Bangkok, I was at AIT, and there was some assistant in Mantralaya, they had given me a chair and table to sit. So I gave him some money, I said, you go and get some transparency. Because those were the days you had the overhead. You don't have anything. So he said, we will have to send a requisition downstairs. I said, no, we are not part of it.
It just, no indicator, but it left.
Hello, huh?
Can you tap?
Sure.
So anyway, to come in short, he didn't understand what is to be done. I said, I gave him money from my own pocket. I said, near Churchgate, there is a shop. From there you get me the transparencies, etc. That's how. And I still remember that time MNREs, it was MNES, was focused really on only some kind of pilot demonstration projects. Basically, we started building up community biogas plant and industrial biogas plant, institutional biogas plant. And that also we used one of the private companies. They had, all the youngsters were there. They came and started working on a contract. So this was the only solution, not having a staff. So again, that's how we started. I still remember, if you talk of the renewable energy, great thing was that we had provided a television in a remote tribal village in Nasik. So that itself was a big event for the people there. Because anyway, they had not seen electricity. There was no possibility of getting electricity in the near future. But with this solar TV, in the evening they could watch, and that time Doordarshan used to have only one channel, and the second channel was started. And that second channel used to be really the entertainment channel, and everybody, all the villages used to gather. So that was a great thing. That's it. And anyway, then I went to the Ministry of Power and all that. But more important in '93, when I was in the Ministry of Power, we started, before '93, '89, Energy Management Center. What today we have a Bureau of Energy Efficiency, that was the Energy Management Center. We started and all that happened. So I have gone through all these phases. I mean, I was in Ministry of Power, first in the ministry side, and then I went out in Energy Management Center, and which has been now become under the Electricity Conservation Act. Because see, both the acts, Energy Conservation Act and Electricity Act, are supposed to be notified simultaneously. But there was a long time taken, it was not happening. So that's why you find that the Energy Conservation Act came. It's very interesting in that act, when the regulator did not exist, any penalty has to be imposed, the hearing will be held by the Regulatory Commission. That is given there. So which is very peculiar because you didn't have that organization or institution, but that was given there. So anyway, now you will know what is Bureau of Energy Efficiency and all these things. So it is again this background. I still remember that when I migrated to regulator's role, that was our Secretary Energy in Maharashtra, and from that we first constituted, and that was under the '98 Act. Now the '98 Act is not a very revolutionary act. What it was to deal with was the tariffs for the state electricity boards. So that was their mandate. And there were many powers which could be given by state government. But it was the state government discretion. So there was no question of state government giving any power because after all the electricity boards function as an extension arm of regulatory So concept as regulatory commission, maybe they will decide tariff and all this thing. So that's how it started. But the history is that all the chief ministers in the National Development Council had agreed, and a group was set up under Sharad Pawar, who was chief minister Maharashtra, and it was decided that there will be independent commissions for deciding the tariff. So that's how the Energy Conservation Act came. And finally, the 2003, we have a combined, integrated 2003 Act. Now, I've shared many sessions with Rahul, and I can tell you that 2003 Act, the real vision of that, it does not talk about privatization at all. It talks about market development, creating competition. And that was the idea was that open access. The open access idea is that obviously consumer can decide from where to buy electricity. And this is the main problem, because after that, now many things have happened now. Now the center has been very aggressive. Center has been giving very aggressive targets. So I will not go into the numbers, but what they had done, simple thing is that those targets, and also recently they came with a very bright idea under the Energy Conservation Act. They have specified consumption targets for the certain class of consumers. So you have a conflict. You have a regulatory commission deciding what will be the purchase obligation. Then you have now Energy Conservation Act deciding. And in the meantime, central government since 2014, December, has been trying to amend the Electricity Act 2003. So there have been many drafts, but no draft has been cleared. And the reason is the peculiar nature of electricity sector in India. And that problem comes is states are controlling that, they don't want to give up that one part. But other main issue comes is what will happen to subsidy that is given to agriculture. And that is the big thing. If you just look at Maharashtra, Gujarat, entire industrial sector, you will find that Maharashtra is just 1 lakh large consumers. They contribute something like 45% of electricity money to finance agriculture sector. As far as the residential is concerned, there is no difficulty. There also there is a cross subsidy, but it is cross subsidy within. So it is higher end consumer. And many people must have noticed with the recent tariffs that the bills they are getting, the bills are shot up. Because of that burden is passed on to finally the residential consumer, the consumer. But real question remains is that if you have open access, now there have been many open access, I have got those figures, I don't want to go into details, but as soon as you allow open access, then what will happen? So what the Energy Conservation Act does is, it also prescribes that if you are an open access consumer, still you will have to buy certain renewable energy. Now, legal matter, this is something, in the meantime, central government realized that the state government are prescribing very low targets for renewable purchase obligation. So they have gone ahead and under the rules, they are still draft stage, they are going to prescribe what the state shall be doing. Now that goes totally against the constitution, because electricity remains a concurrent list. So it is not that the central government can do it. But the argument given is, and the rule-making power is, again, under that it is binding. Now, binding under what? So, if you have any young people who come to your advice, I'll advise them to become a lawyer and specialize in electricity. Because there is going to be a lot of business and it will continue. Because there is no solution to this. Because in Maharashtra, if you take, you have got 4.3 million agriculture consumers. Every year you add 100,000. I'm just using the million because otherwise people will get confused. Otherwise it is 43 lakh. You add 1 lakh new consumers in agriculture, and they are, at least in Maharashtra, they are supposed to be metered, but they can't be metered. That's also a reality. So you have unmetered, Then there are certain states like Punjab, Haryana, they don't have any metering for agriculture. I mean, Tamil Nadu also does not have. So now the question comes is, how do you sustain? How do you sustain your electricity board, which are called DISCOM? So DISCOMs are having this perpetual problem, but there is no solution I find. How can you now ask all the consumers, large consumers, who can have open access, but they cannot have open access unless they fulfill certain obligations of purchasing renewable energy. But if they start doing that, and in fact they will have no difficulty now, because since the prices had dropped, storage has been accepted now. Even the World Bank has started funding storage. So that will happen. But if that happens, then the entire power system collapses. Because you still have got that state electricity boards, new avatar, which we call DISCOM. So DISCOMs cannot survive. There is no way. And from where you give the money. Now, only solution I find, to some extent, which is again, is not going to happen overnight, is this solarization agriculture pump sets. So this is something which should have been done long time ago. Because even now today, all the rich farmers who are growing cash crops, if they are given solar pumps, they can consume obviously the conventional, no doubt, but that will really remove a great burden. And that funding will have to come only from center. Because the states will not have money to handle this. Because this is a real issue. How do you really make the program viable? To make it viable, there is only way central government has to realize that there has to be a planned program. And the advantages of decentralized electrification, particularly using solar, wind, and also biomass, are many. So those are the things which we need to look. So I thought that as a developer of energy, then renewable energy, then as a regulator, when we are asking for a solution, I feel let's start working on that. That also will require money, which the central government has to provide to state. State governments also can contribute to some extent. But unless you do that, you will continue to have more and more seminars, we'll continue to discuss this. There will be some movement, no doubt. But the real problem is not going to be solved. Because there is no way, just take Gujarat, you find that 56% of the revenue for the DISCOM there comes from the industrial consumers. Whereas the agricultural consumers, they are not given free electricity, they are given electricity not at the rate the regulatory commission decides, they are given at a further reduced, and for that state government gives subsidy from the budget. And Maharashtra, Gujarat, these are the states. There are other states also who give this subsidy directly. And they can afford to do that because there is an electricity duty. Now the electricity duty is something which only the state government can impose. Now there are two judgments of High Court, Andhra and Karnataka, where the Supreme Court has not been challenged in the Supreme Court, but the High Court has said the state governments can do that, electricity duty. So you have electricity duty, which you will find is increasing now. If you have to start looking at the bill, because many people don't know how to read their own list.
How many of you here have looked at your electricity bill? Wow. So you are not the typical citizen of India.
No, see, you have a very knowledgeable crowd. And otherwise, people don't understand. They only say, oh, see, other interesting thing I must mention here. They say that electricity is so cheap in BST area in Mumbai. So again, there is a myth about that Mumbai has competition by parallel licensing. Now, I want to make it clear there is no competition. What has happened historically, BST was supplying electricity and also providing transport, but providing transport all over Mumbai. So when the Electricity Act 2003 came, our first tariff order, we made it very clear that the transport sector cannot be subsidized by agriculture. And finally, the Supreme Court has upheld that. So the result is that you have got old power purchase agreements in the BST area. So that's why the electricity is very cheap. So even if you are using 10 air conditioners, you will find that your bill will not exceed 25,000. But as soon as you cross Mahim Creek, you go. First, earlier people used to blame it was not BACL was taken over by Adani, not Adani, Ambani. It was used to Ambani. But simple fact is that what happened is that open access, that this is again a matter of, which went up to Supreme Court, and Supreme Court said, why can't we have a parallel licensing? But to have a parallel licensing in Mumbai is impossible. For the simple reason, you have to use the same network. Because under the development regulation, you can't even provide space for a transformer. So if there is a second thing, you can't have a parallel thing. So we are talking, what is happening is MERC is involved in litigation. They are trying to work out kind of a cross subsidy, which should be given. And the best example was that when this was happening, the so-called open access they talk about, Tata had started acquiring some consumers. But they were supplying historically to Mahindra, L&T, because they were supplying to large consumers. But when they started pushing over BACS area, the matter came to us, and then we gave this order in July 2003. But actually, Act 2003 had come into force. So that should have been under that. But the fact remains is that 2003 has a universal obligation. Now, universal obligation is very important. Whosoever is supplying has a universal obligation to supply electricity. So the result happened that Mumbai airport was taken over by that time Ambani, taken away from Ambani, and Tata started supplying. And all the slums were left to be supplied by, so which has a disastrous political effect. Because you will find that all the middle class households in suburban area, their bills went up. After that, MERC has been trying to give some kind of a cross-subsidization and trying to do that, restriction. So this is a problem. So let's not again get carried away saying that, oh, we'll have parallel licensing and that will solve all the problems. So basically you are still left with this thing, who subsidizes agriculture, to what extent, if it has to come. So that's why I thought that we can go on discussing this, but there is no solution. Only solution is that best thing is spend money, keep spending money, set the government, solarize the pump sets. They will still have backup as a grid connectivity, but you will at least will have dealt with this issue of agriculture subsidy politically. And as we know, in the last Karnataka election, Prime Minister talked about the revdi culture. But this time, if you see 5 states are going, nobody is talking about revdi culture. Everybody is only giving revdis. So now, from where do you get this money? So in electricity also, you have a revdi culture. That means, because again, the simple thing is about, why can't you meter agriculture? It's impossible to meter agriculture. You can spend money on agriculture. So on one hand, we talk about smart meters. And there is no point going for smart meters for people who have low consumption. Because in residential, you will find that it is the top 10%, which will cross-subsidize all 90%. They have been doing that. That can continue because there is no point. Best thing is you give them a prepaid meter. So at least you will put some kind of a ceiling on how much they can consume. And that you can work out, that what will be requirement. The requirement is not like the old days because of the LED, things have changed. People now can have, they can easily also go for they must have a TV. Without TV, you can't live now, even in slums. You have to go and walk the Dharavi and you will know that what's happening there. So that is the picture. So that's why we'll take it. So I thought that these are the broad this thing, and this is the same. But nobody wants to really address this. We keep talking about open access, competition, but how will you bring competition and unless you can address the basic issue? How agriculture will be supplied electricity the way politicians want. And if that is the case, somebody has to pay for it. And how that comes? It can't come from all other consumers. And open access now, private sector will be very happy today with the storage available becoming, prices dropping of renewable energy. They will go for, they say we don't need electricity. That's why under the Energy Conservation Act, I found this very strange thing. Those who are not even taking electricity from anyone, they also have been given obligation for renewal purchase, which is fine. They won't mind now. But then this is we are dealing with this thing, plethora of laws, and they are confusing things. Because one is not willing to address the basic fundamental issue.
The root issue.
We have to cross-subsidize certain section. How will we do it? And how long we'll have to do it? That can be worked out. But we have to do that. Otherwise, we'll keep going round in circle, keep talking about competition. So I will stop here. Obviously, you can now question me on this thing.
We'll come back to some details. The devil is in the details because, you know, even though renewables are cheaper, there's a time of day aspect, for example, that is yet to be resolved. And storage is part of the solution, demand response, and so many other techniques are there. Maybe half just said become lawyers. Hopefully lawyers only follow the actual deployments, then you fight about it. We shouldn't fight about it before you deploy the stuff. So maybe we also do need more skilled people doing policy, regulatory analysis, because that is also getting much more complex. It's not just a CA or an accountant that can do it, because there's uncertainty, there's risk, then there's financial implications of who bears risk. But end of the day, I think your point is spot on, that it is about the political economy aspects. Electricity in India, but also worldwide, is a very political beast. Every place where you say, oh, the market takes care of it, well, A, you still need regulation. B, even in places with markets, you have things where, well, when the market works in one direction, people love it. The moment the markets discover a price that's 3x higher, a la Europe and post-Ukraine, well, then they say, well, clearly this market is broken. So we have to understand what markets can and cannot do, and the political or policy choices of how we handle those who cannot pay, who are unable to pay, and maybe should not pay, is something. But of course, then the flip side is, you know, in the Revdi culture you talked about, this is an election year, free power seems to be one of the things that is percolating, not just to farmers, but even households, and then which households? In Delhi and Karnataka, we're seeing between 90 and 97% of households getting subsidized or free electricity. That is clearly not the poor. That is not even just the middle class that has gone further. I would now like to turn to Dr. Agnihotri for some thoughts. You mentioned pump sets. So this is also another question. Okay, you'll come to that. But I've talked to people in the state that created the pump set farmer issue. First, that state said free pump electricity for farmers, fine, because as somebody points out today when it's in the courts, well, one person's free is another person's support. So what's a freebie? Then it was an engineer, SEB head, who in that state said, well, if the farmers are getting free power, then why do I need a meter on them? That's a waste of money. And that little bit of cost saving right there has led us down a path that is hard to control Z. So we're not able to undo that manifestation. Dr. Agnihotri.
Thank you. Pardon me if I'll be a little candid. I have left government quite some time back, and I am in academics. And also I go to the field because our students go and spend 2 months in peak summer in a preferably backward village, and they stay with non-rich household. That tells you the fundamentals of what Bharat is. India is what I think we have been talking about. I'll just go a bit down the memory lane, as Dr. Dev also did. Incidentally, my PhD is in gender disparities, not renewable energy. But then that sensitized me to the fact that if there is only one bulb in the house, it will never be in the kitchen. Okay? Because when my colleague was implementing this 7 million solar reading lamp project, we started with 50,000, went to 100,000, then 1 million, and then 7 million. many of those solar reading lamps would go bad because either some vegetable or dal will fall on it, or the lamp will fall in some dal. So we said, how come that's happening? No, so we are sitting in the kitchen and studying. Why were you sitting in the kitchen and studying? Because there is no lattu, there's the bulb. And mother said, if you are studying in any case, come here and sit. So it was an eye-opener. Incidentally, I learned fixing a bulb before I did my PhD. And that fixing a bulb literally involved picking up a bucket of shit, yes, human feces, because we were trying to do a biogas plant run on human waste, and no one wanted to pick up the bucket first, and that was my moment of reckoning. If I don't pick it up, no one else is going to follow. And it helped to some extent, because a Agnihotri picking up a bucket of shit becomes a news. A regular scavenger doing it is part of his dharma. Okay? So anyway, so I picked up the bulb fixing little earlier. I also happened to be the founding Renewable Energy Development Agency head of CEO of OREDA, which Dr. Dev mentioned. And we had the audacity, way back in 1985, and Rajarshi will vouch for it, a 22 kilowatt microgrid in Simlipal forest, where the lead oxide batteries, thanks to Professor Hiranmaya Saha's advice and capacity building, they lasted for 10 years. Okay? Not too bad a job. Government made a mistake which they normally don't do. They made me CEO of the Renewable Energy Development Agency because of my background from IIT. Normally, if you do your master's in renewable energy, probably they will put it as secretary disability welfare, and if you do PhD in gender, then they will put you as secretary steel and mines. But in my case, they made me chief executive of the renewable energy. Not just once, they made me the CEO twice, which helped me when I came to renewable energy department as secretary. And there I followed a modus operandi of working more as a wicket keeper. Because I think at the secretary level or in my service, the administrative service, everybody wants to play from the position of the center forward. There's no goalkeeper position, half back. You don't want to be a defender, and in cricket they say wicket keeper. So I thought it was a better idea to play from the position of wicket keeper. It shows you a lot of power play that is going on. And it also sensitized me to what we did not do, the question which Rahul asked. Because that time, there was a cat and mouse game between the Ministry of Power and the Ministry of Renewable Energy. So if you are called a bit player, so you are not giving energy in critical chunks. Therefore, you are to be dismissed lightly. But if you ask for subsidy, Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Power will come down on you with a heavy hand, as if you are guilty for the current account deficit of the country. And in a EFC meeting, I actually said to the finance secretary, much to his consternation, I said, yes, I plead guilty as a 2,600 crore department for spoiling the current account deficit of the country by asking for 200 rupees subsidy extra on every chulha, whereas fertilizer secretary comes, sits, says 87,000 crores subsidy will not do. I want 92,000 crores. So 5,000 crore increase gets cleared in a manner of how many seconds? Can anyone guess? 30 seconds flat. Okay, so that's the scenario. Luckily, this whole, the Pandit projection that India's electrification will take 35 years, 65 years, 75 years, depending on the constraint, were demolished very clearly through political fiat. And I'm not just talking of the central government and the Prime Minister. One state chief minister says, oh, center wants to do it by 2020 December. I want the damn thing by 2019 December. Okay? What you guys do is your business, which was also an important lesson. Political push is a sufficient condition for what you think cannot be done for the poor of India. It may not be a necessary condition. Okay? Still, what we did not do, we didn't do enough decentralization. Even today, you are talking in terms of big central production, but not distributed production. Whereas simple algebra tells you that capital N multiplied by epsilon is the same as epsilon multiplied by capital N. But this is a lesson which power sector hasn't learned, though there has been a considerable sobering down of the power sector, but still that cat and mouse game goes on. Interesting example of this was, we are, by the way, extremely comfortable with subsidies, and particularly subsidy given to the industry, not to the small consumer. For small consumer, sir, it becomes revdi. For a big guzzler, big defaulter who can walk away from my country with 7 suitcases, with IB people not noticing the suitcases at the airport, that doesn't become a revdi by any chance. Okay? So much for the revdi bit, and let me illustrate it by one example. Here is a chairman of the State Electricity Board who says, okay, get me a list of top 100 defaulters. And then shiver goes down, spine of very many people, and it turns out that the top 3 defaulters don't belong to agriculture sector. There are 3 industries, and he chuckles and says tomorrow's newspaper headline will be these 3 names. This chairman had been asking the government for central deputation for last 3 years, which was not being considered. When this decision was taken in the afternoon to bring out these names of 3 guzzlers who were biggest defaulters, he got his order for central deputation by 8 o'clock in the evening. He was asked to hand over charge by 9 o'clock and join his duty in the national interest next day morning before breakfast. Okay? So when we talk of revdi, we have to somewhere ask ourselves, is the anti-poor, anti-farmer being under our skin speaking out? And pardon me for saying so, that seems to be the case. Okay? Then we also have this comfort about subsidy, and we don't hammer down the cost by large, steady volume of business. And I'm glad that EESL has followed that, and that has helped us. But that needs to be done on a bigger and more frequent scale. As Secretary Renewable Energy, when I had the second audacity was to bring out, I think some of you will be aware, that 750 megawatt tender, where 375 was the Indian suppliers and 375 were foreign suppliers. What was told to me by my colleagues, experts, well-wishers, even my own batchmate who was in FICCI, which is supposed to take care of the Indian industry, कि यार तू मत कर ऐसा. Now why yaar should not do aisa? Because he says you will ask for 375. Indian industry is not even capable of up to 100 megawatts. I'm a little impatient bureaucrat by nature. So I said, okay, if I spectacularly fail, I'm prepared for it. That remaining gap, I'll give it to the foreign bidders. What happened in reality? The Indian bids were oversubscribed, I think 1.3 times. Foreign were subscribed much more. The price gap was less than a rupee per unit, which India, the sovereign republic, if we are, was well able to afford. And first time, the price crashed below the psychological barrier of 7 rupees. Again, when the psychological barrier of 7 rupees was breached, and Rahul will bear me out, both the Rahuls will bear me out, What did I plead? Be a little strategic. Don't keep thumbing your nose at the power sector and say, hey, we have now gone to 6.5 rupees and now we are going to 6 and now we are going to 5. Use this gap to tell the supplier that pass this energy through a rock steady supply through a storage, so that the power department doesn't hobble you by saying frequency band. The frequency band incidentally was narrowed down on purpose when renewable energy started giving the energy. Okay, so let's be very blunt about it. You allowed the free fall from 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. You didn't bother about the storage then. So the Indian Storage Alliance is entitled to ask this question, which a Urdu शायर had asked, कि जब पास से गुजरे तब हाल तक न पूछा, अब कैसे यकीन करें हम कि आप दूर जाके रोए. That is what sensitized me again to the fact that I can't push the case of an individual storage entrepreneur, because then the vigilance or the CBI, now the ED, would not be far behind. So I will be asked on the last day of my retirement, why were you doing a good job? Okay? So I told Rahul that if there is a storage alliance, then I am paid to promote their interest. And this was a lesson which I learned as DG Shipping when I used to interact with the Indian National Shipping Association. And I told in a meeting, I said, look, you don't have to be, I'm not doing you a favor. I'm getting my salary to push Indian National Shipowner Association's interest. So that was the genesis of the alliance, and I'm grateful to CES for supporting it and the shape it has taken. But I still feel, had we used that delta X in the free fall below 7 rupees, today's storage story would have been much, okay, let me put it this way. Your score on the scoreboard would have been much more. Your asking run rate would have come down. Right now, I still feel, notwithstanding all this is another folklore. Storage costs are coming down. They are in tandem with the PV reduction. Excuse me, PV reduction asking run rate is not what you are talking about. Storage asking run rate is still going up. Okay, so you need to score faster. Okay, so that is another sobering thought. Finally, I also have to caution when we talk of storage. Let's get out of this fetish of battery alone as this storage. We keep parroting grid is the best battery. I didn't know all of this. My PhD was in gender. Okay. Though I did my MTech in 1980, so I'm entitled to forget all that. When I'm told that battery grid is the best battery, why can't we look at कि और भी गम है जमाने में battery के सिवा? So why can't we think of battery plus? Now what is that battery plus? It can be steam stored at 15 bars, I don't care. It can be water shaft. And when I'm talking of water shaft, I'm not talking of a theory. We have replaced that big water tank, which is put outside the village in the outskirts with big distribution system cost. A colleague of mine has done it, not me. 14-meter tall pipe, 300-meter dia, which is literally pani ka khamba. And I said, अगर बिजली के खंबे से बिजली मिलती है तो पानी के खंबे से पानी क्यों नहीं मिलता है? If you use that and use your imagination, what is this picohydro business? कितना head चाहिए? Make your own calculation. Which is where we have to be imaginative and look at these other storage potentials, combine them with this completely idle solar pump potential sitting there. That's 7.5 HP pump. I mean, and you must get mesmerized at India's ingenuity. Solar pump, which was essentially meant for small plot holder, and you have 12 crore, 120 million for those who don't know, small farmers, उसको ठोक पीट के 5 HP, 7.5 HP बना दिया. Out of 365 days, how many days is it idle? more than 200. What are you doing with that energy? Why can't that be the hub and you have spokes of storage, which gives livelihood? So please think about it. That's a challenge that I'm leaving to you. And we also discovered, to our surprise, there's a huge niche for micro enterprise at less than 1 kilowatt. And I'm chasing a NGO, big NGO, to prepare a monograph. In IIT, I have got this bad habit. मेरे सामने जो पड़ जाता है, give him an assignment. I gave an assignment to Rajarshi just 2 hours back. So he regrets why he, came, why he came before me, right? So I think this is something which we need to seriously think about. Finally, I'll also suggest that CES needs to become Ola or Uber of chota service providers. Let's not get into what Sarkar does, Sarkar doesn't do, okay? We'll discuss that slightly differently and bring these efficiencies. My last point is, there's a governance issue here. In my Anil Agrawal lecture, which was followed by the monograph which was brought out by them, I have shown that a hilly Uttarakhand and a hilly Himachal is able to reach electricity to a much more interior area or a jhopadi of that state than a plain area Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh. So is it a governance issue or is a demand not being there? We need to seriously think about it. And therefore, when we talk of this energy transition, we have to ask, is it the energy transition for the top 1%? Incidentally, Rahul Tongia is ruining the fact that Karnataka, 97% of the households are getting electricity. Go through our paper on NSSO data, MPC class-based electricity consumption. The top decile, we have actually called it runaway decile. The top decile has decoupled itself from India. You should look at their energy consumption. It is to be seen to be believed. Is it efficient energy consumption? That is the group for which electricity tariff should be tripled. Let the Adanis and Ambanis make money from that top 1% and not from the bottom 80%. Okay? And so therefore there are issues related to efficiencies, but efficiencies at the top of the pyramid. Because if you do sober, dispassionate calculation, reducing inefficiency at the top of the pyramid has enough for taking away the drudgery and misery at the bottom of the pyramid. So last I will come to this question. So therefore when we talk of remedy, let's ask ourselves these questions. Finally, I come to the question of what is called niyat and kuwat. Your intention and your capacity. And Toyama, who is a best design expert, his famous paper in Harvard Business Review, what he says, technology can magnify your intent. Technology doesn't create your intent. So if it is good, technology can make it better. If it is better, technology can make it the best. But bad to good, technology doesn't do it, it's your intention. Now you may not worry about Toyama, कि ये बहुत academic बोलता है professor. How many of you have seen Chak De India? Okay, good. What does Shah Rukh Khan say there? कि मैं नियत नहीं, कुवत खोज, मैं कुवत नहीं, नियत खोज रहा हूँ. So I think when we talk in terms of the electricity transition in India, we have to ask ourselves कि आप सरकार की कुवत खोज रहे हैं? Every muscle flexing सरकार shows their कुवत. You have to ask, आपकी नियत क्या है? नियत सही है, तो electrification will happen for the bottom 80%. नियत सही नहीं है, तो it will happen for the top 3%, mind you, not even top 20%. Thank you.
I think we're in more vigorous agreement than you will, than it appears, because it really is about not just efficiency, but equity. And this, one of the things that many of us focused on was quality of supply. Because now, even though you are 100% electrified or virtually so, ask yourselves, are we at 24/7 dependable power and then affordable power? So these are some of the challenges that are still being worked through. Turning to you, Rahul, I mean, to build on what Dr. Agnihotri pointed out, you use the point about CBI or CAG or some, or as a secretary at one of our events said, the 4 Cs: court, CBI, CVC, and CAG. Why you didn't have as much storage growth or thing is analogous to why we don't have a concept of peaking power. Intuitively, all of us know, and even our grandmother will understand, that not all electricity is the same. 5 a.m. and 5 p.m. or 6 and 6 are not the same. And many of us, how many of you are here old enough to remember standing in line at STD phone booths, subscriber trunk dialing? Let me flip it the other way. How many of you have no clue what the heck I'm talking about? Because growing up, a long distance telephone call between Delhi and over 1,000 kilometers, these were distance based, was in the order of 100 rupees a minute. Back then's 100 rupees in the 80s per minute. And then you had the explosion of subscriber trunk dialing booths, which were set up for places where people could get telephony access to make calls. And they had congestion pricing. Well, not quite congestion pricing. Turned out they just had time of day pricing with no link to physical reality. But they had it that you would have half price between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. and 10 p.m. onwards, quarter price. What do you think happened at 9:45? Big queue. So it's a self-negating prophecy. But congestion is something that's intuitively understood. So some of our recent work has been really focusing on this dichotomy that cost, price, and value are not the same. Once we start thinking about value, we'll find new ways to achieve that value. So it's not just storage or storage battery versus different storage versus demand response. It's all of the above. It's a portfolio that we need. And the second sort of observation from that is, assuming you're able to overcome the bean counter who will worry you that why did you pay extra 10 paise for something? Because it's worth more, so what if it costs more or is priced more? And a classic example of that is wind versus solar. India has lagged in the last few years in its wind growth, even though wind is primarily because wind is a little bit more expensive on a levelized cost of energy basis, LCOE. And what a lot of us academics think, scholars are showing is LCOE is a limited use tool. It's useful, but it needs to be enhanced with more, including portfolio level cost pricing. So once you do portfolio, then you'll realize that wind has disproportional value because it is less coincident time-wise as solar is. And that's worth more because the problem we face today is not midday power. And it's not kWh, kilowatt hour per se. It's kW at the right time and at the right place. And we should be and are capable of paying that small premium that deserves. And then, yes, we can direct some of that solar power to agricultural uses and so forth. But this involves a rethink of ultimately the social welfare equilibrium that we have today. And that starts with your points. And now I'm throwing it, my job as moderator is to carry the platter to Rahul. Let's assume battery prices are declining, have declined to a threshold. We know that C&I users, commercial and industrial users, cross-subsidize other users. If the day is not too far where they'll say, you know what, A, I've already got this rooftop or renewable obligation upon me. B, let me now enhance that with a little premium storage, but not so much required. It still turns out to be cheaper than going through the DISCOM. Then are they not going to just say, thank you very much, bye-bye? And maybe that's efficient, but then the political question comes back, what do we do about the rest of that equilibrium? So it's a very easy question for you.
No, thank you. I think it's tough to follow the two stalwarts of the industry, but just I think before I jump to the answer, I think your example about telephone booth, it reminded me, I think apart from standing in the line, I think one of the first thing I used to do, because I see Mr. Murthy sitting here next to Netra, and I remember that during my engineering days, whenever I needed any career advice, and I used to call like maybe once in a 15 days home, first thing I used to tell, as soon as my mom or dad used to pick up the phone, the first thing I used to say is, oh, one of you call him, so that by the time I give some other Chandrik update, he will come from his house, he was my neighbor, to my house, and I can talk and save on some money on the telephone call. So yeah, it used to be, I think 16 rupees after 10 p.m. per minute at that time. So yeah, I remember those days. Now coming to some of the thing, I think in terms of the cost reduction, other thing, I know that yes, everyone is still looking for cheaper storage and other thing, but having seen storage where I was just talking to some of the reporters earlier, that when we worked on first storage projects with AES and Alternano and A123 back in US, the cell level cost was more than $1,000 per kilowatt hour. And what was a key for kickstarting the industry and what worked in US was identifying the applications where even at that price point you could generate enough value to pay for it, not just wait for storage to go down to 100. In fact, many times I feel that as a policymaker, sometimes these targets which gets announced, those actually have a detrimental impact, or even subsidies or incentives sometimes it is done, because as soon as something is announced, everyone wants to wait for that to happen and not do things. With storage, I think now we have reached a stage where again both Dr. Dev and Dr. Agnihotri played a critical role in early days of it, where I felt actually policymakers or regulators had a lot of power, and that could have been actually game changer. In fact, Dr. Dev took leadership with ancillary services, and he had issued the notification where in June 2017 we should have started procurement of ancillary services. Unfortunately, after he retired, we have still not really started procurement of ancillary services, and that market which should have kick-started storage deployment in India is still waiting to be happened. On the other hand side, we are now getting individual tenders which are at gigawatt hour scale batteries, but we don't have even 2 companies who have deployed more than 100 megawatt hour of storage in India. So that's a gap which is there, and Dr. Agnihotri had actually a program, and for the pilots what he referred to, that where instead of just looking for going from solar from 6 to 5 to 3 to use some of the viability gap funding for creating pilots, and I was involved in that initial committee. He had made me part of a standing committee, which first time when I heard, I wasn't sure, does that mean that there will be no chair for the committee meeting? Or but he said that's a committee without any end date, because he anticipated that this is not going to be something which will get resolved in 1 year. This will be an ongoing activity, and he created that standing committee. There, in fact, the initial pilot projects, I think this was back in 2014-15 when this was done. I know at least out of the 10 companies who had applied for it, they had asked for zero viability gap funding. Because that time there were companies who were really interested in doing their first megawatt scale projects in India. Unfortunately, because of some misdirection where someone ended up complaining to the energy minister that, oh, there is no reverse Swiss auction included in selecting the pilot project, that entire thing bid was scrapped without opening the bid document, expecting that, oh, we would have wasted money in doing the pilot, and we are suffering from that. But now I think we are reaching a stage where, again, we still need to just keep on focusing on applications where it is viable. So some of the earliest, I think, options were that any customer right now who is still using more than 500 hours of diesel in a year, and many people think that that's not happening anywhere, but you will be surprised if you start looking at state-by-state data, how many states, how many customers are still using that. I think there it's a no-brainer that you can use distributed renewables with storage, and you can actually start saving money from day one. even in states where especially commercial customers or industrial customers who are paying more than 8 rupees, more than 10 rupees, now you can get RE plus storage at 6.5 rupees as a levelized cost. And that's something which you should be doing. And again, you may not get it for 24/7. So I don't think we are reaching a stage where customers will just get disconnected from DISCOM. But as long as there is no active prevention of allowing customers to use distributed renewables and storing that energy and using it. I'm not even talking about net metering, but as long as you allow that, I think the economics have now reached. So now we just need to make sure that we are not creating additional barriers and allowing that to happen. But ultimately now the biggest challenge I feel for next 5 years for us is the skill development, because we haven't done a lot of things in last maybe 5-6 years which could have actually created a big capacity in India. I think in next 2 years we now have to start actually the asking rate, as Dr. Agnihotri mentioned, is now really up, and we need actually many of you here to play the role of Surya Kumar Yadav, and you need to be a 360 player. You cannot just keep on looking at something small and play too safe and too conservative. But I still believe that we have opportunity to catch up. I think a lot of the things we are looking at as a 2030 as a target, that is still 6 years away. And we need to actually step up the game, not worry about just what is going to happen next. Is there new technology going to come in? Is there someone else is going to set up a gigafactory? Is China is going to do something? Is US is going to do something? Because the key part is globally, with the kind of drive towards sort of a net zero, what is being talked about, and although 2050, 2070 may seem far away, but the general consensus is that if we are talking anywhere in that timeline between 2050 to 70 as a net zero transition, the electricity sector needs to do it at least 15 years before that. Otherwise, we are not going to have any net zero transition at all. And that means we are running out of time. Traditionally, many of these transitions have taken 20, 30, 40 years for it to happen, and we are now expecting this to happen in less than 10 years. And that's where we need to step up and use whatever policymakers have created the platform. But now I think the industry has actually ball in their court, where hopefully some of the remaining barriers will also be removed. A lot of positive steps have been taken in India. Many things which even in US it took more than 10 years to change happen in India. We achieved it in 5-6 years in terms of the policy changes. And some of the finer fine tuning will still keep on happening, but we are in a good place for looking at next 5-6 years.
Thank you. I will ask our organizers how much time do we have so that we can plan accordingly, because I think we've just gotten started here. So, okay, so near 5 to 10, okay. So then I will limit my questions, cut through some of them, and because I want to leave time for some discussion and questions from the audience. Let's come back to just this, not what have we done. I mean, it's, Stephen, you used the phrase journey in your opening remarks, and it's really, you know, this is an evolving space. And you also, Rahul, just mentioned that these transitions take time. It would be idiotic, for lack of a better word, to assume that scale change that we need will happen overnight when we're talking of these transitions. So now, what is it we really do need to do, or what's missing, is my last sort of open question to our panelists before we invite Q&A. You talked about skill building, capacity building. The other sort of, you know, you talk to an economist or a financier and they say, oh, it's all about finance. So obviously this space needs money, but some of us believe that if things make sense, the money will come. Money is not per se the bottleneck, but then money links to risk, which relates to, for example, DISCOMs and the political economy question. So what are, I like your phrasing, it's one that we've used in our publications extensively, which is, it's not that is $1,000 a kilowatt hour too much, but let's, even in RE, today we are behind schedule in the ambitious RE targets of the country. Now, at some point in the future, for example, the 2030 targets have 420 GW of wind and solar, 280 solar, 140 wind, as per CEA estimate. Now, at those levels, you will need storage. you will need grid overhauls, you will need regulatory pricing shifts, and so forth. But well before we get there, there's viability in the grid as is to grow wind and solar. And yet we're not even growing that much. So what's holding us back? What are we not doing? Open questions for any.
Capacity building, I would offer a suggestion. When we need to do capacity building, it has to be large scale, decentralized. Come to IIT, talk to Professor Kannan. The spoken tutorials have succeeded in teaching. I will just give 3 examples. Extremely effective. They teach you how to build a ferrocement biogas plant. They teach you how to learn R. And they also teach a mother how to effectively breastfeed the child. Now, the effective breastfeeding has been translated in 22 languages, including Arabic and Persian. And then we found out that the tribal lady in Melghat did not understand Sarkari Marathi or Sarkari Hindi, or Angrezi, of course. So we made it in Kurku. Now Kurku, Bhili, Paudi, and Santhali is going on. So if you want to do your training even in Santhali for the tribal youth in Jharkhand, the spoken tutorial will be ready. So that's one. Fast tracking, good quality content is what you need to give. And this is the same thing, another assignment to Rajarshi also on that battery, lead acid battery, but we'll talk offline. And your second question was, one was capacity building, and second was the
scaling. I mean, what do we need to really accelerate this?
And
because the decarbonization challenge needs acceleration.
Yes.
For example, or human equity. I don't worry just about climate change alone, but also quality supply to the poor.
I'm coming to that. So what happens is in renewable energy, if you compete with power sector on price, you are going to lose all the time. It's like the second law of thermodynamics. ds is greater than, that entropy is always greater than 0. Because I heard this conversation, I was sitting there, minister was sitting there, and this power sector the producer was sitting there. He said, you bring down the renewable energy cost to 2 rupees, I'll offer you at 1 rupee 10 paise. मैं तो cheap कोयला खरीद के कर दूंगा. My point is renewable energy should make its pitch on the quality of supply. Because today what's happening, the moment you go to talk to anyone, especially the politicians, who are already saying, हर घर में लट्टू है, उसमें बिजली है. So you will be discounted. We have to make a pitch for quality of supply and reliability of supply, and that is where there was a very interesting thought which came in our mini grid workshop day before yesterday, where the chances for the mini grid to succeed are more in terms of small towns and those chota industrial states rather than the tribal ki jhopdi. So I think we need to, because once you make that pitch that this is where it works, then it percolates down to the tribal ka jhopdi, not the other way around.
One thing I think what's missing right now is I think overall system level approach, right? We end up looking at every tender, every piece of contract as a separate one and just trying to find a lowest cost optimization just for that tender without realizing, okay, that tender is only for the generation part of it. But ultimately, like, because every time it happens, like whenever we talk about, and we have Dr. Bharat Reddy here who has been last almost 10 years has worked with us through SECI on looking for actually implementing these projects, and he had a tough job of actually going and selling the power ultimately to the utilities, where the problem is everyone keeps on saying that, oh, is it going to be 6 rupee? It is not, it is too costly because I'm just going to be able to buy just solar at a 2.5 rupee. And that understanding about the, not just quality of power, but even in terms of just the total delivered cost of the power, that is something which is missing. And that's something, frankly, I am out of ideas. I think whatever I could think of, I have tried it.
I mean, we've been, as academics, trying to say, go beyond LCOE, which is silo-based, which is, isolation-based.
Yes. No, one of the biggest thing was I think the tenders for Power Gada and others which were there, where actually after doing the tenders, after releasing it, the financial bids were not even opened just because the local authorities, the state regulators just refused to say, oh no, why should I pay even a single paise extra for getting firm renewable power if I don't have an obligation to do that? And that's a part where I think we need to do capacity building, not just for the masses, but I think even at a regulatory level, we really need to rethink about how do we address that, how do we bring that capacity so that there is little bit forward-looking, little bit holistic thing, and not just looking at, oh, my tenure is next 1 year, and if I can survive it, I'm fine. Yes,
Sorry for butting in, but you see what happens is the risks are taken with foresight. Audit is done by hindsight. I'm being very blunt about it. If you are not a impulsive, rash bureaucrat like me, you will play very sober. I'll mention one actual case where there was a file of 325 crores, one tender. I saw everything very fast and I said, oh, this is straightforward. And I was just going to sign that. One of my deputies had come and he said, sir, वो file देख लिया आपने? I said, हाँ, वो तो straightforward है, I'm just going to clear it. He said, sir, can you wait for another 1 day? I'll just check something and come back. I said, okay, and I was in defense, so it is a khatarnak sector. So he came back after 1.5 days and said, sir, kar dijiye sign. I said, but you are going to give me some input? He said, no, there is no input. So I got a little cheesed off. I said, I was going to do it day before yesterday, the same afternoon. And he said, no one should ask a question, why did you clear that 325 crore ka file in 3 hours flat? You should do it over 2 days. So when we are operating in this kind of atmosphere, kindly don't expect the regulator to be a risk taker. वो उसके घर पे 6 साल बाद a tendentious auditor, vigilance officer, worst case CBI will come and say आपने अच्छा काम क्यों किया?
no, I agree. So maybe we should expand that capacity building even to include auditors. And the other thing which I think I had tried to figure out if there is any way out at maybe at a level of regulatory commissions, both at state and center, where what I have always found out is whenever we are having one-on-one interaction with most of the regulators, I have not found any regulator who has not understood the topic. The only thing is it happens that most of the times the final decisions are done at a committee in a closed door, and there are some decision makers or some influencers who end up changing it everything after everything is explained. Like there are some meetings, some aspects like ancillary services, at least I've gone through more than a dozen one-on-one meetings where it felt like everything was answered, everything was clear and it will go through, but it has not happened. So is there any possibility like something like in US, FERC does the NOPR, the Notice of Proposed Rulemaking, then there are open hearings where anyone who has an objection can come and talk, people in favor, people against it, both discuss, the staff of the regulatory commission hears it, and then there is an open ruling made based on looking at merits of both. And at least I have found out in US that process was very helpful in getting some of the changes done. I don't know if that is possible in India or not.
But the first step is there, in the sense there are public consultations, drafts issued, for
Yes,
example.
yes.
But it's that step from there
Step
till the end
further,
where
yes.
you have some concerns.
Yeah, because even after all the discussions, and now I'm part of the Central Advisory Committee for last 3 years for CRC, but still I see there is some gap where after all those discussions, still the final decision making, sometimes it feels that 1 or 2 entities can actually change the decision. I don't know if there is any solution.
So,
See, the problem is that electricity sector is completely dominated by government, state government or central government. That's the issue. Now, what happened in telecom, because I was a private secretary to Minister for Communication, 83 to 84. Those days, you had to have 2 categories, general category and OIT. And OIT category was quite expensive, you have to pay. And when minister had this, some political pressure also to give some connection, He said, as a policy, I will give connection only if you have OIT waitlisted. Otherwise, I'm not going to give that. But there were offers. Personally, somebody had come from Mumbai offering 10,000 rupees per connection because he knew that I could sign for minister if I issued that order. So that being the case, today what change in telecom was, now there is nowhere MTNL, BSNL, what happened to that? It is the private sector, they are competing. So again the dream was when we started with the electricity reform that we are going to have now private sector taking over, but that didn't happen. Today when we talk about DISCOMs, DISCOMs are about nothing, but they are just the extension of state governments. So that being the case, so it is a complete hold of that. Now, to get over that, there comes the political question. What do the politicians want? And how do you really address that? So that means, again it comes back to the same thing that if you want to give cheap power to certain category of consumers, who pays for it? It has to come from the budgets, state budget. The state budget means I'm not saying it has to necessarily come from state budget because now you have GST, it can come from anywhere, but that money has to come. But do you expect any chief minister agreeing to hand over his DISCOMs to private sector? See, there are only 2 states where Delhi is an exception. Delhi is not has any rural district. And why Orissa was selected by World Bank? Because Orissa has very low
Agricultural, yeah.
That was the reason. So it failed, and again they went back. So again, same thing. That's the very important thing. Now, how do we get rid of this specter of government control, this state control? That is the important thing. See, the private sector has shown it is competitive, but they are not going to be competing in the areas where they cannot handle at all. Which comes to the rural area, that's the problem.
Yeah.
They will not.
So, 20, yes.
Just a 30-second add-on. I think rather than ruing about this impasse, I think if you aim at meso-level private sector experiment, okay, this has chance of working. And why I'm saying this is CSR is one source which is where a lot of entities are looking for good innovative ideas which can then go as a best practice. So it gives them visibility. It gives you your proof of concept. And if 5-6 such cases which are meso level. Our problem is if we can't hit a sixer, we say we will not take a single run. Now that's a bad strategy. You keep stealing single runs, your scoreboard keeps going up. So you have a choice. I mean, either wait for the sixer till your children retire or steal a single.
So I think this is a great suggestion. So I had helped set up the smart grid space in India, and I'm founding advisor of India Smart Grid Forum. There were a lot of pilots to use, how do we innovate? And the problem is there was a blurring of the lines between a learning pilot and a deployment pilot. And what we really need is more not technology-oriented piloting at all, because technologies are well understood. It's business model innovation and risk, where you should be willing to say, you know what, maybe this will succeed, maybe this will not, but we'll sandbox it so that people can at least learn from it better and then realize how to iterate upon these solutions. So I think what I'm taking away is this is, of course, complex. This is evolving. It's going to keep the likes of you and maybe a little bit of us busy and employed for many years to come. We have time for maybe one burning question, if there is, from the audience, and there's obviously several hands that have come up. If we could limit it to a very brief, just, you were, there. Very briefly, sir, if I could request, and also to introduce yourself.
I am Kushal Banerjee, Chief General Manager from Hindustan Petroleum,
Hello.
representing an oil and gas company, a fossil fuel company, and the topic is very relevant what we discussed. I just wanted to talk about.
So if I could request you not to share something, but rather if there's a
No,
question.
I just wanted to, whatever it has been discussed, are we talking about the elephant in the room related to climate change? We have talked about all those areas, what is to be done and all. Today, 135 districts of India are coal dependent. I'm specifically talking about East Zone. And 40 crore people are dependent on that. Today, COP28 starts. Does our manifesto, it is written that we are going to go for a coal mukt Bharat? Can we take that decision? That's the elephant in the room of climate change. Who, as we have talked about the political leadership, who will have in their manifesto written that we are going for this Mukt Bharat, and declare for your benefit, for your long term this, we are going to do this rather than hitting sixes or singles and all this. Are we going to do that? Is that commitment there? I'm talking about that particular elephant in the room. Somebody has to come out and talk about it.
Okay.
Will it happen?
It is. So one more elephant other than the agriculture is on the coal. We'll collect the last question from the back. And sorry, there isn't time to get to everyone. But I think our panelists will be available during a tea break and we can continue the conversation. Could we get a mic to, or if you could come towards a mic.
Hello.
Thank you. I do have a burning question. My name is Chetan and I am leading sustainability activities for our members at MCCIA, Maratha Chamber of Commerce and Industries and Agriculture. You talked about decarbonization, digitalization and decentralization. There are 3 more Ds and it links with the governance inefficiency of DISCOMs. So how can we bring in a governance index with other 3 Ds, which is first one is the disruption, which talks about the problem statement. The third one, the second one is the divergence, and the third is diversity. So how can we, tell government to come up with a governance index for DISCOMs so that there will be a win-win business model? Otherwise, the governance efficiency links directly with the inefficient business model, and that doesn't help economic development. That's the question. Thank you.
So I'll just observe that your span of what you're leading to overlaps with some of the others, where we right now are doing too much socialization and averaging. We're not finding the efficiencies because the data themselves are limited. The data are not public in the right levels. And so this prevents certain tweaks. So to use a Silicon Valley phrase, maybe that's a feature and not a bug. So for every bottleneck that's there are winners in the scope of winners and losers. But for the other elephant in the room, I think that's a longer conversation unless someone has a short answer to that. But Koila obviously is here, it's important. And I don't think anyone is saying it'll disappear overnight. The question is, how graceful will the phase down of coal be, is something that is a work in progress. I open it up to any last words on that elephant in the room.
Coal in relative terms will go down, in absolute terms will go up. So that's a reality that you need to live with. If you look at India's per capita carbon consumption per annum, it is way below the world average. So that's something which is inescapable. That does not mean that you therefore continue what I call the inefficiency at the top of the pyramid. And in operational term, there's a very good point which Kamleshwar, the famous Hindi writer, makes, and I always quote him. अहमियत इस बात की नहीं है कि आप कहाँ हैं, अहमियत इस बात की है कि जहाँ आप हैं वहाँ क्या कर रहे हैं. आप वो नहीं करेंगे, परोपदेशे पांडित्यम करेंगे तो ये ऐसे ही रहेगा सवाल.
So just on that, just as we have a book on future of coal in India, it's on our website, a lot of summaries. The per capita coal consumption, not just carbon, if you normalize for the quality of coal, most global statistics are based on tons of coal, But if you normalize for the quality of coal, the per capita 2019 consumption of coal was half the world average. So even Germany and the US were triple or 2.5 to 3 times higher per capita. But the difference is for India, that's 54% of our energy, while for them it's in the sort of teens, 13 to 17% range. And they use a lot more oil and gas. And that's the trade-off. The world has sort of found coal to be the problem. It is a problem, it's not the problem. And if you don't look at the holistic picture of climate change, I think different countries will want different solutions. So that is what is up for discussion at COP. Let's meet over drinks, I think, needed in the evening to see what happened in COP. With that, I want to thank our panelists for a very riveting discussion, both remembering the past, which is not just reminiscence, because it really guides us to why we are where we are today, which then opens up the doors of where we can go going forward. Thank you, Dr. Deo, Dr. Walawalkar, Dr. Agnihotri, and everyone for joining me in this conversation.
Thank you to the entire panel. I request for a group photo, please. Yeah, a group photograph. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please. So all doctors on dais, so we expected this discussion. Okay, so we now quickly move on to our second session, whose topic would be C&I sector's perspective on energy transition. So I would like to first call moderator on stage, Netra Walawalkar. Yep. Applause, please. Can we have one chair? And the next I invite Mr. Mahesh Patankar, MD, MPN Systems. Then we have Mr. Bikash Dugar, who leads investor relationships at Varroc Engineering. Yes, please. And then I would like to invite Mr. Praveen Saxena, Head Sustainability, Bridgestone Tires. And Mr. Dhruv Dhiman, VP Business Development, India Energy Exchange. Please, a round of applause for all the panels, please. I would request moderator to keep a check on the time, and yeah. Sorry for being late. Yeah, over to you, Netra.
Thank you, Vishal. And I think it's a big responsibility of taking a panel after all PhD panel, right? So, but I hope that we all will be able to give you further insights and some interesting information, topics, and food for thought. And our earlier panel has actually touched upon many broader level pictures. And I hope that this panel and next panel we will try to connect the dots. And in earlier panel we heard Dr. Dev talking about open access, regulations, issues around it, consumer sectors facing difficulties. Then Dr. Agnihotri talked about demand response, having the right efficient markets, energy efficiency. So I think in this panel we will able to touch upon further on these topics. And Dr. Agnihotri talked about niyat versus quwwat, so intention versus ability. And I think commercial industrial consumers, which actually has, I think, around 53 to 55% of consumption on India's grid come from the commercial industrial consumers, and I am sure that we have a right niyat from large commercial industrial consumers to not only make money but also help with the environmental and sustainability growth for the country and themselves. Now talking about the numbers, Dr. Agnihotri mentioned about relative term and absolute term for the thermal generation. And as we look back in 2010, the thermal generation was around just 84 gigawatt versus right now we are at the 238 gigawatt. But that is on the absolute term it has grown, but in the relative term, right now we have 38% renewables on the grid, so which was earlier only 10%. So we are moving on the right direction, and we want to reach to 450 gigawatt of renewables by end of 2030, and that's the journey that we have to achieve in the coming years. So India right now has around 130 gigawatt of renewables, 72 gigawatt solar, 44 gigawatt wind. Stephen mentioned about in 2009 being just a 1 megawatt solar. So we have really achieved a lot in this year, but there's a lot to achieve. I would say that right now India is one of the fastest growing economy, and commercial industrial consumers are playing a big role. India is focusing on manufacturing. When we are just growing these economic development activities, we would like to make sure that they go ahead with the sustainable manner, and that is where it is important to understand the perspective from commercial and industrial consumers. How do they look at it as a journey over maybe past decade? What are their plans? We have two gentlemen representing large corporates who can talk about their perspective on energy sector. We have Dhruv and Mahesh. I am happy to host my former colleagues. Dhruv will talk about the India Energy Exchange, and Mahesh is always there with the all regulatory and policy updates, and one of our first demand response program, Mahesh was fully involved and actually led that program. So starting with you, Bikash ji, I would like to know about your perspective on energy sector. You are with Varroc, auto component manufacturing companies. You have seen the energy sector, and recently you have led the initiative for going with the renewable energy procurement for Varroc. So over to you for your perspectives.
Yeah, as a company, as a company, renewable energy is something which we started, I think maybe 15, 17 years back. So we have around 17 megawatt of renewable energy which we procure through captive generation only, both through wind and solar. But that was more than 10, 15 years back. But in last 1 decade, we have not done, or we did not add any capacity as such. And that's mainly because one was viability, because again, what is the ROI which we are generating and all those things. And second, more important aspect was regulatory aspects as such. We were not clear that how the sector is going to move, and there was no clear guidance or reforms which were in public, which the industry was not able to understand. That okay, sometimes the regulators were sending notices which were not in line with what the central government was saying and all those things. So because of that, there was a little bit of apprehension in terms of the company that okay, we need to do more on the renewable energy, but yes, we need to run our company also. So that's why, but last year I think with the help of CS, we were able to understand better this sector and how we can procure more renewable energy as such. And then now we have taken a journey and we want to achieve what is, we are saying RE100. And we are into that journey, and recently we have signed around more than 30 megawatt which will come into which will come and being supplied to us from next financial year. Yes, we want to do more on this sector, but yes, again, the viability or the return on the investment which we are doing or the investment which we are doing, whether that makes sense or not sense. And again, when we are talking about renewable energy, mainly the two form of renewable energy is solar as well as wind. Again, those are not available 24/7 and the consumption pattern which we have that doesn't make viable for that. Then again, the storage plays a bigger role. So again, how the storage and the cost of storage is again something which is hindering for us to procure more from renewable energy. But we have some commitment we want to make, and over a period of time, you will see Varroc as a company procuring more from renewable energy, and will reach more than 50% in 2 to 3 years of time. And I think such initiative or such forum will really help us to understand more about what's happening on the renewable energy and how as a company we can also help India to achieve this net zero by 2070 or before that.
Thanks, Vikash. So when we started in 2010, the main intention for commercial industrial consumers is to save on the electricity cost, because energy cost is a major cost for many industries. Recently we are working with many data centers, and there as well with the 24/7 operation, and they bringing the hundreds of megawatt of load on the grid. It is really important for the management to make sure that how exactly they can reduce the energy cost. But in the recent years, the focus is shifted to sustainable energy, renewable energy. But Vikash, as you said, although we talk about renewable energy, you mentioned the ROI. So management is also willing to know how effectively they can purchase the electricity. What are the efficient ways, what are the different combinations, managing portfolio of energy, solar wind combination, and understanding the policy and regulations, understanding the rules about the settlement and banking. Everything comes into picture when any consumer taking any decision going ahead for procurement of energy. I would request Praveen ji to talk about Bridgestone's journey. Bridgestone is an international company. You have an international presence, internal target maybe on the sustainability. What is happening at Bridgestone?
So at the outset, I would like to say thanks to CES that you called me here in this fantastic platform. Very good audience, good ambient, and topic is also very, very interesting. I also congratulate you because this is 25th anniversary, and the company, if you count that how many companies are running since last 25 years, not much. Related to this topic, I have two perspectives. One is my personal and second is professional. I'm sorry, I'm little going deep down. In my personal, so when I was in college, and so I'm a mechanical engineer from NIT Bhopal, and if you are an engineer, you must be knowing that you have to have compulsory project, because without this you cannot get the marks, all right, and you need marks. So I also thinking something out of box, what should be the easy project for me. So I decided let's think about some renewal, and me and a few, 2-3 more my fellow, we took the topic that let's make a AC system using solar energy. Few months we did the work. Even my professor, supervisor, he was also confused what is going in this project. We did our everything, fantastic report, and somebody asked me, "Chal paega?" I said, I did not do this project ki chal paega. I tried to make the concept, and I am sure this concept will work, and that is working now. Now let me talk about my industrial professional experience, how this transition is going on. So when we open our plant in Indore, MP, and electricity, you were able to count how many hours electricity is there. So we had, because we have to run the industry, we never thought for renewable sources. All right, the first purpose was to run the factory. Economic sustainability was the only thinking. Though it was triple bottom line that time, but people are thinking for the economic sustainability. We kept diesel engine, okay, diesel generator, and then backup for MPEV. Later on, when government given the quality, why I am telling this because how the government also improved. It's not only industry, government also improved. They've given actually a dedicated power to us. Slowly we stopped the diesel generators. But recently, as you told, 2010, we found a big change in the energy transformation. Now people are talking about how we can change the conventional source of energy to renewable source of energy. All right. But again, then same thing come concept. So I'm talking about, maybe you must be having my 4C concept here. So this concept come many times. So again the concept come, and the Japanese people, when they decide some concept or strategy, पूरा ठोक बजा के लेते हैं. It's not that just come the idea, note down the paper and do it tomorrow. There are a lot of stakeholders, they take consensus, then only they go. But then they actually save the time in the execution. Same thing here, when it was decided that, and the company decided, especially Bridgestone is a global, we follow the global rules for the sustainability, that whatever 2011 my carbon footprint is there, I have to reduce 50% by 2030 and 100% by 2050. And from where to start? What are the low hanging fruits? We thought let's work on this renewable source of energy, because this can give us scope 1 and scope 2 at least. Scope 3 at this moment is still not in our hand. So we decided scope 1 and scope 2. Then the things come, what we should do, whether we should go to wind, we should go to solar. Many gentlemen came, they given the advice, solar is better. And then finally, darte, we started one solar or rooftop solar plant in the plant, which is around 1.7 kilo megawatt at this moment. It ran good because it was cheaper also. And this way we gained the experience, and finally in Pune, we started the 5 megawatt power plant, which is running very well. Around 6 to 8% of energy is renewable. Then we thought, why not we should do something for the scope 1? And the idea came. And I'm telling you that when you decide the concept, you have to think about some out-of-box idea, because then only you can survive. You have to take some risk. And then this required to develop the capability, which is my second C, and India was developing the capability for solar, wind. But we also taken risk, and we went for biomass over the natural gas. And we started biomass boiler in our Pune plant, successfully running since many years. We got a lot of award also from external agencies and from internal as well. Nowadays, which is the third transformation we say in Bridgestone, that because very soon in 2030 we have to have 50% scope 1 and scope 2 through carbon neutral. What we did actually, what we are doing at this moment, and we are seeking support from a lot of expertise, a lot of subject matter expert, how we can change, the entire electricity as well as entire scope 1, especially boiler, my canteen, my transportation, everything should be a renewable source of energy or sustainable source of energy. This is actually strategy we are having. But one thing I want to tell you, because the bill is very important, not the skill. Skill will come, but bill is very, very important. And that's come then when you listen to the customer. So my customer is also asking that you have to have plan to, switch your entire things, especially scope 1 and scope 2. So because they are suppliers, so, if we will not do, they will not actually achieve their own target. So very proud to say that my Pune plant by 2022, this year only, because certification that, and that is in the public now, we are carbon neutral. I think very few tire companies, those are having carbon neutral. We are not net zero, but we are carbon neutral. 6% is still emission is there, which we are trying to reduce. My point is here, which I want to tell you everybody, that you require concept, even you and the industry. You require capability. And you have to listen to your customer. Customer means, customer may be your employee, customer may be your other stakeholder. It's not only whom to you selling your product. So the point is that you have to listen what is going, what is coming and what is going in the future. And the fourth is you have to make the culture. Culture means every people in the organization, industry, if you think about that we have to go in this direction, I am sure sooner or later you will achieve this. Thank you.
Thanks, Praveenji. And it is very important, as you said, we have to build that culture within the organization so that everybody is aligned that what is happening, what decision is taken by management and align with that. As you said that there are many corporates in India who are serving international clients, European clients, and there they see that a push for, I mean, one thing is renewable energy is getting cheaper and more available. So that is one part of taking that decision. But other thing is even there is an international push for reducing that scope 1, scope 2 emissions, and that has led to the decisions for going with the renewable energy. And as we are talking about renewable energy, it comes with different types of agreements, different types of options, and maybe we can touch upon that at later point. Moving on to Dhruv, you are part of now India Energy Exchange, started in 2007. Over the years, IEX has played important role, introduced multiple market segments, and now renewable energy is also available on exchange, and there is a possibility for utilities as well as consumers to purchase it from the exchange. So over to you on this energy transition journey as a power exchange, major power exchange of India.
Thank you, Netra. Those of you who don't know me, I'm Dhruv. I used to work for the company. We are celebrating 25 years today. And I'd like to mention especially Stephen, Netra, Rahul, RP, Mr. Pendakar. So we started with the humble beginning with 8 people in one of a small office here in Pune. And I guess we grew, especially the Indian office. We have around 130 odd employees here. So kudos to you guys. You've managed to make inroads into a very difficult market, especially in the energy domain, and another 25 years to go. So I'm giving you all the best wishes for the next 25 years. So coming back to the C&I perspective, let me just put some perspective, especially in terms of numbers. So recently, the country as a whole, we touched around 240 gigawatts of peak demand, which translates to around 4,400 billion units. 4,400 million units a day, out of which around 3,800 million units are being supplied by coal per se as of now, which translates to approximately above 80% of your energy, which we are currently consuming, is still coming from coal. And in terms of wind and solar, especially the renewables one, it varies from 12 to 18% on any given day. So, and the country's target, at least in last 1 year, has been to reach up to 45% in the next 4-5 years. So that's a very big ladder we have to climb in the next few years. And there have been a lot of roadmaps, but still a lot has to be done on ground, especially in terms of renewable integration, as well as pushing or basically the adoption by the customers. Not only the industrial customers, a majority of the industrial consumers are very sensitive in terms of the sustainability as well as they are price conscious, but it has to translate to the other segments of the customers as the domestic customers. So looking from that perspective, the exchange has come up with different options for all the customers. So currently we are limited via regulations up to 1 megawatt of all the customers. So we are limited only to the industrial segment. But with the transition to the green energy open access, so now this option has been offered to a relatively smaller C&I segment above 100 kilowatt. So those customers also can come on participate on the platforms like ours as an Indian Energy Exchange, and can actually procure power via green or conventional depending upon their requirement, their cost effectiveness, their sustainability goals. In terms of carbon ecospace, we are also working on different modalities and coming into the voluntary carbon market space. And a couple of opportunities are there, especially MOEF and BE. They're coming up with cap and trade and the voluntary mechanism. So we are still figuring out. So you'll probably hear pretty soon some good announcements from our side after the COP also. That's it from me.
Sure, and thanks for letting us know that there will be another segment for this specific to green open access, and I'll come back with the question that how exactly smaller consumers can participate. But as we are talking about this renewable energy, and distributed renewable energy is also part of the solution, and we do have this rooftop solars installed at the plant levels on site. And in 2011 to 13, actually, we had looked at demand response as one of the options where which can help utilities to manage their supply and demand, as well as serving their consumers with the better pricing, because managing that power purchase procurement with availability of load which can be relieved from the grid and voluntary consumers willing to participate in it. So Mahesh, I would like to take your perspective on when we are talking about commercial and industrial consumers. In between there was, at that time there was actually shortage of energy on the grid. In between there was a surplus energy. And we just said that India's peak demand reached 238 gigawatt, and our, I think, thermal capacity is almost similar. So do you see that interest back again on demand response? Which states are working, which utilities are willing to take that approach?
Thank you. Thanks, Netra. And firstly, I just want to sort of congratulate CES for having completed 25 years. And some of you may not know, or most of you may not know, I was the first employee of CES in India. I had a lot of gratitude towards Stephen, Rochelle, Netra, Rahul. We have had a wonderful time. In fact, Stephen and Rochelle hosted us in US for some time, and so did Netra and Rahul. So really glad that even Indian operations are since sort of flourished and really gone beyond anyone's imagination. So really happy to be here, and let me talk about the demand response question here. And I call this discussion as some willing dispensation of disbelief in demand response. I think that's very important as far as I'm concerned. So there is a lot of disbelief, and there are some fact checks that we need to bring into the discussion when we talk about demand response. So just to give you a little bit of quick context, the demand response is embedded in the demand side management regulations of over 29 states in the country. So we have some regulatory process that is already up and running, and at the same time we have several enabling regulations, including the ancillary services regulations. We still hope that would be rolled out and would be brought into even the India Energy Exchange and some of the power exchanges platforms. And at the same time, there are several other enabling regulations and policies that exist, mostly the solarization policies. And at the same time, we have the net metering and the rooftop policies, which we have really seen a very interesting swing, wherein we never thought of 100 kilowatt being sort of allowed for that firstly. And secondly, in the very recent past, the Maharashtra Electricity Regulatory Commission bumped up 1 megawatt to 5 megawatt as the rooftop thing. And that is a very promising opportunity for all demand response providers, at the same time renewable energy providers, and all the cost optimization experts and the industries to sort of benefit from that. I would like to quickly talk about the first ever demand response initiative that was formally launched, which was approved by the regulator, and unfortunately, that happens to be, in my opinion, the only demand response initiative that was approved by any regulatory commission in the any state regulatory commission in India. And that's unfortunate. We have seen at least 10 pilots on the demand response side, which were funded by the World Bank, USAID, and some of the bilateral and multilateral agencies. But we are not really seeing that converting into specific opportunities for service providers like CES and others to sort of contribute to the cost optimization part of it. There is a lot that is being talked about here as far as renewable energy is concerned, but in my sort of personal opinion, I think this is all about cost optimization. It's not a choice or a substitution from a thermal towards renewable energy, but it's essentially a cost optimization problem that we need to think about. And really glad to hear from our fellow panelists that they have really achieved net zero, or you're going towards net zero, not only in your premises, but scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 as well. So coming back to the, what are the opportunities for CNI consumers? Obviously, 100 kilowatt for the net metering part of it, as well as 5 megawatt, which is for the solar rooftop, is a very important and aggressive step taken by at least one regulatory commission. And I can guarantee you that that's going to be replicated in several other states. There are already some discussions and staff papers that are floating around. That's the first part. Second part is there is some level of understanding and recognition that rooftop or behind the meter renewables are going to cost a little bit more or a lot more compared to a utility scale. Because one of the, I would say, spoilers in the renewable energy market and even the battery energy storage market that at least I've seen is the comparison with the utility scale renewable energy. So obviously you're going to get it like 2.5 rupees or 3.1 rupees, but all of us have been doing this analysis, right? And we do not see anything below 5.5 rupees if it comes to solar rooftop behind the meter. And that's again an opportunity for comparing and contrasting with the tariffs that you see in the CNI consumer base. Maharashtra, I think, has the highest tariff in CNI consumer base. Okay, so if you can't really leverage the cost optimization opportunity through solarization as well as including the battery energy storage systems, we ran a lot of models for CNI consumer base as well. And so has several not-for-profits and think tanks, including Auroville. Auroville has done fundamental work as far as getting some of the cost revealed for the behind the meter in the CNI consumer base. And their costs are something like 8 rupees. And the consumers in Maharashtra pay nothing less than 13 rupees. I think it's a no-brainer for us to sort of move forward with a combination of solarization and the battery energy storage systems. I'm also fond of other types of battery energy storage or storage systems that are possible, specifically thermal energy storage. And in fact, one of the key contributors in the demand response program that was launched by Tata Power way back in 2013-14 was thermal energy storage systems from 2 facilities in Bandra Kurla complex as well as from Hiranandani Powai, one of the hotels. So I think that tells us that we have an opportunity to even cost optimize the consumption at the end use levels. And that's where I think we need to also sort of change the thinking towards moving away from the supply side alone to looking at supply and demand side together. And that's where I really hope that with the new market positions that are going to be promoted by IEX and at the same time some of the new policy and regulatory enablers that are already available in the for the CNI consumers, I think we have going to see a good future. And I'll just mention one more point and stop. I heard Rahul talk about SECI. I really would like to encourage SECI and all of us together as an industry and ISA particularly to work with SECI to have some RTC tenders that would embed demand response and demand flexibility in addition to some of the other large-scale storage facilities that are being talked about. And anything that we can do as an industry and as an association, ISA, CES, will be happy to contribute in that process. Back to you, Netra. Thank you.
Thanks, Mahesh. Your last point about RTC tenders. So recently, actually, SECI has floated FDRE, that fixed and dispatchable renewable energy tenders, because their experience so far is they had floated a lot of gigawatt scale tenders for just solar and wind, and now distribution companies are unable to absorb that power because of the variability, and they really want that load following renewable energy, and that is why they have come up with the FDRE, and I think they are out, I think under bid, it is currently been done. You talked about this behind the meter solutions and having the solar on rooftop and the cost of it. I think the scale of that plant matters, and that's where the cost is higher. But even if we see that on the open access grid scale solar, if commercial industrial consumer has to purchase that energy, we have to calculate the landed cost of it. So although the energy is available as 350, 4 rupees per unit, the landed cost of energy decides what exactly going to be when they are consuming at the facility. And again, the other points are how exactly distribution company is going to settle that energy, what are the banking regulations. And in Maharashtra, solar is, you will not be able to settle the solar energy in the evening peak hours. So there as well, there is a scope for integration of storage, where the evening peak hour energy can be supplied through renewables. But we have to have that right modeling exercise at how much solar, so that the levelized cost of energy for the entire supply remains within the commercial benefit. Bikash, you have just gone through this exercise. What can you say as an experience or learnings from that while doing that decision of signing that 25-year PPA of solar? So, because 25-year or 15-year even lock-in is a big commitment, I mean long-time commitment, and what terms and conditions or risk assessment that one should have while signing that, if you can throw some points.
Yeah, so these are long-term commitment which the company is signing because it is needed so that it becomes viable from both the side, both from the demand side as well as the supply side. But before that, I just wanted to add one more point. As a company, since we are a listed company, so ESG is also a very high focus for the company. And from the ESG perspective also, this journey of RE100 is also really needed. And today we see globally that people who have very high scores on ESG is being rated by various companies, whether that is S&P and other companies and all those things, and the performance or the return generated by those companies are far better than the companies who doesn't have ESG scores. So from that perspective also, moving towards this journey of RE100 was really necessary. And these are not only driven the finance people within the organization is also driving it along with the along with our ESG team. So that's one of the things. Yes, coming back to the question that the terms and conditions as such. I think the things are evolving as such. When we looked into the PPA which came to us, or we can't call PPA out here in Maharashtra, we need to call it PDA as such, though the terms and conditions may remain the same, but it's more of power delivery agreement. It's again, you need to see what kind of terms and conditions are there. And the RE, for example, there were developers who were saying that the RE credit will not go to the consumer, but we will take it and we'll pass on in terms of the tariff rate and all those things. But ultimately, when we want to achieve RE100 and all those things, we need to have that RE credit with us also. This was one of the things. Again, there were conditions like, okay, if it is a 15 years lock-in, that means if you are breaking it after 1 year, for the next 14 years, you have to pay the entire tariff and all those things. Those were also negotiated for a win-win situation between both the parties. And then there can be some exigencies in some of the plant which is taking this renewable energies and all those things. During those exigencies, how can we make a win-win situation, whether that power can be diverted by taking special approval from the DISCOMs and all those things. Those were negotiated, and I think the industry or the supply side people are understanding and do understand the industry or the CNI sector very well. And now they have been dealing very long, and they do understand such kind of thing might happen in the industry, and they are adjusting. But as a CNI consumer, we need to be more vigilant about the terms and conditions which are there, and see that it does not add more risks to the company, because our job is not to because as a consumer you are a group, we do a captive thing, because to get other beneficiary, because in captive only some certain costs are not levied by the DISCOM, so you get more benefit. But again, your role is not your role is something else. As a automobile auto ancillaries, we are there to manufacture auto ancillaries and supply to OEM, and not to run around the DISCOMs, or not to run around people who are supplying us the power. So the terms and conditions which are put into the documents, whether that is PDA or the shareholding agreement or the option agreement and all those things, that should be vetted. And I think agencies like CES really helped us a lot in understanding what's happening in the industry and what are the terms and conditions which we can negotiate better. And we also learned a lot throughout that journey, and thanks to CS for that.
So it is really important to have that proper understanding of power purchase agreements or power delivery agreements. We just refer to captive mechanism, and many commercial industrial consumers in Maharashtra are opting for captive because there are cross-subsidy surcharge and additional surcharge are waived off. But in the earlier panel, we talked about subsidizing agriculture consumers. So there may be a totally different discussion panel on how exactly to balance this, because there is a distribution company having the responsibility of serving agriculture and having all the large consumers going for the captive mechanism, how exactly going to impact that on the tariff for the rest of the consumers who are not able to go. So it's a big discussion point. Let's not get into that. So Praveenji, what's the outlook for next 5 years? So what is the plan from Bridgestone? Although you are right now carbon neutral, and maybe renewable energy certificates is a part of the solution. So what is the outlook for the next 5 years?
As I told you, Bridgestone is a global company. We have our own target, and which is applicable to all the subsidiaries, including India. We have very clear goal for sustainability. Carbon neutral is very, very important, goal and topic for us. And where we are talking scope 1 and scope 2. We are carbon neutral, Pune, but carbon neutral because most of things we are offsetting by buying the IREC. So it is very easy. Something we did good really, like we have biomass boiler, we have rooftop solar power plant. However, around 70% roughly the electricity which we are buying from government, which is not renewable actually. So what we have done actually, internationally we decided let's buy the IREC. So we are compensating through this. But the next 5 years is going to be very challenging, because we do not want that we should continue by the IREC, and we have to have a complete solution for this, especially the scope 2 electricity. We are also knowing that due to policy, we cannot go more for the rooftop power plant, and even our roof is also not allowing this. This is Pune. Similarly, like Indore, even there is a restriction. You cannot go beyond, I think, 2 megawatt in MP. Beyond this, government won't allow you, even though there are a lot of talk that government is promoting renewable energy, and they are promoting, but they have restrictions also in the state. The solution which I am thinking as a sustainability head in this company, and which is very much aligned with my parent company, that we have to think about some permanent solution, long-term solution. So open access captive power plant can be one of the solutions which we are now exploring. We are not professionals, so we may take support from some professionals. Those can advise us. So at the end, we should not, stuck in the kind of, you're telling agreement, because it's going to be around 25, 30 years agreement. But the company motto is serving society with the superior quality, and we see superior quality is not only product, but everything. Sustainability at this moment is one of the buzz for us, which is we are aiming and we are keeping under umbrella of the quality. So it is very, very important that we become green, but it is also very, very important that we should be also having some economic viable solution. So our 5-year perspective is that we have to think in both the way. And that's the true meaning of the sustainability, that it's not only environment, that you have to have social, you have to have economic. Because if you don't have good balance sheet, good profit and loss and OP, I think you will not able to invest in the environment and other things. So keeping this in the mind, our 5 years, 10 years goals is that let's go for some permanent long-term solution. And we are still exploring, and I'm sure that some of, like you or some other, can help us in this journey, because we are specialists in tire manufacturing, all right? We are not specialists in the energy solution. And for this, we require support. And this collaboration can help us, to finally have a 5-year, 10 years, my roadmap. Thank you.
Yeah, so it is really important for any corporate or consumer to understand that how exactly they can strategize the renewable energy transition journey, understanding the policy, regulations, nitty-gritties of changing policies, making sure the risk is being covered when they are signing any agreements, and there are different options. So understanding the options, by adopting to some options to what percentage they can achieve, and then for the remaining journey there are different options. And VPPA, Virtual Power Purchase Agreement, is one of the options that is opening up in India, although there is not full clarity, but in coming couple of years it is happening. Idea is to setting up the renewable energy power plant, selling the energy as a plain energy, and keeping that renewable energy certificates or credits to the consumer. And that energy will be sold in the market or any third-party consumer. So Dhruv, just quickly in the interest of time, we see that recently with the large solar energy on the grid, the daytime prices on the exchange are lowered, and then you see that peak. And recently I think smaller commercial industry consumers are not able to purchase anything on the exchange. So how do you see that, when exactly the small consumers will be able to participate, or then in the coming time we see that large utilities and large generators only participating on the exchange?
So in order to answer you better on this particular aspect, let me take you back to 2007, 7 and 8, when actually exchange started operating. So up till 2011, from 8 to 11, it was a deficit situation for the country, and the prices were very high. After 2011 and 12, there were some of the redistribution of the coal assets, and the prices started reducing. And it stayed up till 2020 in the range of around 3 odd rupees, which was very economical for almost all the C&I sector across the country, and they were massively participating. So the exchange had almost 50-60% of volume coming from these small C&I customers, small and large as well. But after 2020, when the demand started to pick up, we were exposed because we didn't had any added capacity which was in terms of energy supporting this increased demand. And the demand was ever growing, and in this year, in first 6 months, we are around 7.8% higher than last year. And we are not able to actually meet up to that particular demand. So this deficit scenario is going to be there till the time we have sufficient capacity. So unfortunately for most of the C&I sector, the requirement is almost linear. It's throughout the day, and most of the utilities are not allowing them to purchase throughout the day. So there will, and solar adding on to that is reducing the price during the day, and as soon as the solar curve is dipping, the prices are soaring at the maximum peak price of 10 rupees. So we are seeing this, we are observing it, and there are some opportunities also here in this particular segment, that you combine or you mix a hybrid along with the solar, wind and storage. There is an opportunity in order to have an increased IRR from the solar perspective. But from the consumer perspective, unfortunately, this is a gray area. Unless until the regulator comes up that whenever the prices are low, allow them, or basically a variable bidding is allowed, like it used to be in Karnataka as well as in Tamil Nadu, the C&I will have kind of a shorthand in terms of procuring power from the open market.
Right. So in the interest of time, I hope we are able to bring some insights, some specific insight in terms of commercial, industrial, consumers, their journey, their options, the market. If anyone has any quick question, yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Ashish Vaishnav. I am an ex-Thermax guy, so obviously C&I, when it comes, feel excited to ask. We have Bridgestone and Varroc here, so there's no C here, the commercial user. One of the things which we talk on energy is on the demand side. One thing was, I just heard the word of captive generation come during your answer. But use of natural gas as a fuel, you talked of biomass, boiler, I'm well aware of that. But that has somehow never picked up in India as a part of captive generation by way of tri-generation, as they call it. I don't know how many of you are aware that Dinanath Hospital is on an island mode, the new. It's got 1.2 megawatt, 3 numbers, gas-fired generators, and the entire air conditioning is through the waste heat. So you can imagine it is unleashing about a 75-80% of efficiency on natural gas. So the carbon footprint which people typically use gas as a fossil changes the entire equation. And the point which I was trying to come is cooling, commercial and industry are big time people. And if they can adopt as a part of demand side management, use of things like natural gas and have tri-generation, no other sectors can actually do it. Here they are having money, so they are buying the certificates, whereas 70% is coming from the grid, which is coal-fired. So somewhere, does this fit in your philosophy of doing things differently? For industries at least, there is no commercial user, but Hinjewadi itself could have been one of the district energy plants here. But somehow this level of policy making is not happening. The second part is on scope 3. You mentioned transportation. So obviously everyone is going the EV route. That's where they think that's the only way of doing it. Here again, we are ignoring the natural gas, the CNG, which is a lesser evil right now. But with the movement happening on the biogas sector, you might have heard of compressed biogas coming, especially if creative solutions can come. People like Bridgestone, who are huge on logistics, you're tire people, you need automobiles, so you need to make them greener. So adopting B2B solutions where you could actually set up biogas plants and have your vehicles or your supply chain use that could be wonderful solutions of maybe reducing your scope 1 as well as scope 3. Thank you so much. I don't know your ideas, I just wanted to know your views. Thank you.
Thank you very much for idea, because you know that, and that's why I really join such kind of conferences, events, where we can get the idea. For the natural gas which you're talking, so especially for Bridgestone, we do not produce the power, we consume the power. And definitely we do not, we do not believe in coal and other things also. But we have boilers, so we use the natural gas boiler, and after then we go into biomass in the next step. See, one thing also which is I would like to, put this point in this forum. Natural gas, and yesterday only I was reading news, and even though now this Gas Authority of India, GAIL, is also now contacting us. They want to mix green hydrogen, all right. And this green hydrogen, 5 to 6%, I think we do not require to do any changes. And boiler we are buying from you, sir. And we are asking Thermax and other company whom to be buying about this boiler, whether 5 to 6% can require any change, and I'm sure there will not be change. But this is just a step where we would like to pitch in. But future, who know that maybe we will run 100% green hydrogen, and the government is working in this direction, will help us. So this could be one of the idea, I don't know, in the future. So I will tell you one thing, I will take more 1 minute. When I child, somebody, so I was the NCC, so my physics, you cannot see that I am NCC cadre. But I was fond of this, I am C certificate because I was having very good .22 shooting. So I was young, and then time some lieutenant, he asked me that, what kind of problem you want to solve? I said, I want to solve two problems. The first is the water, clean water scarcity. I belong to Bundelkhand, water is scarcity over there. And now you don't believe, but even entire India is, even 2050, we will be having big crisis like South Africa. So we have to work on this. So I told that water crisis. And I am having solution also for this, whether this is work or not, that we have plenty of, sea water. If you can convert cheaply and transport, distribute, this can be one of the solution. Still, we have not good solution. The second thing I told, the energy. Energy is that if we can convert the air, which is everywhere present, as a fuel, I think entire problem will solve. It was kind of, my ambition that time. I was not knowing many things. But this green hydrogen is giving such kind of things actually. You are changing, using solar, wind power, and you are making the hydrogen, and who know that in 10 years, big revolution, I don't know, maybe if you know, that's okay, but I don't know, it may come out. So these are the idea actually we have to keep in our record, and we have to work on. Maybe something hit which can help us. Thank you.
Thank you. So that brings us to the end of this session, and we can connect over tea. As we said earlier, it's a journey, and role of emerging technologies like green hydrogen and others we will cover in the next session. But within the existing policy and regulatory framework, there are many solutions which are beyond concept level and can be implementable. It is important that we look at those solutions and make sure that they are part of our portfolio and take this journey ahead. So thank you very much all of you joining for this panel, and thanks all the audience. Thank you.
Thank you panel for the insightful discussion. I would like the panel to have a group photo, please. Group photo. Yeah, here it is. A round of applause, please, for our esteemed panelists. And with this, I would like to take a quick high tea break. I would request all to enjoy the refreshments and be back in next 15 to 20 minutes. We have an interesting session which goes with the title, Role of Emerging Tech in the Energy Transition. So yeah, see you all in next 15 to 20 minutes.
already know we have been doing a lot. There is a lot of buzz about it. I was told that today these sessions are supposed to be informal. And in panel discussions, I almost never use slides. So today I decided to use them to really talk a little bit about what CES has been. Oh, thanks, Rahul. But I plan to stand for the most part, but it's, I'll probably walk around. But thank you. Yeah, so I do plan to talk a little bit about our journey, and through that journey, I'll talk about a little bit assignments that we have done, maybe even call upon my colleagues to talk, and then get to panelists in the context of that. So if we can put the slide. All right. So this is something I like nowadays. Emerging technologies, or as we fondly call it, ET, which reminds me of this ET. Like this ET, we are intelligent, like, you know, those PhD types that Steven and Dr. Tungia talked about. Like this ET, we are socially awkward and difficult to understand initially, probably, you know, again, those PhD types. But like this ET, once you know us, you will have fun. More importantly, like this ET, we can show the world how humanity can coexist with new things like artificial intelligence. There is a lot of talk about how AI might be a threat, but this is where we come in. So that's emerging technologies in a nutshell for you. All right, this is a timeline. I actually put something here. Until yesterday night I had something. And I, on purpose, did not ask Rahul, what are the things that you want to add here? In the morning, I decided to ask him, okay, can you tell me a few milestones? And then he sent me a list of things, which is impossible. This slide will get filled up if I put all those in. You still see how busy this is. So I'm going to come back to some of these, because I'll probably talk about some key assignments and ask esteemed panel on that. Just first, maybe to, Steven started 25 years ago, which we are celebrating today. ET sort of formally, as a business line, Rahul started in 2004. When he was finished with his PhD thesis, or was finishing with PhD thesis. And since then, we have done a lot of different things. And again, I'll probably come back to this. There is a lot in here. It takes time to transition. All right, so these are the projects. So I've been just keeping track of this. I have, these are much conservative estimate that what we look at just as a stationary storage. As you see this year, these are just a half year numbers. We already have looked at over 6 gigawatts of pipeline. These are largely new technologies or battery storage, but we have looked at all different kinds of technology. One of the technologies that we looked at or analyzed in extensive detail was compressed air in 2009. So we'll talk a little bit about that. Then I just want to give some context of our journey as an emerging technologies. So we started in 2004, largely focused in US and later Canada. Our first international operation was in India. Since then, we do have a presence. If you see the countries, so this is our focus market, North America. India, we have office in Japan as well, so we work with a lot of Japanese companies. And our team has been doing projects with Australia and many other countries as well. So these are nowadays commonly called as Quad countries, US, India, Japan, Australia. So if you see, we are strategically placed. So there are a lot of, even at high level, at government level, you see the negotiations happening. So we are there to really understand how these relations will lead to new technologies or at least new initiatives in energy transition. Then these are our focus domains. So we still actively look at renewable technologies. We look at things like basis risk for solar or even wind plants. But for more or less, our focus areas are these. So stationary storage, I think by now everybody knows we are very active here. We have started to look into e-mobility or hydrogen, as well as manufacturing and supply chain. And I'll ask one or two colleagues to talk a little bit about that. And then role of IESA, India Energy Storage Alliance. I don't see Debbie here, but again, where is he? All right, can you stand up? Please give IESA a round of applause, everybody. There you go. So see this brand building, market reach. So IESA has gotten such a pace that today we asked Debbie to sit in the back rather than here. But it's been really a thrilling journey to see how IESA has grown and how it has created a brand for us. And Rahul, Debbie, they really take the lion's credit of building that brand. And I remember I was part of one of the first tech tours, as we used to call it then. And we did it different cities, and one of that was at Lavasa of all the places. So it was quite interesting to see. Again, if I start enlisting what IESA does, we will probably just be here the whole day. So I'll skip on that. So let me just end here with just the general context is what at Emerging Technologies we are trying to do is really help clients in their key decision making, whether it's a policy, whether it's investment, whether it's operations, whether it's strategy. So our main goal is to help clients with key decision making. And we have developed tools, we have market experts, technology experts to help facilitate that. So with that, I'll just go back and then I'll turn to panelists. So let's talk a little bit. So we have very experienced panel here. I'm going to actually ask some of my colleagues to talk in 1 or 2 minutes on some topics which then I can ask clients about. So first, we have a mic here. If we can get to Rahul. So one of the first things, like this project, this was done in 2009, is as comprehensive an analysis that you can see for compressed air energy storage technology. So Rahul, if you can just talk in a minute or two here, in a minute or two, I know there's a lot to cover, but I do have a question to Sandeep of Unido based on what we did.
Sure. So this was a project where New York had just started seeing negative pricing with a lot of wind getting added at night. And NYSERDA was interested in exploring some of the alternative technologies beyond batteries. So compressed air energy storage was seen as one technology which could be deployed at hundreds of megawatt scale So we did a joint project along with Electric Power Research Institute on looking at compressor energy storage, and we actually ended up finding a lot of areas where you can do technology optimization by even decoupling power and energy, where you can actually have a different size compressor, different size expander, because till that time almost everyone was assuming compressor energy storage also is the same as a battery, where it's the same size unit and you are using it in a reversible way, but it's not actually reversible way because there are different components and no one had thought about optimizing that. But by understanding the electricity markets, understanding where there were opportunities for ancillary services and other things, we were able to find out different ways to optimize that. And we also realized many times it's not just technology commercialization, not easy just on doing things on financial models, but there are geological risks, there are other electrical interconnection risks, and then there's the actual ability to deliver the product with a price point what is being given for the analysis. So those were the challenges, but we learned a lot on that, and yeah, it is still one of the interesting projects close to our heart.
There is actually some charts which I just put for Rahul and Netra because they probably will remember these things. It's not for really anybody else, but it's really for those two. We had like this cumulative probability distribution function on valuation of energy storage in 2009. And world has changed a lot since then. This project didn't get built. And like any emerging technologies project, there are risks that are involved, and that's where likes of UNIDO comes in. So let's first ask Sandeep a question. So you used the phrase when we were talking about the de-risking technologies. So talk a little bit about general philosophy that UNIDO uses, and in general, what do you see in this landscape that we're talking about, particularly stationary storage or other new technologies that you're looking at?
Thank you. So just a quick brief and introduction. I am Sandeep Tandon. I manage the program called Facility for Low Carbon Technology Deployment at UNIDO. UNIDO is one of the specialized agencies of the United Nations. It stands for United Nations Industrial Development Organization. So this is one of the unique programs UNIDO is doing anywhere in the world, is to look at the clean technologies and promote their commercialization and deployment. So this program, as we were given some tasks for identifying about 120 innovations, and this program we are working, UNIDO is working with Bureau of Energy Efficiency. So they have given certain sectors like space conditioning, pumps, waste heat recovery. Then we added electrical energy storage, industrial resource efficiency, and industrial IoT. So by leaning the program is tilted towards the industrial and commercial sector and coming up with the innovative technologies for these sectors. So the way we evolved the program was with a lot of consultation right in the beginning. What do we do and how do we do? And there we came across this whole process of course, you select innovation by running an innovation challenge. And then we had a panel of experts that defined the terms of reference for innovation. But we focus on incremental innovation that can be developed and adopted by in the Indian market by the Indian industries, because some of the studies that were done related to pumps were or space conditioning were known, but none of the OEMs had a solution. So when we ran the innovation challenge, we came across solution from the startups saying these are the gaps and this is the viable solution, and we provided the support. So what support we have provided is that you have come to the stage of a prototype of maybe an early stage trial, but let us validate it through a very structured process of taking that innovation to the segment where it is intended to be used. And we along with CIA identified the industrial end users and tried out these solution deployment at 3 or 4 locations and see how's the performance happening at each of these location in different geography, different operating environment, and then come to a conclusion on the efficacy of the innovation. So we don't have a terminology where you say that, on judgmental or as a technology that is success or failure. What we see is that, you have designed a solution with a certain assumption and you're testing and validating it against your assumption. And during that whole process, whatever is working or not working, that whole support, financial support is provided under the program. So in a way, what we are doing is that we are de-risking the technology as it is moving on the technology readiness scale from technology readiness level of 5 to technology readiness level of 7 or 8, where it is ready to go for commercialization. So during this stage, the entrepreneur has a very clear idea of what works, what doesn't work, what kind of performance he can get, and when he has to commercialize, what he is to offer to the industry. So overall, what is happening in this entire process of this journey of 12 to 18 months is they are generating a good reference point which you can go and tell the potential customer, look, we have done these technology trials in these X, Y, and Z location, and these are kind of the performance, and that has been validated by CII, who is our partner, and in case of electrical energy or storage, customized energy solutions. So you have very credible information where that a lot of rigor has been put in for looking at the technology, how it works, how it performs. Then it's ready to go commercial. And out of these 6 years that we have run the program, we have so far identified about 80 startups, 80 innovations, committed 23 crore roughly. About 35 technologies have been validated and 25 have been commercialized. And the numbers would increase in another 6 months' time because this is an ongoing process. So I think the overall that recipe, this whole process has worked. We have been very, very supportive of taking the innovation, encouraging the innovation, regardless of whether it works or not works, because there have been some cases where it has not worked, and it is not to do with the technology, it has to do with other factors of the implementation or implementation capability of the entrepreneur.
Thank you. So a lot of interesting case studies to ask about, but in the interest of time, I'll move on and we'll come back if there is a time. So in the timeline, I'm going to just pick some. So we started doing what we now call multi-stack revenue optimization for our modeling suite called Comets. Comets team, if you raise your hands up and make noise more than ISA. But so these, ISA team, not more than the ISA though. But yeah, so this again, so the people sitting over there, so they contributed a lot. So it is relatively sophisticated forecasting and optimization engine. So we use again ProMod as a production cost modeling software to create hourly or even sub-hourly forecasts, and then we do fairly sophisticated optimization to get the revenues, optimized revenues, and we also create project financial model. And investors have been looking at it, have investing based on that. But more importantly, we have developed an operational platform called GridBoost. And the optimization engine for Comets and the GridBoost is very similar. So what we have implemented, what we have modeled, we have implemented in the field. And again, there is a lot to talk about here. But in the interest of time, I will probably move on to something else. So as I mentioned, there were different focus areas we have. One of that is supply chain and manufacturing. And I'm going to ask Mike and Harsh if you can talk maybe in a minute or two what we have been doing. And then I'm going to ask Venkat Krishna to talk a little bit about their initiatives.
Yeah, thanks, Vinayak.
So we just first, I guess, talk a little bit about why we decided to do really the deep dive in the supply chain and manufacturing.
Sure. So this is Harsh here, Harsh Thakkar. We started working on supply chain and manufacturing of cell in India in 2016. And that was around the time when we were estimating the demand for energy storage and electric vehicles that would go up. Because we were seeing the telltale signs in the markets like China, Europe, and even US, and we thought the same thing would happen in India. And we thought there's a lot of potential where the market can do a lot on manufacturing and even pack manufacturing. We were not thinking about chemicals and materials then, but manufacturing was something which we really thought India should do. And that's when Rahul, I and the team, we wrote a paper that India should do 20 gigawatt hour of lithium-ion manufacturing by 2020. So that was the first paper we put to government in 2016. So that was a whole thought process. But I think 2 years after that was really a lull time where we struggled a lot to convince government stakeholders and even clients that we want to really get into cell manufacturing. But I think credit a lot to Indian companies and also to the industries, the way they have responded after 2020 and have ramped up pack manufacturing and also now cell manufacturing. And I think it's a really proud moment for the Indian industries, the way they have taken up the challenge. Yeah.
Yes. One of the assignments that I've truly enjoyed is creating that financial model for a lithium-ion cell manufacturing plant. There is so much market intelligence Harsh and team they have put together that it was quite interesting to just learn that in a process. So please again give a big round of applause to Harsh and team for working on manufacturing and supply chain. So on that note, I will invite our next speaker, Venkat Krishna or VK, to talk about Amaraj's journey, because they are the ones who are the pioneers in the lead acid battery business, and they are looking to diversify. So how you are looking at the energy transition. So, and he has some slide presentation, so we'll use that. So if we, let's take in maybe 7-8 minutes.
Thank you, Vinayak. Good afternoon all. I congratulate CES on the 25th anniversary. It's a great opportunity. Thanks Netra and Rahul for inviting me for this. Actually, the company started sometime in 1985 as a group when there was hardly one technology, which is a normal tubular lead acid technology. And then we were actually I would say that trendsetters for actually converting the normal lead acid battery to the maintenance-free lead acid batteries. And then with our intervention, the telecom industry took about 5 years to completely convert from 1990 to 1995. And Indian Railways was also using the normal tubular battery converted to VRLA because they were getting higher power density with the same less space. And they were able to accommodate, instead of 45 passengers in air conditioning coach, they were able to accommodate 70 passengers. So the rail coach factory actually converted completely the 3-tier AC coaches from 45-seater to 90-seater because they were able to get more revenue. And that's how we actually entered into different sectors. Power sector, our entry is still less, maybe for different reasons. Power sector still goes with some plant kind of batteries, etc. But we could able to achieve our milestones based on our targets. And then we entered into automotive batteries also. So I am working here for last 32 years now. So I have been there more or less like from inception. So my idea today is basically to share, I'm bringing back the whole audience to see what is actually energy transition for a moment from World Economic Forum perspective, because based on the recent discussions at the World Economic Forum, and then bring to the subject of how do we look at the transition, maybe in the next few minutes. So actually energy transition, like what Mr. Agnihotri was telling in the morning, it is not just about decarbonization. It's also about balancing the energy triangle, because you need to, one side there are people who are not having power, and then one side you are having people who are consuming more power. So there is a huge disparity between the, in the global scenario. The same thing is, right in the Indian context also we have seen that. So the summary is basically with a very limited and unreliable electricity, we need to enhance the, the status of the people. At the same time, we need to provide the security and access, and then, in other words, basically the energy transition, not just about the decarbonization, but also ensuring the ancillaries around it. To see that security is also there, that means that there is a 6 dimensions which actually WEF provided. These are from demand side management, many points we discussed from morning till now. So there is a automation required, there is several aspects which is actually to be considered, that is also actually part of the energy transition. So most of the time we spend only on the decarbonization. We'll spend more time on the decarbonization because rightfully it is right, because it's actually it's having a lot of carbonization effect. Go to the next slide. Can I use the slide that it is? Yeah. So down it. Yeah. So actually, if you see the transition from the traditional fuel to the first transition, and then there is a coal, and then second to the crude oil, and then to the natural gas, and to the renewables. These are also actually a kind of a transition. But like somebody was asking, I think you were asking about shall we get rid of the coal in the morning, right? So if you see the carbon, what we are delivering today, if you see really what is left out, if the budgeted was actually very less. So we need to speed up the energy transition, otherwise we will actually we will lose our target dates. So if you see from industry perspective, where are the major emissions actually happening from the GHG, the greenhouse emission gases actually? It's not just switching from coal to renewables or releasing petrol cars to EV cars. It has a lot of other elements. If you see, the 38% is actually going from power generation, and 29% is actually industries. You can see on the right hand side what we have mentioned clearly, that how it is actually. So this 29% is something we will have to attack, because 38% is anyway kind of in front of the meter kind of applications, where energy sector is taking both in generation, transmission, and also in distribution. So the power generation, if 38%, if it is on the front of the meter, and then how do we abate these sectors? Because these sectors are actually uses more the fossil fuels industry. We need to convert these into the conventional power to the renewable powers. So there are 3 different kind of solutions we need to see. There is nothing like one size fits all solution. So we have to work on the energy efficiency, we have to also work on the renewables, and we also have to see how do we capture the carbon transition. These are the 3 different, the summary is basically that there are 3 approaches for this. So it's definitely a multi-stake approach needed here. It is not just about the government, it is not just about one entity or anything like that. So we have learned how an individual's response for the sustainability also is essential. With the COVID, we have learned a lot of lessons, and also with several latest lessons from the global warming aspects. We are learning different lessons. So from that aspect, it is very clear that it is a public and private partnership thing essential. I think one point I liked it in the morning is that telecom is able to grow at a very much pace. We are actually competing with the world, whereas in electrical field we are not able to compete with the world. There are several reasons which we can say that, okay, government involvement is less, or the speed is less, or the kind of cost is more. All kinds of reasons we have discussed it. So it's a definitely multi-stakeholder decision for complex problems. So of course, at the global level, there is a Mission Possible Climate Action Partnership. I mean, without getting into the details, it's all about the different firms actually getting into the partnership with the support of World Economic Forum, where the Rocky Mountain Institute there are different institutes which are actually supporting. And also the bottom ones, if you see, these are actually providing the support for those institutes, how to guide the industries to take forward this energy transition. So these are the 7 platforms under that formidable, which are actually having in different industries, different sectors, how each of that is actually to be taken forward. We discussed about this in the commercial industrial discussion a few minutes back. And I think this is actually covering the C&I aspect of it. Most of it is because it's all BTM, behind the meter. So coming now is the subject of what is the energy transition technologies or the drivers is basically the topic of the thing. Actually, I'm bringing that whatever we discuss is actually the precursor for what we are actually discussing. So the deployment of clean fuels and hydrogen, advanced nuclear, energy storage, carbon removal is the main actually the new technology drivers actually for the energy transition. Apart from the above, there are the energy transition enablers based on the 6 dimensions what WEF actually identified. The distributed energy aggregation, we discussed about it in the previous session, how the distributed energy is actually helping energy transition, and also the power sector digitization. This is where we are discussing about the smart grids, we are discussing about huge automation in the distribution sector, and also the energy monitoring systems, and better public transport. That's where we talk about EV, because EVs are actually, the road transport is actually contributing for 13% of the pollution. And then the climate resilient farming, because even the cultivation actually releases the greenhouse gases. So that is also to be, we have to ensure that the farming is also planned properly so that it actually emits lesser greenhouse gases. And also the long-term technology solutions like the nuclear fusion. So I think these are all also, though like in the morning we're discussing, we don't have to wait for sixers, we need to also score singles also. I think these are the ones which actually gives us the singles, while the top ones actually gives us sixers. I think that I like that word, so how do we incrementally we need to go ahead with that. So going with the same aspect of the top 3, what we discussed about that clean hydrogen and carbon capturing and also energy storage, there is a huge investment is actually expected if you see to reduce this carbon emissions. So the capacity and investment growth rates for each of these solution area is actually phenomenal actually. Of course, we need to also look at it whether the funding is going to happen like this or whether the funding is not going to happen like this. So what if you see the numbers, they are mind-boggling. It's almost like $500 billion. Actually, it is the total which are actually expected to happen in the next 5 years. Sorry. So the cost factor, like we were discussing in the morning, we were lucky to have actually a very good cost factor for the telecom. We are still enjoying the fantastic tariffs for the data and also for voice in India. But I'm not sure whether we'll be able to enjoy the same for the power. If it happens for power, it is fantastic. Then actually you will be able to do the transition also faster because somebody has to pay for it. It's a huge capex investments. When we are talking about billions of dollars investment, whether it is a distribution or generation or transmission, ultimately the end user has to pay it. So as long as it is a political element, as long as it is a subject of, government, it's a very sensitive subject. So there will be some delay in these aspects. Coming to the, aspects of the behind the meter, the C&I in the commercial and industrial sector can take it faster because the government need not involve in this. But we have to say that government is enabling a lot of things. I think those are certain things which we see in the next slide. And apart from that, the carbon price. The carbon price is also very, very critical in driving this energy transition from fossil fuel to the renewable energy. Sorry. I think I jumped it. So if you look at it, the investments, we discussed about it, then the carbon pricing, we discussed about it, how the investments are going to be compensated, how many years of the IRR it is we have to calculate for each investment, what is the kind of LCOE and what is the kind of return on investment, etc., also to be taken care in this, apart from the carbon pricing. And then these are the key enablers. For each of these industry, we need to actually debate on these points, whether the demand is, like what we discussed in the morning, whether the demand planning is very critical, while the policy is supporting for this, and also the supply chain, like what Mr. Vinayak was saying, that we need to ensure the supply chain is also established for the complete value chain. So these are the initiatives which actually in India we have seen. It's a known thing. I'm just putting it here just to moot the point basically that how many things are actually happening. But all this actually is supposed to happen in the private sector, and many of these things are also started in the government sector, but it is going a little slow in the government sector. So these are the beneficiaries and expected outcomes based on these initiatives, what actually government is taking it up, and I'm sure we are also part of these beneficiaries. So the main subject come to our mind when energy transition is discussed is basically about the hydrogen. So we know what actually, how 2022 was a great year of hydrogen, and how Japan and this Toyota and Germany in different parts of the world actually leap forwarded on this hydrogen, and how Indian government is also created a PLI scheme for this hydrogen production. So I think this is a fantastic initiative. So I think everybody should actually applaud for this, because if this becomes successful, I think we will be leading the world in the energy transition. So this is a very a good milestone we are actually crossing once it happens. So in summary, what is the pathways to Indian energy transition? So one is grid decarbonization and industrial decarbonization, and also the transport decarbonization. So if you see, at the moment, we as Amara Raja are actively playing the role in both industrial decarbonization and also in the transport decarbonization. On our own, there are some sustainability initiatives what we are actually taking. We have invested in the zero liquid discharge. We have also invested in 17 megawatt of a rooftop, and then we have invested now on the ground top almost like 50 megawatt solar. So altogether about 65 to 70 megawatt power is actually generated from the renewables for our own internal purpose. That's a captive power plants actually we are using it. And the ZLD was a huge investment, and there are several other initiatives we have actually taken up. Similarly, from our customers' point of view, we do supply a lot of energy storage solutions. Of course, before the lithium is coming, we have started with the lead acid in the slide. Next slides we will see. As I was talking about this LCOE earlier, somebody has to pay for it. This is a Lajad report slide, which I have taken just to make a point that if you go with this, approximately 9 to 10,000 rupees electricity bill we need to pay against a 3,000 or 2,000 rupees bill per home. I think if you are ready to do that, I think you can actually speed it up. That means, are we ready at the individual level, at the individual household? Are we ready to do that? So that is why I'm saying that unlike telecom, we need somebody to actually sponsor us for the electric utility grid transition. Then only we'll be able to speed up that, because it's a cost. So these are some major BESS projects which we supplied in the mini grids, almost 25 mini grids we supplied in Nagaland. And there are, these are some of the, just a question of, as a reference points. This is in Africa we did, and in Africa we have hundreds of grids working with our batteries. And then in the C&I, this is for the Rapan components in Chennai. This is about, and this is recently we did it in Leh Ladakh, and this is going to be another 25 systems we are going to supply this. This is about 140 kilowatt hour system. And another major point, because this is something we don't generally realize, because this is just going as a supply to Indian telecom industry. Indian telecom industry, particularly the tower companies, are the second largest guzzler of diesel after the Indian Railways. So if you see here, there is a huge pilferage problem, there is a carbon problem, both problems are there. So what we decided is, we gave a special battery called quick recharge service battery, where quick recharge series battery, what they do is, they don't use the generator, they use only the battery. They cycle the battery left and right. So, of course, they're actually killing the battery, because batteries are generally supposed to use either for a standby application or a float application, not for this kind of a cyclic application. But they took a call, and we supported that with our own R&D. So today, they are able to save almost like lakhs of liters diesel actually because of this. So we categorized into 3 categories. One is 20-hour power cut, I think the scenario 1, scenario 2, scenario 3. So there are different power availability scenarios, because you have one kind of power availability in Bihar and UP, we have one kind of power availability in Bombay, you have one kind of power availability in different place. So there, the the battery, so this energy transition is actually started happening in this in a big way, because 20 hours, that means they cycle 2 times every day, the battery. So they charge it and discharge, they charge it and discharge, they don't use a diesel here. That's how they're able to save a lot of power on this. I think this is a very interesting thing. This is another one for 1,200 ampere hour battery. So going forward, we are also extending this with our lithium battery. This is just a e-mobility verification, value chain which we are creating, because lead acid we are sustainable in India, but in lithium we need to create a lot of things. So I think these are some of the initiatives from the lithium side. And of course, a lot of news has come on this. I'm not going to repeat all these things. Just as a matter of fact, I thought I will just this. I think that's all from my side. This is the things. Thank you very much.
Thanks, VK. Thanks, VK. I do want to get to green hydrogen and to Mr. Banerjee and Dr. Ganesh. Before that, though, since we were on the topic of manufacturing and supply chain, let me call upon Hiren to talk about, first just introduce your new company, RE+, and particularly what I want you to maybe comment on, since you have earlier worked with much bigger companies, in terms of what are the challenges that you see in manufacturing. Are there any particular government support or industry trends that you see? So that would be helpful. Thanks.
Thank you, Vinayak. So, good evening, everyone. My name is Hiren Praveen Shah. I am the founder, executive director, and CEO of a company called RE+. This is the logo and brand of my company. I have been associated with CES and IESA since 2012. And first of all, I want to congratulate Rahul, Netra, and the entire CES and IESA team for the 25 years of splendid journey that you have had. Yeah, they need a round of applause, please. Thank you. So Vinayak, as you may know, I worked with Panasonic. In fact, I started my journey in 1998, same time as CES. And I also complete on 20th of December, 25 years of serving this industry. So out of this 25 years, I spent 18 years with Panasonic. I joined as a sales engineer. I came out as a director of energy storage business for Southeast Asia. Then I was with Delta for 3 years as a senior director for ESS business. And then I left Delta and I started my own company. So I founded this company. And the reason why I decided to go by myself as an entrepreneur was a very famous quote, I think it's by Mahatma Gandhi: be the change that you want to see in the world. So with this thought, I started my entrepreneurial journey, because in multinationals, we crunch a lot of numbers, Vinayak, together, Harsh and your entire team. So I'm promoting lithium-ion batteries since 2008 in India. And the first battery that I sold in this country was for $1,800 per kilowatt hour. And my first customer was Reliance Jio Telecom. And of course, now we know what the prices are today, but the first telecom battery was sold, I think maybe by me, in this country for telecom application. The first data center battery was sold by me in this country for a data center application, I think way back in 2014, lithium-ion battery with a Delta UPS. And the first microgrid we did was in 2016 in Andaman and Nicobar Islands for military engineering services. I think Rahul had visited, Netra had also visited there. Military engineering services for the Navy, the first microgrid, generating the energy by solar, independent microgrid, generating the energy by solar and storing it in lithium-ion batteries, and then using it for backup, for auxiliary services, and also for the signaling station. So in a way, all the learnings I put together into my entrepreneurship journey. I am happy and proud to share that we are India's first indigenously developed gigafactory as on date. We started on 20th of September We started on 20th of September this year, and this is 100% designed, developed and executed by our team of engineers. The entire manufacturing facility, the entire automation, we are a fully automatic manufacturing line, both cylindrical as well as prismatic, and 100% the line is designed by our team. 100% we developed the entire ecosystem from in and around Pune, the entire the supply chain for the automation, the robotics, the AGV system, the conveyors, the gantry, everything is basically 100% made in India. I am very happy and proud to say this. Coming to what are the hurdles, so before I go to that, I think as an opportunity, I think we are sitting on a gold mine of opportunities. So far we have already done 30 megawatt hour of BESS projects, various applications, right from a DG replacement to a resort, to a C&I application, to emergency backup, to a renewable integration, to a microgrid. So we have done multiple applications, and I can easily say that we are sitting on a gold mine in terms of business potential. And the reason why we started with stationary storage first is because I learn from nature. I personally believe that it doesn't make sense to charge an electric vehicle from a grid which is already polluted. So my first intention was to start from the generation side, then go to the transmission and distribution side, and then go to the consumption side and cover all of these applications and make them green, clean and affordable. That's my mission. So I'm here to deliver green, clean and affordable energy for this entire, right from the generation to transmission and distribution to consumption. So having said that, we moved from renewable integration to transmission and distribution. I'm happy to share that today, as of today, we had a power cut in Mumbai, in a city like Mumbai, and it was blackout for number of hours. Today, I can say 90% of the substations are powered and backed up by our batteries. You will never see a power cut in Mumbai again. So now we are coming to the consumption side. We have made vehicles for electric vehicles. We are making for solar-based charging systems and multiple other applications. We are going into drones, we are going to defense, many other areas. So hurdles, yes, there are hurdles, there are issues, there are problems that we face. The biggest problem we face is the mindset in India is what is the cost of energy and how, if I put my capex, how am I going to recover this money? What is the IRR? So unfortunately, the way this industry is a follow-up of a solar industry, and the way the solar people have pitched to all the customers, they have only educated them that you put a solar rooftop or you put a solar, and this is how you will recover your money, this is how you will save your cost of electricity, this is how you will, they compare it with the grid, they compare it with the DG, they compare it with everything. And unfortunately, when we go, we are basically like a follow-up of a solar. So all of those questions are again addressed to us, and we are answering them slowly and slowly. But I can easily say that one of the biggest issue that we face is financing, because not all the banks or not many banks or not many financial institutions understand this game well, the battery game. If you have to deploy, they have found the formulas for solar industry, but they have not yet found the formulas for the battery industry. So financing is one of the bottlenecks we face. Fortunately, the startup ecosystem is fantastic. I can say very well that we had a lot of support from government as a startup. We have a lot of support from the industry as a startup. And the other than that issue is execution. Because when we say, and I'm not talking about any particular company or a particular industry, but in general, overall, we lack in execution. There have been multiple tenders. Reddy sir is sitting here. The 1 gigawatt hour project which SECI had already executed, or rather has been executed, is not on the ground. is not on the ground. What happens is when the world sees us from outside, they see these incidents, they see these results. And that gives a very bad name, or that gives a very bad picture to people who see the country as an investment opportunity. So execution is one of the key area where, let's say if you have a plan, even if it has not met or it is little bit higher than our price expectation, but it is a transition. It is a step in the positive direction. So execution is one thing that is missing, and that's a very big hurdle for us. We ourselves, today we have completed 30 megawatt hour, we have 50 megawatt hour, which is under execution right now, and we have another 300 megawatt hour for next year to be executed. Unfortunately, 80% or 90% of these projects are not in India. We are doing projects in multiple geographies. We are doing in Europe, we are doing in USA, we are doing in Middle East, we are doing in Africa, we are doing in Australia, but we are not doing. But unfortunately, these projects are not coming for execution in India. We are ready, we have won tenders, but we are not able to execute because the PPAs have not been signed. So execution is one of the bottleneck and one of the issue. The third one is innovation. We are followers. Again, I don't want to name a particular company or industry or anything, but the lack of imagination. And I heard something really great today and profound by Dr. I forgot the name.
Agnihotri.
Dr. Agnihotri. He says that vision is at the foresight and audit is at the hindsight. Unfortunately, the DNA is we look at the foresight with the mindset of auditing, and we look at the hindsight with the vision, with the mindset of vision. It's unfortunate. It's vice versa. It should be the other way around. So this is the third one, is the biggest one, where we feel that we have found certain breakthroughs by innovating, by challenging ourselves, and creating certain applications which we thought were really impossible. But yeah, with that, probably we will be able to make a significant mark on the global landscape. So that's all from my side.
Thank you. Both of you packed quite a bit, so there is a lot to talk about in terms of financing and other execution challenges. In the interest of time, I'm going to move on. So you talked a little bit about innovation. So the next panelists, one from HPCL, Kushal Banerjee, and then Cummins, Dr. Anuradha Ganesh. So my question would be really, apart from what you have been doing, but for big companies like those, how do you keep innovating? That's something called innovator's dilemma. Often companies who are big enough, they often see big revenues with their existing businesses, but they don't necessarily see the potential risk, or even if they see the new technologies often come with the risk and the lower revenue, they don't necessarily take that up. So let's talk about that. I do want to just get to the hydrogen, because I know you both are actively looking at hydrogen. So I do want to mention again, going back to my timeline, that we have been looking at clean hydrogen since last couple of years now, and likes of HPCL or Cummins. So we have been working with companies like that internationally. So I'm just going to invite Dr. Ajinkya just to talk a minute what we have been doing in hydrogen, and then get to the next two panelists.
Thank you, Vinayak. And in fact, CS's activities through India Energy Storage Alliance in hydrogen area started almost 5 years ago in 2019 with the launch of MIGHT initiative, which was focused on mobility and infrastructure around hydrogen. And then the India Green Hydrogen Council was launched at the beginning of this year. And now IESA and India Green Hydrogen Council has about 30 members, some of them sitting on the stage, including Amara Raja, HPCL, Cummins, that are in different parts of the hydrogen value chain. And so these cover some of the key stakeholders in hydrogen value chain. For example, Cummins being a leading technology provider, HPCL being a key off-taker and current user of hydrogen in refining, fertilizer industries, specialty chemical industries being some of the other key industries that are currently using hydrogen. And so CES, through the emerging technology team as well as IESA, is well placed to play the role of enabler in many of the gap areas, I would say, in the hydrogen space right now. To give some examples, for example, doing techno-financial assessment of integrated hydrogen value chain from its production and power generation production all the way to its utilization. So the ET team has done some projects specifically on power procurement for hydrogen production projects in North America. We are developing right now proposals to do this integrated assessment for hydrogen valleys in India. The second gap area, I would say, is policy support in India. So through IESA, we have helped the Department of Science and Technology develop the Hydrogen Valley Initiative. Right now, we are focusing on increasing stakeholder development on implementation of India's R&D roadmap. So there is already a roadmap in place, but its effective implementation is going to be a key question. So how to do that, we are focusing on that. The third example of gap area that I would like to mention is knowledge, resources, and skill development. So we are getting many inputs from industry right now on what are the key knowledge gaps in terms of understanding the manufacturing supply chain, understanding the entire system of hydrogen production. So we are creating knowledge resources around that, as well as developing skill development curriculum through ISA Academy initiatives. We have held one master class with NCL and planning to do more, as well as developing corporate training curriculum for industrial companies. So yeah, this is about overview of our motivation and current activities going forward in hydrogen area.
Yes, as you can see, he can go on more. So I had to. So first, along with Dr. Ajinkya, I also want to mention Nehal Divekar, who has been quite actively looking at this in US. If you can both stand up so the others see, and please give them a round of applause. Nehal has been working with clients like FFI or Constellation and others in US. So coming to Mr. Banerjee, so on HPCL, especially on the hydrogen or any new initiatives, how you as a company view these things, and any specific initiative that you want to mention?
Yeah, thank you, ISA, for inviting for this session. A very, very important day, 25th year celebration. I am also very happy because this year HPCL is celebrating their 50th Golden Jubilee. So I am here, so I am also very happy to be here. And as we are all aware that COP28 has started today at Dubai, almost more than 190 or 200 odd countries are there. Mini COP has started here, I think 140 members are there. So we are also doing in a similar way. It's a very nice day to have this session here. And a bit odd for a fossil fuel player to be sitting here and talking about green and everything green. In fact, one of my colleague was talking to me in the office a few days back. Sir, earlier when we were young, when we were growing up, everybody wanted to become hero. Now there is a race for zero. Everybody wants to become zero. Zero, everything talking about zero. The big things have changed now, actually. Everything has changed because of all of us. HPC, Hindustan Petroleum Corporation, is taking huge steps and a lot of proactive steps in getting into the green space. In fact, the name itself is Hindustan Petroleum. Talks about a petroleum company, but we are gradually going through a period of transition into integrated energy company. So that's the reason all other energy products, be it he's talking about green hydrogen, then your compressed biogas. One of our members has talked about natural gas, biogas, CGD, then your biofuel, 2G ethanol, all sorts of fuel, waste to fuel, electrolyzers getting into hydrogen, e-mobility, all those things are taken in the right earnest. And in fact, today we are having in our petrol pumps 2,500 EV stations which are operating fixed charging. We are tied up with all the best in the globe, Honda and Gogoro for battery swap stations. We have already set up 25 swap stations. Then we are the first company to set up green hydrogen plant at our Vizag refinery, already in operation, 370 tons plant, first company to do so. And hydrogen as such, as a refiner, as a refining company, we are one of the, I will say, the biggest consumer of hydrogen, if you say so, in India, apart from, of course, fertilizer industry is there, because hydrogen is backbone of diesel desulfurization, and huge requirement of hydrogen is happening in our Vizag, Mumbai, Rajasthan, upcoming refineries going to happen, and other refineries. And of course, these are all grey hydrogen, what are we using now, made from natural gas. So, talking about green hydrogen, yes, as I told you, we have set up the first plant at Vizag, and we are working. In fact, the mandate was expected, government mandate for switching to green hydrogen, partly, maybe to begin with 2%, 2.5% by next 2 years, then 3%, then 5% like this. So we are also gearing up for that. Now the issue is the adoption of the technology, which technology to go for in hydrogen. As you're all aware, we have all this in place. We have got PEM, we have got alkaline, you have got AEM, solid oxide, of which, of course, PEM is used, but alkaline is the most widely used technology right now because of the first cost. But if you actually see, like if you talk about alkaline, it will cost around $700 per kilowatt electrolyzer cost, whereas in case of PEM it will be around $1,400-1,500. First cost is different, but when you come to actual maintenance, O&M and all, PEM will be lesser. But anyway, alkaline is the most proven, happening for the last 50-60 years, and we have also set up through alkaline only. But our intention is to evaluate all these technologies. So we would like to go for a pilot or a POC, setting up SOC and alkaline, PEM, as well as manufacturing from biomass. So the refinery, whatever the hydrogen we are sourcing now, huge quantity in grey, we are going to replace part of it by using these technologies separately, replace part of this hydrogen, and understand, maybe in a year we'll come to understand which is the best technology, what is the cost of production coming out of it, and then switch into that. So this evaluation is going to start, and we are talking to many important players, electrolyzer manufacturers. So those are the areas we are working very, very actively. And not only this, our green R&D at Bangalore is also working on, he talked about batteries, we are working on lithium ion cells, and we are developing few very, very special cells. But right now, as we are aware, none of the companies are making cells here. So we are working with groups to work in our R&D to develop lithium ion cells with special technology, trying to have some dendrite-free technology so that fire hazard is less. So hopeful we will get it. He talked about how do you innovate and how do you get into that space. Yes, there are 2-3 ways. One is to, as our esteemed panelists have talked about, startups. They are the players to bring disruptions, disruptive technologies, the right way to talk to them, get into the space, work with them, and that's what we do. We are supporting almost 22 startups now. We are investing in them. We invest up to 2.5 crores, work together, support them to POC, ask them to go for commercialization and take stake in them. And so we are supporting all the startups who are working, most of the startups in the space of sustainability, biofuel, biodiesel, then your waste to heat, all those areas we are supporting them, solar, wind. And other area is to work among the corporates. The R&Ds share, joint work together, you work together. That's the way to innovate. That's what we are doing as a oil company. And today I can very proudly say that we have converted 50% of our retail outlets are powered by solar. Other SBUs like LPG bottling plants and S&D, they are also getting into this powering by green. Then we have around, so I will say, green R&D is already I talked about, the CBG plants I talked about. And recently, a few months back, I was personally there in Andhra Pradesh government. We signed the MOU setting up a 105 megawatt solar power plant. There also we are getting into that space. Rajasthan we have signed. So apart from this, hydrogen, though we have not started manufacturing fully, we have tied up with players who are already in the space as consortium. We have quoted a global tender quoted by Germany, as you are aware. They are going in a big way for hydrogen and green ammonia. So we are also getting into that space. So this is the fuel of the future. We are also talking about methanol. We are talking about 2G ethanol with very, very advanced technology. We are working together with a player, global player. We are going to set up our ethanol plant. We are working on sustainable aviation fuel. As you are aware, European countries and all, they are shifting to SAF. So we are working on that. We are going to start manufacturing another 5-6 months. So all these green fuel, green initiatives are happening in a big way. And we also have taken a pledge to get into net zero by 2040. So this is the time, and this is the time to move ahead in this. Thank you.
Thank you. That's quite something. So again, in the interest of time, I'll move on to Dr. Anuradha. So first, this is a general direction that Cummins is taking, but I also would like to add, given your experience as a professor of IIT Bombay, can you talk in general about state of R&D? So Hiren mentioned innovation being one of the challenge. So how are we doing in the space like energy storage or e-mobility or hydrogen in R&D specifically? But first, let's talk a little bit about what Cummins has been doing.
Okay. First of all, thank you so much and congratulations to CES. I am probably the last speaker in the last panel, so I have the advantage of consolidating my thoughts over all those speakers whom I've listened to. To start with, let me just reintroduce myself. I was the Chief Technical Advisor at Cummins, Director at Cummins. Today, I still advise them, but I'm independent. I have retired from Cummins just a month back. And I'm still the adjunct faculty at IIT Madras, and I'm advising Cummins, yes, continue to do that. Now, prior to this, I was at IIT Bombay, and that's why he wants me to talk about all the research and innovation. So with that, I know you asked me to talk about Cummins first, but owing to the new role that I'm in, I'm going to speak with, the so-called professor's hat, so we can go haywire. And normally, my mother would say, you start and you finish only in 1 hour. It's automatic, but I won't do that. I'll try to finish it much earlier. So, I have been listening. I want to give you one perspective. In 2010, under the sponsored lab of Cummins at IIT Bombay, we had developed, the mandate was to develop an engine on straight vegetable oil. At that time, that is what was the talk about, for village electrification, okay? We did that in the lab, and I was very keen that not just the development of the engine, can we actually go and electrify a village? We electrified a village in Orissa. We talked about Orissa today morning, and
sorry to interrupt, but can we close the door, please? There is a lot of noise. It's really disturbing. Sorry, go ahead.
No issues. So, some experiences that I just want to very quickly, briefly talk about. When you when you go there and you want to electrify a village, the villagers don't know what is electrification. They don't know what is to get light, right? So it took us time, and it was important, and this is where gender comes in. It was important for me to talk to the women there, to get them to understand the advantage of giving education to their daughters through having a light at home, okay, and not, still not stopping the girls from going and helping them in the daytime. So that was it. Thank you so much. August 15, 2010, on the Independence Day, they saw the first light. But it wasn't the end of it, okay? It was when we went there after 15 days, the whole thing had stopped. And when we went to find out what happened, the men were not working. They had to actually collect pungamia seeds, extract. We had given them an extractor. They extracted oil and filtered the oil and then used. And the balance oil was to be sold. So it was a complete, we had actually had a bank account, a self-help thing, a cooperative society, so that it can be sustainable. It wasn't easy. All right. So again, we had to get to the women to say, okay, you take over and you do it. And it started working. Then came the next. There was a pole which was put by the government under, I forget the name of that Yojana. My memory fails. So they said, okay, one pole is there. Now it is called electrified. So I went and argued. I said, so many poles are there. We have street lights now. Why did you not count it under being electrified? No, our one pole is what is going to be counted, and that pole was not giving electricity, mind you. Okay, so that's on one side. And then came my introduction to Mr. Manoj Sinha of the Husk Power, today who has mini grids, how many? I think more than about 800 mini grids in Africa, right? All right, probably. And he is doing so well. But at that time, he wanted to electrify and put mini grids in the country here. We were not ready for it. He did not get financing, he did not get any sort of a support. But today, we are again talking about it because the time is right. And you know why the time is right? I believe that just like COVID and the pandemic, today it is climate pandemic. All right, that is why. So at least in my life, I realized that there is a time for everything. You do any amount of innovations, you have to wait for the despair to happen. Otherwise, it is not accepted. Very simple. So today, even today, there are only people who are learned, who want to do business, who are ready to take it. Anyone where there is a risk is not ready to go with it. And that is why financing is so difficult. So educating the financiers is one of the most important things. So Ajinkya, if you really want to do capability development before that, please have sessions for the financiers. And it's not just Anuradha saying, this is the Government of India saying, I have been in the last 3 days, 3 meetings, all 3 meetings concluded with this. That unless we don't have the financiers knowing about the technology, they are not going to finance, they are not going to take the risks. So that's one thing which I completely agree. Now comes, so one is time, desperation, then comes financing, and then comes innovation. Again, we are very good at frugal innovation, extremely good at frugal innovation. Anything we innovate, if we see the result immediately, we are ready to do. But if we want, and the reason is their financing and this thing is not required. It can be executed immediately. But the moment we need time to do research and to take some risk, even in research, I'm not just talking about a project, okay, then we would prefer to follow. We would, because when we go and write a project proposal to the government, today, the government's question is, ye hua hai kya kahin pe? Has it been done anywhere? Now, if it has been done anywhere, it's not an innovation, right? Then we are following, we are improving. I'm not saying innovation is not going to be there, but it's not basic. And that is why we don't have indigenous technologies which are useful and which are required for the country. And why do I say this? Even for batteries, or even for maybe hydrogen storage, and above all, coming to the place from where I worked for 10 years, the mobility. Okay, if you look at the hydrogen roadmap that we have, it talks about fuel cell, fuel cell, for wherever battery is not applicable. All right. Somewhere in the appendix, they talk about hydrogen ice. All right. And the reason is not, when you go and talk to them, it's not that they don't recognize it. It's just that they have not seen it. Simple. But you can't have, you just can't decide. And then somewhere, I can show you that. I think it's in the last page, where they've talked, someone saying the efficiency is only 18%. Who said? It is at par with diesel. Cummins has an engine, at least which we expect to perform at par with diesel. So where have they connected with the stakeholders? And it's not again their fault. It is the advice that they are getting from the various experts who are also looking at what has been done, what has been shown, what has been already demonstrated. And that's where I come to. So green hydrogen, green, that word encompasses the entire energy transition. We are not there yet. So let's talk about hydrogen, which is required. Let's generate the utilization of that. And then, meanwhile, simultaneously, we work on the green, which is very important. Okay? But at the same time, we can't wait, and I've always told this to Rahul. I think Rahul and me have always had this discussion in every panel, that we have to have green in parallel to the utilization of hydrogen. We can't wait for one. We can't say, if you have green hydrogen, only then we can give you the financing. It's not possible. We have to show a roadmap for green. But we can't have green all the time, because for my electrolyzer, unless I don't tie up with a solar plant or a wind plant, I don't have an electrolyzer. Doesn't make sense. It is desired, but if it is a necessity, then we have a problem, because we are not only increasing the electricity demand for hydrogen, we are also increasing the electricity demand for electrification, okay, and the growth and the industry. Just look at it, okay. So we have to increase the amount of renewable energy, but the percentage is going to take some time to take its share, bigger share. So I think we have to keep this in mind. We have to keep that we have to be technology agnostic. Now when I say technology agnostic, the roadmaps have to have some technology indicators, but they have to have leeway for technology, for being technology agnostic. It's very, very important. And why do I say that? Again, Ajinkya is doing a brilliant work, we just discussed during the tea time, on the financials, okay, on the commercials, right? You're doing techno-economic assessment. But the amount of indigenous technologies which are being developed, okay, the amount of funding which is going into R&D, believe me, is very high, okay, very, very high by the government. All right, I'm not talking about the private industries, basic R&D. So much work is being done on hydrogen storage. So much work is being done on new batteries. Now, if we are going to have a Hydrogen Valley project, this is the place where we can demonstrate and learn. Now, the problem is, in our country, when we say demonstrate, we have no place for failures. That is not acceptable. That is why our researchers are not coming forward to give a technology. You have to be ready to get data. If there are failures, to rework on them. Unless that is not done, it is not possible for us to have indigenous technologies. For us to have, we have to put all the technologies, and that's what US does. We have to learn from them. Your EPA, for example, has a super truck program, right? Where we have industry consortiums working on various technologies, integration of them. So various technologies, integration, that brings out the technology which wins, wins. The market is there to see it. We don't have to declare it. I don't have to assess, you don't have to assess, the market will assess. There are people who will see it. You are proving the technology, you're proving the efficiency, you're proving the reliability, you're proving the safety, you're proving the material. In India, you'll prove the energy security, the material security, all of it, right? So I think this is the time where we all have to accept that it's a middle mess. Okay, it's a middle mess, and we have to try out, and we have to take risks, and we have to accept some failures, without which it is not possible, right? And as far as Cummins is concerned, it's doing a great job in terms of they have a project called Planet 2050, and we intend to go, we have a roadmap, and it's not just for energy, it's for the materials. We are working on circularity. We have a remanufacturing unit out here, so we do work to ensure that we use less energy by bringing back the engines and refurbishing, manufacturing it, repairing it, reusing it. All of it is there in the minds, and we are working towards it. So I just thought I won't take too much time. I just brought in all the points that I remember that I had to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Quite interesting perspective. Actually, my area of expertise happens to be in investment and financing, so there is a lot to talk about. I'll just mention maybe one or two things, which in US, there are certain policies, at least we helped states develop. One of that is what's known as Clean Peak Certificate, so state of Massachusetts. So they have introduced something called Clean Peak Certificates. Unlike renewable energy certificates, these are similar, but they incentivize generators to provide energy during peak hours. Because what they noticed during peak hours, the peakers run which really the most polluting. So that's where, I mean, any technology qualifies, but that's where it incentivizes something like solar plus storage or wind plus storage. So that kind of one policy mechanism that helps in financing. There are obviously contracts, despite delays, it still will really help in financing that are coming up. I'm just going to look at someone for time, because I think there is a lot
just wanted to
talk
add what
about.
Madam told.
Yes, please.
Exactly correct. That the risks involved and the green financing, all this. The one way of risk mitigation, like we have also taken that approach, like you talk about CCUS technology, is a heavily cost intensive and all. So what you do, a hub like Bombay, where there is a hub of refineries, fertilizer plant, power plants, where our plants are located. So we have made industrial hub. So as a consortium, you go for those development of the technology production, so that risk mitigation is happening, and your financing becomes easier because there is a big strength in that. So that is one way of getting into it. Outside also, if you see Shell, BP, in the CCUS and all those technologies, they're joining hands together and getting into this space. There is one very important way of getting into, rather than going individually. Because these are all evolving technologies.
Yeah. And likes of, again, UNIDO helps there in, again, de-risking some of these new technologies. So maybe like
so
2 minutes.
De-risking, yes, I mean that has been the key word, because we don't subscribe to this whole, terminology, binary of success and failure. What we say is certain things you start with certain assumption has worked or it has not worked, but there's a learning, and you use that learning to improve further and come up with a solution that would work in that the current setup. So we in July we had a session with the financial sector in Mumbai, with early stage investors who are interested in clean technology, and we brought many of the program entrepreneurs whose technology have completed the validation process and they have gone to commercialization. Some are pre-revenue stage, some are post-revenue stage, to have a face-to-face discussion with the investor to make the investor understand what are the challenges involved in looking at the clean technologies. It has a very different trajectory as compared to some of the other startup which they are used to. So they need to also recalibrate and understand the nuances and provide that support. And maybe their expectation from these clean tech startup would not be getting fulfilled. That is why they don't make the investment. But with that, what I would want to also say, this, though 2 or 3 points is that when we talk to the industries, what kind of innovations you need, going forward 2030, you have a goal, or India has a goal as a part of the Paris Agreement. Beyond that, the work your industry has to continue to work. Where do you foresee? And we did not get any response from the industries, because industry is normally in the compliance mode. They don't define the, the challenges for which they look for solutions. So often then we, come back to the entrepreneur and startups, and we have seen cases where, they have disrupted in certain cases technologies and solutions. We have come across not only incremental innovation, but we have come across the disruptive innovation. It's just that the market has to be also, made ready to, start adoption of these, solutions. And when we are talking about the market, we are talking about the Indian industry. So the industry need to open up a little bit more and look at the innovation so that they can mainstream. So innovation is happening in the country. Clean technology innovation is happening, but we need more of the end users to start adopting, so that this is something the early stage which is on the path of decarbonization and energy transition. And more so, this whole program, as we have been discussing with Department of Science and Technology, has to be taken in a very structured way, where research and development is taken forward for development and deployment, engaging the intermediaries and the industry. So that because of those missing links, we don't find innovation that is happening in the higher education institute or coming out in the market. Where there are cases, but not very many. So I think what is required at the end of the day is clean tech innovation necessarily need to be provided support for technology validation and de-risking.
Thank you. I actually wish we can continue. I've been getting really signals of closing this. So with the risk of my personal safety, I'm going to give final word to Dr. Anuradha.
Thank you. I won't take much of a time. I was just saying that there is, CII has, tried to get a solution for this, at least with the IITs, and they have a yearly display of the technologies which are at the TR level 5, 6, 7 in one place. Of course, there's a assessment saying and all, and open to the industries. We try to identify the industries and send them invites. So that's one way of displaying. It's just a beginning.
Thanks. So we heard a lot of themes, a lot of challenges in innovation, financing, other risks in terms of execution. There is something interesting that just came to my mind. So CES actually helps in all of these in different ways. And that's really in our name, Customized Energy Solutions. And maybe we know we have a fire chat, so that would have been my question to Stephen, that why has he named us Customized Energy Solutions? So that customized and solutions is really what drives us. So we do take more like a practitioner's approach than theoretician, and that's where we help in something. So we started Market Operations Center way back, and that now we see how operationally we can help, which goes back in de-risking or bringing efficiencies to these new technologies. So again, there is a lot to discuss. Unfortunately, because of the time constraint, we have to stop here. I want to thank esteemed panelists for time. It was a wonderful discussion. My apologies that I couldn't continue talking.
Thank you so much. May I request all the panelists to come forward for a group picture? Thank you. A big round of applause, please, everyone. May I request Mr. Vinayak to give the token of thanks to all the panelists, please. A big round of applause, guys. Thank you once again. Now, going forward, I would like to invite Mr. Nitin Akhare for his views on economic development activities. Mr. Nitin?
Connect the HDMI here.
Speaker is on.
प्रोजेक्ट कनेक्टेड हो गया या
Hello. I think before we start, I think CS, right, is doing n number of things. So I'm more like comfortable right now coming down the podium. So we have amazing ISA, which has done tremendous job for last 10 years? 12 years, right? Then we have a consulting team, right, which has done amazing job, doing almost around 100 plus R&D projects and consulting reports. We have India Energy Exchange also, trading license, where we support people. And we have an amazing R&D lab also. But apart from that, CS tries to do something that we give back to society. That is something I'm going to share. And that something is because of only the associate or the team we have. It all starts from Steven, Rahul, Netra, Harsh, till the person who helps us to take to the villages. Anil, Vijay, my team, I'll just show you at the end of the day. So what we are trying to do, and taking the leap from what Vinayakji told also, and Anuradha Ganeshji, right? She was there back in 2010 in IIT Bombay, where we are doing some internship with Date sir. So taking electrons to the villages has been done by government. Yeah, that is a caveat. The 10% of electrification will not go into that. The poles have been set up, the transmission line has gone, electrons are flowing. Right? Now what customized energy solution is trying to do, can they make business from this bijli? Right? Can we make the rural economic development from this available electricity? And if there is no electricity, can we put microgrids or campus microgrids or home systems? Can we do something? And from the pool of 40 projects, what we have tried to do last 3.5 years, we are trying to showcase some of the projects in the interest of the time and then see how we are able to empower livelihoods in different aspects. No problem. So, when I was on site or my team is there, they have telling what CS is doing, how you will define CS, right? So in Marathi मध्ये एक म्हण आहे, right? जिथं कमी तिथं आम्ही, right? What is given the definition by the client in Odisha? So we do everything, right? From accessing technology, accessing finance, accessing market, training the local people also. So we stays in villages basically. Our head office is in Pune, some branch office in Delhi, but our more local offices are in 765 districts of our country. So this is what our founder vision is there. So that is helping us to sustain, right? So Steven can talk more on that. So I'll just check a couple of projects what we are trying to do. And these are some geographies. And one very important word, what our founder, right, Steven mentioned, India is a test bed for testing low cost, affordable solution for the global south. So that was the hint was given, can we take mini grids? Manoj Sinha, right? They have developed more than 100 plus microgrids, right? And these are low cost microgrids. If you see any company developing a microgrid, I will not name the companies in Africa, they are 3 or 4x the time what we are trying to do in India, right? So can we get this low cost, affordable, not cheap, right? We don't want to be their cheap solutions. which will create an issue for the local people. So we are trying to develop some solutions that are really affordable and sustainable also. But once then Stephen told, can you commission 100 microgrids for CS? Mr. Stephen, a lot of people are doing that. Can we do something that will aid those people? So that's the concept, right? We are always trying to support the microgrid players or anybody who is having a clean energy, can they make business out of it? The local entrepreneurship model. So how we do that? I'll just take a couple of projects. So this is a lot of good document we created, 25 projects for 25 years of CS celebration. So from the pool of 42 projects we are doing across the country, and probably next year we'll start Africa also. 3 nations we are trying to cover in Africa. So very interesting. In Meghalaya, there was a forest fire, right? A lot of pine needles are there, pine trees are there. So government came, kya kar sakte Nitin ji iska? So Nitin ji nahi Nitin, I know we in government have this terminology. So what we did, we got a fuel, biofuel from pine needles, right? A very simple, robust technology, but just getting fuel is not a challenge, right? Making it, getting local people involved. Now, thanks to my team, Rupesh, Muskan, Sneha, right? They are the pillars. I'm just like, now I can speak little bit good English, not better than them, but it is an opportunity for me to come and present this. So we made a binodal fuel. Now where this fuel will be used, right? There is a problem, right? Electricity or energy access is not just electricity access. It's clean cooking also. Though we have 800 million people still without access to electricity, there are more 3 or 4 billion people without access to clean energy fuel for cooking. So we are trying to develop this fuel with the local people collecting all the pine needles, making a fuel, and we are trying to work with partners like CSR NIRI and Government of Meghalaya and Gangotri also. We have sir here. They have developed the machine. We took this machine, we developed those fuel, we integrated that fuel in improved cooking cook stoves, right? That has efficiency of 32%, more than thermal power plant, right? Less than supercritical, but definitely. So this is one of the project, and then Rupesh is going door to door, telling this cook stove is better. It's not easy job, right? Sitting in Pune is much better, right? Now, he says, "Arey yaar, sir, kahan bechte ho aap hame? 15 din gaon mein," right? But he's going there and making things happen. And these cook stoves are sold by these local didis, and they get 200 rupees commission for selling that. So we are creating business associates in rural India. So this is one of the projects we are doing in Meghalaya. I'll just quickly go through that, very interesting projects, some of them. Other is on this plastic belling. Many of you have gone to Chirapunji, single living root beach, double living root beach, right? Lot of plastic bottles are thrown, everywhere it is now. So what we can do? So these are the plastic balers. You make a plastic, compress them, bale it in 60 to 70 kg of a pack. Cement industries are willing to buy that at 12 or 1300 rupees per balers. So this is an entrepreneur who is doing that. And we are just supporting with machineries and clean energy wherever it is required. So we are trying to create jobs with local avenues available there. Yeah, this was one of the project. Lot of things. Thanks to Gram Urja also, Anshuman ji is there. There was a Irshal Wadi, right? It was very painful for us. You might be knowing there was a landslide recently in Maharashtra on 12th of July. That project was commissioned by Anshuman ji, a microgrid of 6 kilowatt. And for that we thought, like, can we support with a floor mill? Because that people have to travel 4 kilometers up and down from the hill, near Chowk, near Panvel. But it was a sad part, but at least 4 or 5 months we were able to serve them with best of our capabilities. So the whole idea is not just giving machine. What is the benefit for microgrid player? Their utilization is increasing. In India, microgrids are utilized for 60 to 70% of their capacity. Grid have come, the paying parity has increased, there is a cross subsidization by government. So that's why mini grids are not that much affordable for just single phase power. But if you give a 3-phase reliable power to a entrepreneur in the village, they can make n number of monies, right? And they have done that. We have taken interviews of over 500 entrepreneurs. Last 7-8 years we are working, and with CS 4 years, and things are working. So these are some of the projects where there is actually need, there is no clean water, or there is no access to the water because of lack of electricity. We do pitch in with the partners. So these are some of the projects we have in Meghalaya. We are operating in 6 to 7 states. This is also a very interesting project. There is a natural aquifer in Garo Hills, one of the sweetest pineapple you will get. In 2 rupees, 3 rupees per one piece. That you have to eat with chili. It's amazing. Our country is amazingly blessed with all the resources. So what to do with that, right? So definitely we are making jam and jelly also with those pineapples. First store them and then make jam and jelly. And if pineapple leaves are there, can we make straw out of it? My colleague Muskan is doing one project in Odisha Puri district. Straw from coconut leaves. That project will be on ground by March, integrating with Sunbird straws with 100% buyback from a European company. So that will employ 40 didis or local women on that plant. And it will be a 15 or 20 kilowatt solar with 32 or 35 kilowatt hour lithium-ion batteries powering that plant. So this is one of the bottling unit we have set up for having 20-liter water bottle, half a liter bottle, no RO. It's a natural aquifer powering by 10 kilowatt solar and 40 kilowatt hour BSS. It's a lead acid battery here. So government has already set up the mini grid. Uska karna kya hai pata nahi tha. So find avenues, right? It is giving job. It will give job to 12 people on the ground in Garo Hills. And there is a 100% buyback for this water bottle unit. One of the finest or first of its plant in the Garo region of Meghalaya. Northeast is isolated and technologically it is isolated more. They have amazing social capital but lack of exposure. If you give them exposure, they can make wonders. And that is what CS is trying to do. So these are Jharkhand project. We have done on tuar dal processing mill. तुअर दाल, चना दाल, मूंग दाल, मसूर दाल, उड़द दाल, ये सबका प्रोसेसिंग मिल एक ही मिल से होता है, right? Only one mill can do all of those things, and this mill is powered. This was our first pet project. We failed miserably, to be very honest. I am not like here just to say success stories. Failure is also equally important that we have to share openly. There should be failure conclaves. In fact, we had in Bangalore one with I Am Bangalore and Harish Andeji. We discussed only failures in that event. But the atmosphere was more surcharging than the success conclaves we have. So this was an example. We miserably failed on 3 machines. Harsh was there with me. 15 days in that village. There was still no washroom, right? It was fun that time. Now that is a lot of things have improved. Steven was there. Rahul, Netra, they have traveled. And with these failures, we were able to bank upon 20 such projects, 10 in Jharkhand and 20 in Odisha district. And these are all not paid by CS. Shell was kind enough to give us a Powering Livelihood Award. We developed 3 machines with Akola University. We deployed that and we are now getting farmer producer organizations to buy those machines by their own cost because they're seeing value. And why this sustained? It is not me or my team definitely. It is because we are creating local champions. मशीन दे दो दीदी लोगों के हाथ में, उनको स्क्रूड्राइवर नहीं चलाने आता था, वो पाना लेके मशीन खोलते अभी, right? These local didis, right? Sorry, Stephen, I'm just speaking in Hindi, right? That is the heartland of that part of the world. So these are actually creating wonders if you give them opportunities and exposure. So this is one thing. Second thing is this M. Melinda is a microgrid player like Gram Urja. They have 44 microgrids in Gumla and this is one of the aspirational district and their utilization is going down. सर क्या कर सकते हैं? जहाँ नहीं कोई वहाँ है CS, right? जैसे हमारा नारा बन गया अभी, जितना नहीं कोनी तिता अमी. So I told we can do some agricultural mapping around that. So there is amazing lal badam. Badam is not almond in that part of the world. It's a groundnut. And it's a long groundnut with less edible oil capacity but very nutritious in during anemia or high hemoglobin content. मुझे भी पता नहीं था, right? And they don't have amenities or avenues to decorticate it. Decorticate. Chilka nikalna hai. A simple machine of 85,000 rupees. Having 3 HP load. See, it will solve the problem of decorticating. But mini grid, if it runs this machine for 4 hours, 3 HP means almost 8 to 9 units. A day it will consume. And mini grids generates almost around 16 units. So almost 12 to 14% of their capacity utilization is happening. And it is giving job to 4 people. Local processing is happening, so the farmers who are coming with the shell, they are getting de-shelled also. So the cost is increasing by 15%. So that is where we are trying to pitch this rural development concept to MORD also. But I think policies will evolve organically. We have to do the good work and I think work should speak for that. And all thanks to my wonderful team, they are doing that. Again, I am doing a talking here. So they are mapping those projects and going on the ground. So I have given 10 minutes, I'll try to wrap up because we have fire chat and all. So these are other projects. Again, like, this is very interesting project. CS bakery में क्या कर रहा है? Bakery products also, right? We don't have our CS bakery brand in Pune or something, or in Philly, or in any part of the world. It's like This project, the testing ground, Jharkhand, which was a failure for us, right? At least I take it. I don't take it as failure, but it was pain. But whatever I wanted, Soltex machine of 50 lakhs, Steven signed it. Just to clear the dal, right? So you want to try something, and that is the motivation. Right now we get, not to just way off the money, but I think we are trying to make it, definitely some worthful use for that. So this bakery, this Jharkhand, our dal mill project was not working, and this didi, sir, हमें पैसा नहीं मिल रहा है, आपने बोला था सर 4-5 हजार तो महीने का मिलेगा. So what we tried, क्या कर सकते हैं और? So we got this 15-20 didis and Sneha, right? A recent grad from KBLT Kanpur. I told go and do something. We want people go-getter. जाओ गाँव पे करके दिखाओ कुछ. She went, gathered 20 didis, worked with Indian Hospitality Management Institute. Got them trained in Ranchi, and they are making 1,500 to 200,000 rupees per month by making cookies, pancakes, and all things. Okay, we'll power that equipment later on, but now the need is to get the money, right? At least that can be used on their kids' education and all. So that was to Sneha for her amazing work, right? Cold storage, we all know we are doing. In Maharashtra, we are doing some water projects. It's very interesting. One project I'd like to share. There are 17.5 lakh pumps going to get installed under Kusum scheme. Huge, 10 gigawatt of commissioning. 4 lakhs has been installed. Pump capacity is 5 kilowatt to 10 kilowatt. But pump, if you see the architecture of that, it is used for 2 hours for irrigating the field. What happens for the solar asset after 2 or 3 hours? It is not used. So we are working with Ecozen, a pump manufacturer company, a cold storage company, to enhance their utilization. Use that power for other productive end use. So we have set up a mineral bottle unit in Junnar plant. CS funded something, Ecozen funded something, the entrepreneur funded 60% of that. Ashish Bhoir is the name, and he is telling, sir, hum 9 mahine mein paisa bana lega. Right? 9 months I will be able to make money out of that. So we have set up this mineral water bottling unit in Junnar, in Pune district, that is using extra electricity from the solar pumps that are already commissioned. So this is one of the projects, and we have identified such 32 projects. I was discussing with Satish sir also, right? He's an amazing person at other league. So it's very inspiring. And the same other day, we were in IIT Bombay and TU Munich. We had a workshop with 6 African universities, 1 university from Peru, 1 university from Indonesia, and they are looking, hopefully, at the academic institute, SCS, at mini-grid players like Ramurja, can they do something, right? Live for some of the challenges we encountered in India last 15 years and take clean energy to Africa and help them grow. It's 1.1 billion, we are 1.4 billion, but they are in dire need. Almost 700 million people are still without access to electricity in Africa. And this can be real testing grounds and testing projects and pilots that can be really emulate in Africa also. I think I'll just quickly, pulverizer, everybody know, I discussed this with Irshalwadi project. Nagaland is different territory altogether. This is one interesting project in Chhattisgarh. Lot of traveling happens. My only request to my team is, be on foot. Don't sit in office. We are not going to learn. Definitely, a lot of people are doing a lot of good work in office. No offense against them. But the mandatory thing, I think they might be a little nervous. हर दिन sir बोलते 15 दिन गाँव में जाओ, 20 दिन जाओ. There is no food also in. It means that diet or something, go in Meghalaya, Nagaland is tough territory when you go. Steven has traveled, it took 2 hours to travel from Delhi to Dimapur. From Dimapur to Tuengsang is 14 hours, 230 kilometers. And there we went and saw a lot of coffees are growing. There is no processing. Dr. Peter has come from South Africa. He has set up a plant in Dimapur. There is no electricity to run that plant for coffee processing. So we have set up a microgrid. Solar, plus now we are going to put pico hydro also of 10 kilowatt. Get a canal, and that will help downstream 40 farmers. So this is in Nagaland what we are doing. That amazing kinus, Chota Bhai orange ka. बहुत मीठा होता है. It's very sweet, small brother of orange, right? ऐसा मैंने locally translate कर दिया. And one tree can give you 600 oranges in a season. The farm on Achuji. There are 400-500 trees he has planted, taken that extreme pain for last 5 years to maintain that. But sir, करे क्या? They are just rotting down. So we have put a small cold storage and a multi-processing, food processing unit that will get commissioned this season. उसका jam भी बनेगा, jelly भी बनेगा और juice भी बनेगा. A small pilot, then we are going to scale up with government. So I think this is something. Chhattisgarh, I think I can share more in the break time, or we can just during the dinner time. In Rajasthan, we are helping milk dairies also. They are using a lot of diesel, bulk milk chillers, दूध को pulverize, pasteurization से पहले ठंडा करना पड़ता है at 4 degree. And they are using diesel. So we are working with Saras Dairy. They have 5,000 such bulk milk chillers, right? What to do with that? Reduce the diesel consumption. 1 liter of diesel will give you 3 units, so 33 rupees for them. Solar plus battery, it can come in 21 or 20 rupees. Though it's costly, but you are saving precious diesel, the landed cost, the theft associated with diesel also. There is something called diesel mafias also, right? In telecom industry, those who will be knowing, right? It's not easy, right? So पहले diesel उनको देना पड़ता है, फिर telecom tower में डालना पड़ता है, means for running the DGs, right? Odisha, I discussed this project on pulses, and these are 2 projects we do on Mowgli, not the Mowgli that goes like jungle Mowgli. So it is with European Space Agency. So there are a lot of mini grids that doesn't have access to a network. So we are using European satellite for monitoring that microgrid. We have done 2 projects in Meghalaya and 2 in Italy. So what was our role? They had that software, hardware and all. We want to test that in India. Now they are getting some orders from ODC, PowerGen, NG and Husk also. Can they try this model? So this is where we are trying to get value to our work and help our thing. And this is very important. Excellently hit the nail by Professor Anuradha Ganesh. Access to credit. एक ही example देता हूँ. We are supporting 70 odd farmers. Thanks to Steven, right? Sometimes it's NPA. Okay, he will write off the check. So it's very generous of him. Not big loans, but at least 40,000-45,000 per entrepreneur. So we gave a loan for piggery cultivation in Nagaland. And there was swine flu. क्या करे अभी? So that entrepreneur, thanks to Rupesh for helping them out, he got old clothes from Kolkata with 20,000 rupees. Old clothes. See, it's a very different terrain, Northeast if you see. Actually, we should go and work there. There is much more need than Maharashtra, though it's my home state. I hardly do projects here. People say, अरे महाराष्ट्र में कुछ करो. Sir, बहुत है लोग करने वाले. Right? And it's a progressive state. It's a need there. So he got the old clothes. He made from 20,000, 40,000. His balance sheet is now 72,000. Sir, हम 1 lakh बना लेगा इससे. Just access to microcredit. And thanks to Rangde, I don't know, Smita and Ram was not there. Thanks to Rahul, even their investment in the previous days in Rangde, they're able to give us capital at 6% interest rate. I'm not afraid of quoting the interest rate also. I think there should be transparency. And we are also standing as a deed guarantee. I should really thank CS, right? It's a big step. 1 CR, 2 CR deed guarantee. If something goes wrong, CS is there. Jitanai koni, tita ami. Right? So that is the punchline. And for all this, I do just talking. I have a wonderful team here. These are the local champions. Actually, because of them, I'm here. Because I can speak English, I have some good degrees, right? But these are the people, Kiran Didi, Manju Didi. I have taken them to all the conferences. They were supposed to come here also, but their kids' exams are there, right? And that is the priority I'll always feel, right? So these are the local champions we are trying to develop, and this is the people behind, right? Our entire work, what we do for community development. Thank you. Just I would like to request Muskan, Sneha, Rupesh, Anilji, Vijayji. They are real people, right, actually. And Steven, Rahul, Netra, Harsh. They can stand up a little bit. Yeah, these are my team. Very young team, dynamic team. They compromise on their food, travel, sleep. Rahul, Steven, Rochelle is there, Harsh is there. Yeah, you can come forward, yes. आ जाओ जल्दी आ जाओ शर्माओ मत है ना yes so I think Steven you can say something and then you can conclude. Nidra will take this.
Okay, so any money, so when I started Customized Energy Solutions, I didn't have a penny. So any money that I've been able to donate is because of all the hard work that everyone here has done. So that's the only way, that's where all this comes from. So thank you. And money is probably the smallest part of this. The biggest part is a heart and desire to go out and make a difference. And you all have been traveling to difficult places, sleeping in difficult spaces, and doing things that are hard. I mean, and this is difficult and challenging work, but it's the heart of who we want to be as a company. I mean, how do we take all that we've learned and try to make applications to these areas. And you all have been just so instrumental in bringing that vision to life. And I just really, really appreciate you. So thank you. And the best is yet ahead. And thank you so much for all that you've done. I really appreciate it.
Thank you everyone, and please bless us and pray for us so we do some good thing in years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. We're just going to say thank you. Thank you, Joey.
Now going ahead, I would like to invite Ms. Depriya from Earth Day Network Initiative to share her views. Ms. Depriya? Okay, last port of call before dinner and cocktails. We have the fireside chat. For fireside chat, I'd like to invite Mr. Stephen and Dr. Rahul Tongia. A big round of applause for our guests. Depriya? Yeah, we were waiting for you. Please come. A big round of applause for Depriya, please.
Yeah. A very good evening, everybody, and my heartiest congratulations to CES team for your completion of 25 years here. So a big round of applause. I think all of us, including our global headquarters, is so inspired by the work that you do. So on behalf of my entire office, I want to thank you. And a special shout out to Stevens. He has been such an inspiration. So let us join hands for him. Rahul, Netra, of course, they have been such pillars of support. And Ashok, who's not currently here, but he was the first point of contact, and that's how our association began. So big, big shout out to all of you for the amazing work that you do. Thank you so much. I will quickly, I don't want to waste much time, but I will just talk about the theme for us now and globally, which is Planet versus Plastics. That's the theme for Earth Day 2024, which is on 22nd April. And we are really focusing all our efforts towards creating a world that is plastic-free to end plastic pollution. And can I have the presentation, please? So that's what we are primarily doing. So if any of you would like to support our work and would like to do something together towards this cause, then, please feel free to contact me. I'm going to be around for a while now. And we are also focusing on creating a larger movement with the ISA Earth Day Hero Awards, which I'm sure a lot of you are aware of. We've been a part of that for the past couple of years. And this year, the focus is more on globally getting more and more corporates to participate in creating a world where we can truly end plastic pollution, because that's become a menace that has entered the human body as well. It is no longer something that affects marine life, but it is also something that's directly affecting human health. So on On this occasion, we thought that it would be a brilliant opportunity for us to recognize the founders today, and we have a very prestigious award which is globally known as Earth Day Network Stars. So our jury was really at it, and then we are very proud to announce Rahul and Netra as our Earth Day Network Stars. So I would really request them to come on stage to receive this recognition for us. So, Stevens, I would request you to come on stage as well. He's very humble and he made very sure last time that, I don't like to be in the limelight, but then we all know he's the backbone, so please come on stage as well. There's another, yeah. So this is the special Earth Day Network Star, Couple Star Award. So we have the star couple who started it all. So may I just put the badges? Yeah.
So one announcement, I think we are starting the fireside chat, but before that we are also opening the cocktail, so you don't have to wait for end of the fireside chat for it, so please feel free to mingle around, get some drinks, and again join back to listen to the fireside chat between Stephen and Dr. Rahul Tongia. And just wanted to mention, I think this is something very special because I have been inspired by Earth Day Network since 2000. First time I came across Earth Day Network was when at Tata Infotech, and I'm honored that Dr. Nirmal Jain, who was managing director of Tata Infotech, also has joined along with his wife. So we had developed EcoLumen as a energy efficient design software, and we wanted to figure out what's the best way to launch it. And we had launched it in 2000 at Earth Day Network event at TERI. And since then we have been associated with Earth Day. So again, thank you very much, Devapriya, for this. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you once again for the amazing work that you do. I mean, they have supported us with the Great Global Cleanup Heroes Awards, then a massive plantation drive. So that is such an inspiration for organizations like us that really thrive on funding. So thank you, and we really hope to be able to continue our partnership for as long as this planet thrives. Thank you. Is the presentation ready? No? No? Okay, no problem. Then I think I will just... Okay, thank you guys.
May I respect Mr. Stephen and Dr. Rahul Tongia to be on stage?
So this may actually be much more entertaining if you do go out and get a drink and come back in. So for this. Oh, just
Even
the back
better,
corner.
it's
So
in
not
this
even, you
room.
don't have to leave the
It's
room.
in this
so you
room.
won't miss anything.
Yes. And we'll wait a second even.
Yes.
Thank you to the brave souls who are starting it. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm sure they have juice and things like that as well. So for those of you who.
So.
Sorry. So, yeah.
So it's towards the end of the evening, but it's a celebration that's 25 years in the making. And it's my pleasure, privilege, as well as luck to be, and I'm grateful for being invited to join in these celebrations. We have a fireside chat with hopefully no fire. And I mean, because fires are of course bad in many ways, forget just carbon dioxide. But in addition to heat, their primary use, fires also gave out light. And so that is something we've gotten a lot of today, illumination on experiences, the industry, and the efforts all of you have made over the years. So congratulations.
Yes, thank you. And I do also love fire as an analogy of a fireside chat. I remember as a kid sitting before the fireplace in New England with snow outside, and just there is something nice about the fire. And yes, I know carbon, all those things, but overall, there's a certain joy of sitting by an open fire. So we could start one here if we want. The hotel may have something to say about it, though.
Yeah. So just out of curiosity, I mean, let me observe for Stephen's benefit, as I'm sure he knows, in India, we don't need more heat. Typically, people growing up here did not have fireplaces, except in very little parts of the country. Fire may have been used for cooking. We saw that, of course, clean cooking technologies, but most people didn't relish or have an imagery of a fireplace as a warm and welcoming is what it does. So maybe we'll just wait 30 seconds for people to, it'll be a little...
Absolutely, yeah. So take some time and just, enjoy. Although I do see people that use fire for warmth here in Pune sometimes in cold evenings. Yeah,
Evenings, yes.
So in the morning when I bicycle, sometimes with some friends, you see people in the front yard sort of, and security guards that will use it to keep warm.
So in fact, that is a severe issue in the north, like Delhi, where especially security guards you mentioned, explicitly people who have to be outdoors lack...
Here, do you want one?
Thank you. So, how many of you have sort of followed this issue of biomass burning for warmth in Delhi as a source of local air pollution? You may have seen this. So, one set of sort of people said, well, why can't they just stay indoors? Because there's often a hut or a cabin or something available to them. And then I talked to some folks who pointed out, and this is a very unusual and makes you really think about mankind. Well, you can't let them get too warm or too comfortable or they'll go to sleep. And that's just a striking way of looking at the problem space. So some NGOs have been working on providing alternative forms of heat that are cleaner and insulated clothing, appropriate clothing that lets them at least come outside and away from fire for longer durations or require less burning. Then you've got the flip side of the problem, which is where does the waste or what they're burning come from? So municipalities are often just collecting leaves and local trash and relying on it to getting burnt locally as opposed to proper disposal. So there's a whole cyclical issue related to this.
And I think the foundation of Fireside Chats comes back from FDR, as he was the first president to really use the radio as an effective communication during the Great Depression. And so he would talk to people and called Fireside Chats about just what was going on in the world, and just just trying to encourage people and motivate people. And I think that's one of the reasons people very much love him.
The Indian Prime Minister has a flavor of that. Chai pe charcha. Is that the name that he uses? Chai pe charcha. And so it's over tea. You have a conversation over tea. I'm sure there's many other imageries used around the world that are more local. So I'm an academic, as some of you may know, a scholar, researcher, and a think tanker at this point. And you're very real world. And thank God for that, because if everyone was just talking about the theory of energy or the theory of what we could do, nothing would get done. So God bless you and your teams and your colleagues. But at the same time, what I've seen over the years, decades plus, is that you're also cutting edge. You rely on research. You undertake your own research. And so if we look at the energy space, is being cutting edge, innovative, taking research risks, is that a niche that you have at CES? Or is that more and more important for the energy sector going forward?
Yeah, so I would say that's very core to our DNA. So when we started, when deregulation was starting, and sort of the rules hadn't been figured out and what was going to be done hadn't been figured out, us trying to figure out what this could look like. One of the things, though, that Rahul brought was that crossover skill. So where we were advocating for demand-side response rules in PJM, for instance, and he said, okay, but let's put something out in publication that is more rigorously thought through and academic, and as opposed to traditionally how rules get made is you negotiate. You say, okay, I want this, and the other person says, okay, I want half of that, and then you negotiate, as opposed to saying, okay, let's actually take a little bit more academic stand and let's try to look at what does the theory say. And that was very early on in our evolution. But yeah, as we've continued to grow, I hadn't thought of us having an R&D center. I hadn't thought of some of those things. So those things have become more part of what we do.
So you used the phrase deregulation as something happening 25 years ago. Some of us like to think of it as re-regulation. It's not like you're getting rid of regulations. You're changing the structure of regulation. So even under a marketplace, there are regulators that need to do certain tasks, including keep checks on abuse of power, monopoly, and so forth. So the US, in fact, was not the pioneer. In some ways, the classical model has been called the England and Wales model. Some people call it the World Bank model, because in India, it's viewed as the World Bank model, which went into Odisha's reforms. But if we look at all of these changes, and by changes, you have to go backwards, in fact. The oldest electricity sector was fragmented. It was relatively ad hoc, and it was Samuel Insull who had moved towards consolidation and centralization, which really became the norm worldwide. And this was mainly driven by economies of scale. So you had network effects on the transmission side, you had economies of scale on the generation side, and bigger turned out to be, on average, cheaper, up to for a certain point in history. Now that changed, obviously, as we know, and now you have a lot of changes of new entrants, market competition, technology-based. I mean, at the extreme, people are talking about rooftop solar trading through blockchain. Now, blockchain is its own sort of shiny object and bright maybe distraction, but edge to edge is certainly important capability. So the US has, I would say, in the order of about a third of its states deregulated or with retail.
Yeah, about a third.
About a third. And then you've got
more
a mix.
than half of the citizens.
More than half of the citizens, and certainly more than that in terms of energy served. So is it that the US, Western Europe, has had well-functioning markets, deregulation, competition early, and India is just going to do the same things in a couple of years? Or is India different? How do you see India different, both in terms of where it is and where it wants to go?
Yeah, one of the things I love about when I came to India is how similar the regulatory construct is. So having both dual jurisdiction, federal and state. So we have FERC and state rule, you have CRC and state rule. So, so that's a moderating influence on anything changing fast. And so that's true in the US, and that I think will also be true here in India. I think some of the things in India that will also moderate how things will change is the condition of distribution companies. So in the US, distribution companies generally are private companies, so that are given monopoly rights to serve an area.
Same in India. I mean, whether they're public or private, but there's geographic monopoly rights.
That's right, geographic monopoly rights given. I think though, state governments are more hesitant to maybe sacrifice a state entity than a state may be willing to do that for a private entity. And so, and it comes down to risk sharing of who bears risk. So when the state is bearing the risk versus a private company is bearing a risk, there are different risk profiles. And so I think India has a different risk profile than the United States has when we entered into this transition.
So does the fact that India still has issues of equity, affordability, and so forth impact what modes of deregulation or forms make the most sense for India?
I don't think it's that, because United States also has a lot of income inequality, and also has, it doesn't have the agricultural component that India has. So India's in the United States, agriculture generally has been consolidated. Relatively few people are in agriculture, and it's not. The water rights are much more of a big issue among the agricultural community than energy. But I think that the driver in India, politicians in the United States don't argue for free power. So they don't use it as a political tool in the same way that it's used as a political tool here in India. And I think that makes real reform challenging. Because if you truly reformed, then politicians wouldn't have that in their tool case to be able to use as an offering.
So in some cases, India has leapfrogged. So I will observe that the US is way behind India when it comes to fintech. So for example, the use of Paytm or equivalent, I don't want to name a brand. So UPI-based payments, cheap, instant, free to the end user, and effortless, ubiquitous. All you need pretty much is a mobile phone and an account. And you can do a 10 rupee transaction instantly. So I think India has taken great leaps in many domains, not necessarily in the electricity sector, unfortunately.
But yeah, telecom and fintech, I mean, so
How much do you pay for your cell service in the United States per month?
$109.
Per month?
Per month.
Individually?
Individually.
Okay, math. Somebody can help me. That's like 8,500 rupees a month for your mobile. Our ARPU in India, average revenue per user, is in the order of $130 rupees a month-ish. It's gone up. It used to be sub 100, but there's been consolidation in the telecom sector in India, so it's going up a little bit. It's around 130, 150 maybe. I haven't checked the newest number.
Oh yeah,
but under $2.
Yeah, and so it's crazy, the price differences. I mean, you can get plans in the US for as little as, $50 or $60, but it's per month. But it's much more expensive. And also, my first business was a bike shop, and I used to take credit cards at my bike shop. So our company currently doesn't take credit cards. But I used to be somewhere between 4 to 5% for all credit card charges got taken by the credit card company. So I would rent a bicycle for, say, $20, someone for a few days, and then the credit card company would take $1 of that. And so at the end of the month, I'd see how much money the credit card companies had made, and I was like, that's ridiculous. They did nothing. They just,
But they claimed they did something. They claimed they matched, they did risk management in the sense of fraud or some other things. I mean, isn't there a little bit of value that the companies provided?
Not really, no. I mean, so customized energy solutions, we take, ACHs from banks, we do other things like that, so our transaction costs are well under 1%. So one of the things with fintech in India is you've worked it so that it's very small margin. So the merchants lose, I think, 1-2% range compared to US at 4 or 5.
Or lower for certain level of transactions. It's only corporate side that pays, the consumer side does not pay when you have a Paytm account.
Yeah.
Zero. It's literally zero.
Yeah, which is so much better. We have that a little bit with certain apps on the consumer side, but by and large, fintech in India and telecommunications in India is leaps and bounds beyond, I think, we're US.
So if we try to marry these two, we've got people's aspiration or wants. So this is a sort of tough question to the audience. How many of you want to pay more for your electricity? How many of you are willing to pay more if it's cleaner, more reliable, giving you more choice, better billing?
20%? Good 20%.
Yes.
Maybe 25 people at the table there.
Yes. So the people who've had the drinks. So I think this is really the dichotomy that India does have to pay the cost of service where it's not. But at the same time, the prices aren't necessarily reflective of where you could be if there was innovation, efficiency, and competition in the system. So it's a both-way squeeze that the Indian consumers, I mean, we already established in the morning that you are afternoon, that you are an atypical crowd. You actually look at your electricity bill. You know what average rate and marginal rates may mean. Most people don't. And that's an issue because they do need an incentive to save money by saving energy. So energy efficiency is one of the things that has not done nearly as well as it could. This is true in India, it is unfortunately true worldwide. So if I had to just do a magical future, let's not discuss how do we get there, but people want more choice, they want quality 24/7 power, they want maybe ease of interacting with the business, so apps. So let's assume the government, as you know, has a plan to have smart meter rollout all over India. It may not be as fast as the government is aiming, but it will happen. What do you think you will benefit, you individually, not country or theory of theft reduction? I assume you don't steal. Ergo, what is it that you think you will get out of a smarter grid, which is one future that India would have? Would any of you be looking at an app telling you what the electricity price is and then making your decisions accordingly on when to do your laundry? No. So that brings you to that next question is, what is the elasticity or price response that you would expect? And the answer is worldwide, it's not going to come from the residential sector. It will come from larger users who have more sophistication, more incentive to interact with the state of the grid. What else would you want or could you see as a future? And then the question really, I mean, so what's the end state, either in the US or India? Is it pure private participation, small players? How do you see different futures? Or is it that people just want, give me green enough, give me quality, and make it as cheap as possible, and that's all I look for?
Yeah, I think different people are going to want different things. And so one of the things, so how many people think that the next new car that they buy, if you plan on never buying a car, how many of you think your next car will be electric? Okay, so that's, and we're seeing that more and more in US and in different places where people are like, well, no, this car I have, it'll last me for a while, but the next time I buy a car, I think it's going to be electric. So an electric car is somewhere between 40 and 80 kilowatts of battery storage. When you look at the aggregate amount of battery storage from electric vehicles that were deployed last year, it dwarfs grid-connected energy storage. So, so there will be opportunities, I think, for a much more decentralized electric system where you'll have a battery that in your car that's able to power your house for multiple days. And that's a, that helps with reliability, helps with distribution. So there's a lot of positives. So I see an opportunity for a much more decentralized, but there has to be someone to make it easy. So it has to be an easy type thing where, okay.
Interoperable.
Yep, interoperable. It just, you know, it's just to set it and forget it. So if your car is parked at night and your power goes out, it just automatically flips on. And so also though, cars are going to become a greater demand. So maybe you won't shift your laundry, but maybe you'll set on your car phone app, like, hey, I'll have my car start charging at midnight or 10 p.m. as opposed to just when I get home.
So that is there in the US. I know Apple has that with Tesla. There's either, I forget if it's a Tesla app or a third-party app, but that is there.
Yeah, on the Tesla app, you can set your time, but also Apple has a default that does charging when there's lower emissions on the system.
But you can also do it when it's cheaper. So that's a trade-off that you consumers can do. And how many of you here have an electric car? Very few hands have gone up. How many of you take electric taxis like in Delhi, Blue Smart? A lot more people try that. And Blue Smart, of course, has their dedicated charging infrastructure. You have a tie-up with Blue Smart? Yes. Excellent. Now, of course, they're a niche because they own their infra for 2 shifts of charging typically is what, you know, we've talked to them. But if you're not like that, you have to find, either have your own charging easy or find a spot to charge it. Now, if you think of the Ola, Uber users, drivers in India, they don't have dedicating parking lots or spots where they live. It's street parking. So they have to use public charging often. But how many of you have looked at the apps for public charging in India? Are they integrated, consolidated, and universal? So we've talked to a bunch of them, and they don't want to share that data. And so this is where, again, I know some people don't like the government stepping in and regulating things, but we do need standards and interoperability to happen, because without that, you're unfortunately delaying consumer ability to, or desire to move to electric vehicles.
Yeah, what we found, I mean, the US has been this interesting play of the government and private sector dancing. The government and everyone except Tesla was dancing to one tune, and Tesla was dancing to a different tune with essentially charging stations that only worked on their vehicles that they built and they paid for themselves. And then the rest of the system that got paid for by the government originally was written into the IRA,
Inflation Reduction
Act, to be non-Tesla compatible chargers. And then the industry just one day switched and said, you know, Tesla seems to run a good network. In Tesla, are you willing to open it up? And they said, sure. And they
said sure in part because of IRA and some of the incentives as
for
well.
the new ones,
Yes.
but for opening existing ones to previous electric vehicles from GM, Ford, and they entered agreements, and then they changed the rules to say, okay, you can build cars that work on both. So it's an interesting dance, because sometimes if government jumps in too soon, they standardize around something that is not an optimal solution. And before letting some things play out.
Yeah.
But I agree. That's
so in the U.S.
yeah.
they coalesced around the physical interface that's Tesla-driven, NACS, not North American Charging Standard. While in India, the winner seems to be CCS at this point. There are some other legacy ones in play. So now the gun hopefully is taken care of, but yet you have different vendors who don't share status of charging infra, and that's a bottleneck that my team is actually investigating on this. So some of you will go electric at some point, and then of course the question is, how many of you have made a spreadsheet to figure out whether it's worth to go electric or not? And let me share my little spreadsheet, which finds that the single variable that determines is it worth is how many kilometers do you drive a year, because you pay a premium up front and you save that in operating costs. That's
So
the main
The main
calculation.
driver for our family to convert to buying a Tesla was the kids thought it was really cool.
Yeah.
I mean, that was like, we were talking about like what type of car we want to get. And so, and that was like a major driver of like getting it. And it's also a better car. I mean, so we had, and we were in that price segment already of cars where Tesla was, and it just runs better. I mean, I've spent, I think, $75 on maintenance over 5 years owning a Tesla. So it has virtually zero maintenance costs. I had to buy some new windshield wipers, but that's so it's been. But it came down to the same reason a lot of people buy expensive cars is they think it's cool.
Well, we need you early adopters, so thank you for that, paying down the... But they are still a bit ways away. So the other thing that differentiates India to the US is in India, the vast majority of electric vehicles are two-wheelers and three-wheelers. And so that's much smaller and has different much lower grid implications. Because in the US, what's happening is public charging infra is now between 150 and 300 kilowatts for vehicles to pull up to. In India, we're struggling to get 25 kilowatt fast chargers ubiquitously available. So the state of the grid is one of the things where we need innovation, technology, standards, all of the above. So I'm sure that'll be another vertical within CES to take care of that problem. So you've been coming here since 2009 to India. What's, using of course not the social aspect, but just in this landscape, what's changed and what's different?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, that's a synonym. What's changed and what's the same?
Sure. So what's the same is that I find the Indian population to be uniquely optimistic in terms of, like, do you think the future for your children will be better than what you've had? Just generally, when I've asked people in India that question, yes, I think education, opportunity, the opportunities I had versus what my children have are greater. And we're seeing sort of that growth, the development that we've seen from 2010 onward. And so I think that is similar to what I've seen. What I think has changed is how people are looking to get there. So I think there was a view of, okay, what is an IT job? Like, okay, this is an IT career track. And now I think people are seeing many different pathways for advancement. So people are expanding their range from engineering or medical to a much wider range of options. And I think that has changed. I think also the infrastructure has gotten much better. I mean, every Tuesday, power went out for multiple hours when I was here. That just doesn't happen now. I mean, it's just infrastructure has gotten much better. Airports have gotten much better. The schools, my understanding is, especially in rural areas, have gotten much better in the last 13 years, especially female education in areas. And so So originally, when we started the microgrid initiative, it was to get power to people who didn't have it. And then we found, well, most people do. By the time we got around to actually doing that. So then it became, how do people use electricity in productive ways? And that has been an effective problem to try to work on and solve. But that's been fun.
So certainly India, I mean, part of it is demographics. India has a relatively young population compared to China or compared obviously to Western Europe and other parts of the world which are struggling, like Japan, with a very elderly population. It's funny you talked about career paths or things. Used to be just your child should become a doctor or an engineer. Then I think the new flavor of the month became an MBA. Mixed feelings about that one, personally. And so the other thing that has not changed actually, and in fact has accelerated, is the value of a government job. These are still prized in India because they pay multiple times higher than the private sector at the lower end. The salary, of course, of a joint secretary, you heard, Dr. Agnihotri and Dr. Deo, they've been in senior positions. At the very senior level, they don't actually make that much. But at the entry level, government jobs pay multiple times higher than the private sector does for similar work. So that is why the government is now actually trying not to grow as much. But they do have permanent jobs that open up periodically. And it's amazing that for 100 openings, they sometimes get 500,000 applicants, including some with a PhD for an entry-level job. So
that's something I was very impressed with when I came here, was the idea that government was sought as a prestigious job. And because that was the U.S., unfortunately, that is not the mindset.
But even if it's not prestigious, it's valued for the economic value and job security a government job gives you.
Yeah, but the job security aspect in the U.S. is, I can be pretty much as bad an employee as I want and not get fired. And so that's what job security looks like, as opposed to I want to be at the top of my field, and government's a way to do that. And so in the U.S., I think government bureaucrats do have a lot of job security, and it shows with how they treat their work often.
That's a worldwide phenomenon, maybe except Singapore. So in Singapore, they pay higher than the private sector because they want the best and the brightest, and it's very competitive. So they're really taking the cream into technocratic positions.
My understanding is IS positions in India are very similar, very, very top-notch, qualified candidates.
Yes, but that's a very narrow slice of government employment. But speaking of the government, I mean, in India, if you think about it, the role of the government in the energy sector is much higher than in many other countries. I mean, distribution is public overwhelmingly in India. For example, even in generation, quarter of your electricity comes from one government-owned coal company, or used to be coal company. I guess NTPC is now like KFC. So it's not Kentucky Fried Chicken anymore, it's just KFC. So it's no longer National Thermal Power Corporation, it's just NTPC. And so you do have the government, not just as a regulator, not just as a policy maker, but as an operator, as a consolidator, aggregator. So renewables are 90+% from the private sector, but through often special purpose vehicles like SECI and under NTPC and so forth. So is that a legacy artifact? Is that beneficial considering where India is, or should India really quickly figure out how to end that?
I guess it depends on what you want from your electric system and the risk profile. So I believe that the energy system could be changing quite quickly. In order to do that, generally I think you want well-financed organizations that are able to invest in the future of their systems. And I think governments are often have very difficult trade-offs in investing capital. So they have to decide schooling or water infrastructure or electric. So they have many different competing priorities. Whereas privatizing the distribution system, that company has one priority. You know, it's trying to maximize the value of its distribution system. So since I think this is a time period where we would want a lot of capital deployed, I would, in the transmission and distribution, I would think that this would be, that would be accelerated by privatization. However, if they don't privatize, the nice thing is there are lots of workarounds that we have right now where you can sort of get around the distribution company's lack of stuff with energy storage, with distributed resources. Yeah.
Or even private entities are there as partners to the government licensees, as franchisees or contractors. There's a range of models being discussed and tried. But I want to now bring in this governmental mindset clashing with the private animal spirits that the entrepreneurs would have. And I'm sure all of you have heard this phrase, L1, cheapest. Now, if you look at the law does not mandate cheapest. It actually says somewhere, if you go back to its roots, highest value for the taxpayer money. But that highest value has become morphed into cheapest. And part of it is because they don't want that knock 6 years later on their door. Why did you spend extra money? Because it's complex to prove higher value. It's really easy to say this is the cheapest. So you do innovation. And I remember us discussing the smart grid bids, you know, that our conversation over a decade ago, that, and I'm quoting you, India is the only place where I have to dumb down our technology to qualify, to fit in. So how do we, you know, really get true innovation, things that are more disruptive in a framework that's used to just thinking about L1?
Yeah, and that's where, again, the private sector can often do a little bit better job than I think the public sector. So I think the public sector, like you said, being risk averse makes it hard for them to evaluate the quality differences. I mean, how many of you would want to like just drink L1 water? So here's the cheapest water that you can get. How many people like, yeah, that's what I want to drink? Like what's the lowest cost I can pay?
Or doctor.
Or doctor, yeah, I want the cheapest doctor, that's out there. So I think that unfortunately, that is a challenge within the public sector framework. I think the best is for them to empower someone else, like a franchisee or whatever, a third party, to make those evaluations, basically to shift responsibility from them to another entity that would weigh different variables. And I think that that's a possibility in India. And again, one of the nice things is people are starting to, I think, appreciate the operating and ongoing cost, because often L1 has a low capital initial cost, but a much higher operating cost or lifetime cost. Life cycle cost.
Yes.
And so I think that's where franchisees that have, say, a long-term franchise agreement have a heavy incentive on managing that long-term operating cost as well as the initial capital.
I mean, I agree. I do want to counter that with, even if you don't want the cheapest doctor, we do need to improve the governance and oversight such that the cheapest doctor should at least have a minimum quality similar to cheap solutions shouldn't be cheap because they're giving bad quality.
Yeah, that's a challenging thing, right? I mean, because, what do you call the person who graduates last, in their medical school?
Doctor.
Yeah. I mean, so there is a difference in qualitative that we sort of don't want to admit. And often price or how in demand a person is reflected in that. Not always. There are many doctors who work in the not-for-profit sector that are fantastic, wonderful doctors. They're low cost. So I don't want to besmirch a very noble profession. But to say that often what you don't invest in, you end up with lower quality. So I think we see that in the water structure in India much more so than electric, in that it's very little market competition type factors, unlike electric, are in water, and I think then we end up with a lot more pipes and lack of investment, etc.
I mean, so water worldwide has been subsidized in many ways. It's rare for end consumers to pay the full cost, not just for water supply, but a bigger cost is typically water treatment. So sewage and handling water and waste and storm drains and things are actually a much bigger cost than getting your hands on water. I want to switch gears a little and talk global. I know you have a passion for electrification, rural electrification, and as we know, India 2018 achieved virtually 100% electrification at a household level. The earlier definition was 1 light bulb per village, the village is electrified, then they upgraded it to 10% of homes, and then it became household. The challenge now worldwide is in Africa. What are some things that both the world could do and maybe India could also do to help with that journey of electrification? And it's not just wire, but quality service, I would extend that to.
Yeah, no, one of my favorite verses in the Bible is, I came to give you life and life abundantly. And I think we are, it's how do we live full and lives where we're able to use the potential that we have. And I think that electric power helps in education, helps in healthcare, helps in those things, helps to live more full lives, or at least give that potential for people. And so one of the things I love about trying to make an impact in Africa is that I think there's a lot of opportunity to really have a step function change in people's life, in the way they experience life. Whether it's in agricultural security by having better irrigation, better cold storage, there's a step function possibility. Why I think the ideas from India will be superior for Africa than the ideas coming out of Europe and out of the United States is because I think India has more recently come out of a very similar situation to where Africa is currently facing. And so I think there's a sensitivity and a sensibility to it. And also...
And frugality.
And frugality. That's right, a frugality around how do we do this system. And I think that translates well to the African context. And it will still have to be modified and culturally adapted to the African context. But I think much less so than the solutions traditionally tried to be imposed on Africa from Europe or the United States. Does that make sense to you?
It does. I mean, the only other question, though, is, of course, like you said, cheapest versus quality versus value. India, electrification. I mean, if you just look at electricity wires, how they're connected on poles, it's somewhat haphazard, and Jugaad is viewed with admiration. I'm not a fan of Jugaad because it's usually not process innovation, but just it's not product innovation, it's just process innovation. How do I make it turn on and work, as opposed to redesigning it at an ecosystem level, at a life cycle level. So certainly Africa is an opportunity space. Yeah. It's a need. The trade-off, of course, is what's your underlying fuel? And I think that has differentiated most of the countries in the world, how quickly and cheaply they've electrified. If you have cheap, used to be fossil fuel, or hydro, or something else. That's how you really electrified quickly. So in East Africa, like Kenya, has great geothermal resources. So Kenya does dramatically better than a lot of its Eastern African peers, while neighboring countries to Kenya have per capita electricity consumptions. Okay, quiz time as a professor. How much is India's electricity consumption per capita? Ballpark. Per annum or per month? Per capita. No Google, sorry, no one is allowed to use their phone. About 1,000. It's in the order of 1,000 kilowatt hour. And the US is?
Around 8,000?
It's a little more. Yeah,
Yeah,
close
8,
to
9,000. 10? Is
Yeah.
it 10?
An order of magnitude. And East African countries, it's an order of magnitude lower than India's. There are countries with 100 kilowatt hours per capita.
Oh, that's true. So I should change that because I was thinking 8,000 is just the average residential consumption per year, as opposed to per capita, which you take all the industry and then you divide by the 3.
2.2 people. So when you do the math,
Exactly,
it's
it's still
14,000
Yeah.
in the US.
Yeah.
It's about 14,000.
Yeah, no, that's right.
When you do the math. And it's 100 in Africa. But it used to be just a few hundred in parts of India as well. And so I think the lessons of managing heterogeneity are another lesson from India to Africa.
And also, India and Africa, and many places in Africa, share a very advantageous solar profile. And I think that that is also very helpful.
So if an African country now says, great, I want solar, but I want to make it here, what would you tell them?
You want to make it in Africa?
Yeah, because India has, well, if India can say make in India, why shouldn't a smaller African country say the same?
I would say it's taken India a long time to get up its solar manufacturing, and still at the cell level, it struggles. That there's economies of scale and a ramp up time that should not be minimized in doing that. So yes, trying to localize as much value as you can. So whether that's doing this panel manufacturing, doing some of those things, and try to localize some of that. But at the cell level, for most countries in Africa, that will be a bridge too far to cross to try to be competitive.
So I think shades of what you just said were used by Tesla in its discussions with the Indian government. So we'll leave that.
No, but I think India, I think India's in such better place than Africa. So Africa, because Africa is not a country, right? It's many different countries, and it's so fragmented, and the rules and regulations are so fragmented that to get an economies of scale in Africa is magnitudes harder than getting economies of scale here in India. India, I think, much easier to set up battery manufacturing gigaplants, solar, So I think India, and yet it has been hard.
So I think part of India's success, like with LEDs, was volume, but standardization of bids and standard documents. And I think that's something that has both helped India, but is recognized worldwide as an important tool for bringing down costs. So in closing, I'm pulling on words you used this morning, and that this is a journey. And I'm very impressed by both you as a person, but also CES as an entity, about being learners and curious. Because as an academic, I've been an academic over, exactly, in fact, 25 years I've been a professor. I barely know anything. And whatever I did figure out somewhat is outdated by the time I figured it out, because it's changing. So it's very impressive that you have that in your DNA as a company, and you and Rahul imbibe that to your colleagues. What advice would you give to a young Stephen Esk in a similar place what you were 25 years ago? What advice would you give to them when they see this? So certainly you would not tell your children go into the travel agency business. It's dead. It's what's left is a tech business with Make My Trip and Yatra and a few other players, or Orbitz and a couple more, Priceline in the US. But what advice would you give to someone who does want to be in this space, this larger space of energy, climate, sustainability, etc.?
Sure. So advice I got a lot later on, which I found surprisingly helpful, was the easiest business to start is a small business selling stuff to bigger businesses. And so if you're thinking about, okay, I have an idea and I'm going to do something for B2C, so I'm going to sell something largely to consumers, that has a lot of challenges in terms of marketing and getting enough scale. Whereas selling B2B and small b to a larger b has some ability to less cost to be able to do that. And a lot of that has been what we've done as a company. I would also, but that being
Sorry,
said,
just to clarify,
yeah, so yes.
is that sort of akin to India's famous for car component manufacturing firms who specializes in making this type of screw or this type of hinge or something like that?
Yeah, solving a problem for a bigger company. So whether it's, but the screw or hinge, if you go to your boss and you say, I have a great idea for a better hinge for this car or for this company, and they say, nah, we earn a lot of money for the existing ones. It's not as good, but I'm going to keep doing that anyways. That's a great signal to start your own company. So looking for a solution that isn't being forwarded. Hopefully we're the type of company where people can come with ideas that we embrace and say, yes. But even us, you can't do everything. Yeah, we have Skunkworks and we do those things, but there's only so many initiatives you can try in a year. But yeah, that's, so I think when people see an opportunity in the market, a gap, and they think, okay, this is a gap I think I can fill, that's a great opportunity. Something else someone gave me as helpful advice when I started out. So I started trying to go to overseas 1 year after I started the company. So I started the company and I went to Ecuador. And then there was a revolution in the country, and I thought that would stop the company that I was going to pitch the idea to. Yeah, I was wrong. I should have still pitched it. But I went to another owner of a company, and I was like, well, this is what I'm doing. And he said, be good at something first. So he's like, before you start going other places, get good, at what your craft is. And so for me, the craft was understanding energy markets, how does all this stuff stick together? So that was my personal thing that I tried to becoming good at. But that was helpful. And then whenever you start a company, attract great people. Really, that's our success. Our success is not me. I mean, I get to sit up on the platform because I happen to be the first employee of the company. But the reason that I'm sitting up here speaking is because of the people that have joined in that journey, that have been great people, that have taken us from that single person company to where we are today, and taken us from the impact you can have as a single person company to the impact we can have today. So hire and surround yourself with great people that are smarter than you. And that's, I think, one of the things that I think good leaders are not afraid to find out how dumb they are. Because when you hire smart people, you find out, wow, I'm not as smart as I hoped I was. And that's, and I think that if anything, has been my saving grace, is coming to that conclusion fairly early.
Reminds me of something that I have trouble convincing my wife about, but I actually tell her I would like to lose an argument. She goes, you don't ever. And I'm like, no, actually, if an argument is meant to have two different views where one is superior, if I've lost, then I'm better off by getting somewhere else, and that's somewhere better. So she sort of says, she's a bit skeptical, but actually sees why I question so much, why I try and engage too much. And she's like, well, diminishing returns, stop it after a point. So I have, many more questions or thoughts, but we did say this morning, because people did not ask you any questions at your opening remarks, now is the time to sort of ask any questions that you would like to.
Hello, this is Adinath. I have a question for Steve. Steve, they were showing a plot which was a flow of events on this CES journey. Yeah, it started. I look at Rahul, as I mentioned to someone, a Bhagirath, who brought that river to India, right? CES river to India. And he has brought several well-wishers, learned well-wishers that we can certainly see throughout the day. Well, my question is, what is that one good, let me not say good, better, bet. What is that one best thing that you certainly see, rather saw in a person like Rahul, which is kind of investment into him? And looking by, just to look back into the event, as said by Steve Jobs, you can only connect the dots after looking backwards. Yeah. So what is that one great thing?
Thank you. That's a great question. So I think some of you have heard this story before, but I'll share it again. Rahul applied for a job that had gotten filled. So I'd already hired someone. And so I called up Rahul and I said, we've already filled the position that you have. But, I think, or I hope at least, we paid for his train ticket already to come down. So if you want to come down, that's fine. But we filled the position. We were only 4 people, so like 4 or 5 people. So it wasn't like an extra person would make sense. And Rahul said, that's fine, I have the ticket, let me come down. And so I said, great. So he came down and we started talking, and I had read his papers, and I appreciated, even though we got a lot of the market stuff wrong, because he wasn't in the markets, he was reading about the markets, his aim was really correct. He was aiming in a very right direction. And so aiming in the right direction, even if you're factually don't have everything together, is very helpful. But then when I met him, he just had a passion and a zeal for what he was doing. And so it just intrigued me. So after a couple hours talking, we went across the street to Starbucks to keep the conversation going. And then by the end of it, we created a position for him. So I said, I would like to do this. And he graciously accepted the position, and it was, and we weren't even sure exactly what it would be. We sort of just came up with an outline for what the position would be, but I was like, I think we will make it work. And then his immigration papers didn't come through. So he ended up, it was the first year H-1B was fully subscribed in the United States. We ended up calling, we said, okay, to keep you working on this, what do we have to do? And we said, well, if he's in university, he can stay. So we said, okay, let's find a university and we'll help sponsor you the university. And that's how we came up with Carnegie Mellon. It looked like a good program, and
so we're a good sort of safe leftover choice.
So the first option was staying working here, but that wasn't allowed by the government. So the backup was Carnegie Mellon, thinking he would go there, but what I was surprised at was Carnegie Mellon was willing to let me sponsor part of the position to have him continue to do work. And so I was able to continue the relationship with Rahul through that, and then later on be part of that. So that was really, again, a wonderful experience. And then Rahul, from the first day, just to be honest with your employer or the person you're interviewing with, because from the first day he said, I want to go back to India, like I don't want to stay here, which
He's the one and only person who's ever in an interview said that. And I said, that's fine as long as you take me with you. And he did.
I mean, it is remarkable. Not only do you, of course, spot talent, but nurture it and engage. And of course, there's going to be governmental or other roadblocks, but flexibility in how you get around them is what you need. And so that is definitely a lesson for everyone at any stage of their professional journey. I want to, just before that question, 1 second, maybe I could ask you to say a few words about his partner in crime, Netra.
Yes, so Netra. So
she just stepped out.
Oh, she just stepped out. So, okay, we're finishing up soon.
Yeah.
So I will just say a little bit about Netra, the better half of Rahul, and who keeps him grounded, and really is, she was our first IT person we hired. So, and at the time, I remember saying, I don't know if we have enough work for a full-time programmer. So we now have over 100 people in that general area. And so Netra was the first. And Netra has both a gentleness in dealing with challenges, a calmness in adversity, and a firmness of resolve that is an excellent. Yes, Netra, we're talking about you, and just how she's been fabulous from the beginning. So she joined about a year after Rahul did, 2 years after, and after they got married, she came to the States, and she shared his desire and passion to come back to India and to make a difference. And she has, and it's been a wonderful journey. It was Rochelle and myself and Netra and Rahul and our children, and that came here to start up the Indian operation those 13 years ago. And we would not be where we are today without Netra, and thank you so much.
I'm being nudged by our organizers. One last question, if you could keep it brief.
Yeah, so firstly, 3 cheers to CES, Stephen, Netra, and Rahul. I think we should say hip hip hooray, right? Yeah, thank you so much. But Stephen, I have a question. When I sort of worked for you for a year, you gave me 2 books on the first day, Joy at Work and Fountainhead.
Sorry, what was the second one?
Fountainhead.
Fountainhead.
Yeah, so my question to you is your choice of books now changed? Is the same? Added? What's happening now? Just curious.
Sure, that's a fun question. So I do a leadership development series now of like 6 different books, and Joy at Work is still one of them. So I love the book about how do you get joy out of your work, and so I still very much enjoy that book by Dennis Baki. I also have Adapt, Why Success Always Starts with Failure. That's on my book list. I also have Good to Great by Collins. That's on my list. Also, I really like Adam Grant, Give and Take. That's on my list. I was influenced a lot by Ayn Rand, so I both am a person of faith, so I think she was wrong on some things, but her trying to see a world that could be. So she talks about herself as sort of a romanticism almost, so a related party is called Galt Power, and the website says who is John Galt that we started, and so I still very much do like that book, but it has dropped off of my reading list that I give to folks.
Have you read Ikigai, the Japanese philosophy?
Yes, I was recently given that book. Who gave that to me? One of our associates actually gave that to me, and yes, I read it a couple years ago, 2 or 3 years ago.
I find that one very impressive as well. But I mean, there aren't that many leaders in India who read as much. just cultural as well as time. India is busier. And B, you've updated your list and share it. So thank you for that. In closing, I want to thank Stephen, Rahul, Netra, Devi, Rochelle, everyone here, and especially all of you for joining me in this day of celebration. And hopefully I'll be seeing you 25 years later or sooner.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for being a part of celebration. Have a nice evening and good night. Thank you.